New York City, 6 a.m. An out-of-control satellite radio show is being broadcasted to millions of Americans. At the controls, Greg Hughes, a father.
I am amazed it lasted this long.
Anthony Cumia, an alcoholic.
Holy mother of God.
And Jim Norton, a comedian.
There's no positives out of this thing, except for everybody's blood.
The three men make up the Opie and Anthony Show, a popular radio program known for its cringe style of entertainment and having very few limits.
Oh, my God.
Okay, no, this is getting really intense now. It starts funny and then gets very uncomfortable.
In the past, they have been accused of multiple FCC violations and have even gotten their show suspended from satellite radio.
You couldn't have picked a fucking more self-destructive show.
Yeah, crazier the better, yeah.
What are you, 19?
I'm 19.
Delicious.
You made Springer uncomfortable. Do you know how hard that is to do?
Thank God this show's on radio.
Everything you are about to hear is real. Real people, real excitement.
Hey, let's go fucking have a good time. What the fuck?
Get ready to experience the thrill of a lifetime. This is the Opie and Anthony Show.
Just sit back and enjoy the show.
But enough of this palaver. Let's get the show on the road.
Yeah, it's Friday. Friday.
Thank God.
You know what's weird? You turn on the mic, you don't know what to say.
Because it's like, hi, everybody.
Hey, you want to make sure your voice is ready to go. And
Yeah, so you just kind of test your voice out. Hey, everybody, hi.
yeah, take notice. The first
Hey.
words out of our mouth are just mundane nonsense.
And is it really
Everyone knows
a
it's
greeting?
Friday, and who gives a fuck if we're telling them it's Friday?
And everyone knows we're here. We really don't have to say hello.
No.
Hello.
I just want to make sure I didn't lose more of my voice overnight.
Yeah, that's true. You just kind of shake it out.
Hey.
How you doing? Hey, everybody.
Get a few tones out there for everybody.
Hi there.
We had a long night last night, huh?
Oh, hey. Yeah, it was kind of a long night. It was fun, though.
It was
A lot of fun. I don't know what it was.
Well, we got a call a couple weeks ago that Imus wanted us for some kind of St. Patty's Day broadcast. And we agreed.
Yeah.
And we assumed he was going to either record it for his radio show on WABC.
Right.
Or for his TV show.
TV show?
He does the simulcast. You know, something we should be doing, and we've been waiting years to do.
Well.
But maybe they'll figure that out someday.
Yeah.
And it was going to be at the Hard Rock Cafe. It was at the Hard Rock Cafe. And we went. It was for a charity, and it was a lot of fun. But I don't really understand what the purpose was.
Like what it was. It was fun. It was
because he didn't record it for radio or TV. And honestly, I was watching before we went on stage, and it was a really good show.
Yeah.
Rob Bartlett was killing with some material.
Yep.
They had the Jersey Boys singing.
Yeah, from Broadway.
And then Imus interviewed me, you, and Sean Hannity.
Yeah.
And there were a lot of laughs in there.
It was fun.
But now it's just gone.
Now it's gone.
Like, why would you do that?
Right into the ether it went.
And I was trying to, talk to Imus about that and Sean Hannity. I'm like, why are we doing this if no one's recording it? It just sounds stupid. Seems stupid.
You tape it, you get in trouble. People pick it apart and get in trouble.
Yeah, see, he's old school because I said, look, people are taping this no matter what in the audience. They got their cell phones up and HD flips or whatever they're using. So
I'm not dropping N-bombs every other word. I mean,
I understand his paranoia, but
yeah.
But it was a lot of fun, and it was for a good cause. It was for his ranch, I guess.
Yeah.
That he was kind of downplaying. My first observation, you walk into the Hard Rock Cafe, and everyone was seated. That's really strange for us.
We've done quite a few things there at that venue, and never were there seats and people just sitting nicely.
Real nicely.
Yeah.
Imus or one of his guys went on stage, and they actually sat and listened.
And listened. There weren't any
and enjoyed.
Show your tits chants or fuck you. It was amazing. I didn't know people did events like that.
And I'm not beating up our listeners. I'm just saying it was a little different and a little strange to see a different presentation.
Yes, we were quite taken aback.
Right. As far as our events go, we walk on a stage and they're pretty much yelling, fuck you, Tossin.
Fuck you.
And you think, wait, am I at the wrong venue?
I don't know. Yeah, could you imagine Imus getting up there and going, I want to thank everybody for coming here, and someone winging a water bottle at his head?
Right.
Like, that doesn't happen. It happens when we go out.
I didn't even know the Hard Rock Cafe had seats for people to sit down.
For people to actually sit down and watch something nicely.
Right. And they actually listen, and they don't shout out things.
Fascinating.
It was very fascinating, but not recording it was kind of. I don't understand that.
Because then, did it ever really happen?
I don't know.
There's no history of it. It's That's it.
How cool was Imus?
He's fucking the best, man.
He doesn't give a shit about anything.
That's the best
We could all
part
learn
of it.
from him.
He's just been through so much in his career and his life that he doesn't have to give a shit about anything. He gives a shit about, things he's passionate about, the ranch and, his friends doing the show, things like that. But faced with something where it's like, oh boy, usually you go out of your way to do something or say something nice even if you don't mean it.
Right.
He's way past having to do that in his life.
Yeah.
So he's just like, asshole, fuck that guy.
Oh, man.
Shithead, fuck you.
Oh, man, he had a lot of fuck yous.
It was great.
He had a lot of fuck yous, and I'm debating if I should give you the Don Imus fuck you list that he gave me.
I wouldn't blow up his spot.
I'm debating.
I wouldn't blow up his spot.
The reason I'm debating, because I don't think he cares. I think in a weird way he wants me to give the Don Imus fuck you list.
Maybe you better check with him first.
I'm debating. I could write him right now and ask him. But and it was good to see Sean Hannity.
Yeah.
Your buddy.
Sean's great.
He's your pal.
He's my pal.
He's your pal politically. I like the guy personally. I don't really like him politically, to be completely honest with you. But whatever, it's fine.
Politics are politics.
I'm not a big politics guy. Actually, Imus asked me some politics on stage, and I go, I've never, and I can't believe I said this because I knew the audience. I go, I have never voted for a president officially.
Yeah, there was a little.
Oh, the booze! I got booze, and I go, I know I'm that guy, but there was a lot of honesty on that stage. They were not happy that I never voted before.
Yeah, not happy.
No, they were like. I don't understand that concept that you should at least vote. I mean, maybe someday I'll vote if I get real passion behind somebody.
I don't think that's just it, though. I don't think you're ever, and I don't think people that vote, unless they're fanatics, are really like, wow, I've got to get out and vote for this guy because he believes in everything I do. There's always going to be like, fair.
I think I should vote for the local guys. Because the local shit is where I'm at. The local shit drives me nuts.
A lot of times it does more voting for those guys.
Overall, the presidency doesn't drive me as nuts as the local politicians and the shit they're pulling.
Yeah,
it drives me crazy.
This was one of the first years election years, that I looked into all the local guys and was like, okay, what does this guy represent? What does he stand for?
Yeah.
A lot of, I was looking for a lot of Second Amendment guys.
Right.
Locally, things like that. And just tax breaks. Guys that weren't going to raise my fucking local taxes.
Right.
Property taxes, things like that. And, you vote for those guys.
I think it's time to dip in.
Get your feet in the water a little bit.
I'm serious.
Yeah.
I'm not even joking. I think it's time to dip in. At least start looking at the local guys. Because I bitch about all the crap that is happening here in New York City, which is kind of my home now, I guess. As much as I don't want to acknowledge that I'm a New Yorker, I like to think I'm still a Long Islander.
Yeah, you've kind of been here a while.
Yeah, it's been about 6 years, so.
Yeah, you're a New Yorker.
But the event was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was. It's very cool to be there. Oh, boy, we saw, go figure, Big A was there.
Yeah.
Good to see Big A there.
Almost Big A.
Almost Big A.
He's lost 80 pounds.
Is it 80 he's up to?
Big A 614 on Twitter if you want to congratulate him. Of course, half you guys will have to fucking beat him up for losing 80 pounds, but...
Yeah.
You do what you got to do.
80 pounds, you got to shit on him.
Yeah,
That's,
do what you got to do, but I'm actually stepping out of character and congratulating
on Big A. Hey, only we can shit on Big A.
Because he was in a tough spot, and he listened to the advice that he was getting around him, and he's doing the right thing. He's lost 80 pounds.
I think Dr. Steve scared the shit out of him.
I think a few people scare the shit out of him. I don't know how much he wants us to say, but...
Dr. Steve pretty much talked to him and said, you're fucking...
A few people.
You're just a dead man.
All right, you want to go with it?
I mean, come on. Who doesn't know that?
Yeah,
that has seen Big A.
He had a situation, and people actually said, look, no shit.
Yeah.
You are in deep trouble unless you lose a lot of weight and get healthy immediately. So, and it's good to see that he's got the willpower to do that. So,
yeah,
keep it up, Big A.
Yes,
and I guess we're all paying for his medical bills.
Is that what it is? Yeah.
I've donated. Am I donating again?
You know, people donate to this cause, that cause. But that's the way I like it. I don't, I don't like being told I have to donate to something, especially, again, the tax thing and everything. But I like, you know, people I know that might be in need of something, a couple of bucks, and you give them in that way.
Right.
That way, at least it's people I fucking know.
Yeah, I like helping the people
giving to some
I know.
schlep I don't fucking know that might be abusing the system and lining their own pockets with my cash.
I think I got one of the greatest ideas ever.
Yeah.
I mean, we all pay way too many taxes.
Go home now? What?
Oh, well, that would be
that's
awesome.
a great idea.
Yeah, everyone thought we weren't going to be here because we did the Imus event. God, I guess we have a reputation of being lazy or something.
I know.
Every time they see us tweeting too late or, oh, you're at the Imus event, I guess that means you won't be doing a show tomorrow.
No show tomorrow.
I think we have a really bad reputation at this point.
One more fucking tweet that I get. Hey, what are you still doing up? Get to sleep. You got a show to do.
I get that all the time on like Facebook. I don't even respond anymore. You just get removed.
I know.
I'm just tired.
You just get removed. Exactly. It's like, do you understand? I slept from 10:45 until 8 p.m. sometimes. I wake up at 8 at night. And I'm like, I'm ready for my day. My day will last until 3 a.m. And when I might take a nap before the show. And people are like, what are you doing up? It's like, you didn't know what I did. I fucking slept like a goddamn like I was in hibernation.
I think this Twitter is really weird that we just openly give everyone our cell phone number. Because that's what it is.
It amounts to that.
That's really, really
strange. They can't call you and talk to you, but they can text. It's them texting you.
Yeah.
They're sending you a text message that everyone else can see, too.
Why would you do that to yourself?
Why?
Why would I do that? I don't even know why I'm doing it.
You know why? Because we're also all pompous enough to think everyone wants to see what we have to say.
True.
So it kind of opens you up to the other half of that, which was now people commenting on.
Really strange.
It is
whatever.
Odd. It's this whole community now where everyone has access to everyone.
Mm-hmm. Where were we?
We were at the Imus appearance. And then we did that. We the interview segment was very
right
interesting and kind of fun. We were all up on the stage in a little semicircle around this nice little table with Don Imus there and Sean Hannity and then me and then Opie. And Imus was interviewing. I didn't know this was going to be the format, by the way. I thought it was going to be kind of us with headphones on, microphone, Imus.
Doing a little radio.
And Bartlett, Hannity doing some radio.
Yeah, we did one of these a couple years back. It was like that.
Yeah.
We were the only ones brave enough to go on Imus' show after he got fucked, if you remember.
Well, that's kind of, it's us.
Yeah,
For the love of God.
Yeah.
What are we trying to fucking protect?
I know I'm never going to hammer this point home to a lot of people out there, but Imus is a very nice, charitable guy. But but everyone just wants to yell racist wherever he goes.
I know. It's terrible.
The guy has raised a shitload of money. He's raised more money than any other radio guy, easily.
Well,
easily. There's hospitals named after him, wings of hospitals that he raised.
There are so many people out there that will never look at actual things that are done. They will look at symbolic things that are said or implied or joked about and completely wipe out a person's life of work.
Right.
What they've done to better their neighborhood or the world or health of children is what Imus is doing. And then it's like, oh, he said that? Well, fuck him, and he should be removed from everything. It's like, really, what's more important? A slip of the tongue during a fucking live radio broadcast where you're just going off the cuff? Or a lifetime of work for charitable contributions to children? You fucking people make me sick sometimes.
I would love to know how much money Al Sharpton has raised in his career.
Yeah.
For charitable causes.
Without it going into his fucking pocket.
Look, I'm not a huge charitable guy, but I try and I do contribute when I can.
We all give to what we feel is important to us. You know, and people that are close to us, but
Imus looked at as a bad guy, and Sharpton,
Yeah.
Sharpton's just an asshole. We all know that, but
there are people that take him so
I would
seriously.
love to know how much money he's given to charity. I bet you it's minuscule at best. Yeah, thank you, Kevin from Connecticut. My idea. So we all pay too many taxes. And you got the Big A where we're helping out a little bit here.
Yeah.
And I still have to give to the cancer kids charity through my old high school, Harbor Fields High School. I haven't forgotten.
You doing that?
Well, I don't want to use my credit card online.
Really?
Well, I use it some places, but then other places I'm like, man, I don't know, man.
Yeah.
So I almost want this person to just stop by F.H. Riley's. I'll leave some cash for them. Make it easy that way. Just look up Brett and say, Brett, your brother left me some money.
Oh, really? This sounds like a shady deal now. You have a drop location for money at a bar. What are you doing?
Brett will give you $1,000, and it's only for the one guy, and I'll give Brett the name.
Is that what it has to be?
Yes. Well, because now everyone
set up a dead drop. Yeah.
Everyone local around my brother's restaurant, now they're going to come in going, Brett, your brother left me $1,000.
Left me $1,000. I'm here to pick it up.
No, there's a code. There's a code name for this one.
There's a code.
Name.
This does sound shady.
My idea, because we all pay way too many taxes. Just imagine if the government, you're going to have to, give them money anyway.
Yeah.
But what if a small percent of your taxes, you were able to go, this is what I want to do with it?
Oh, yeah. Uh-huh.
How great would that be?
That is.
Because I don't trust the government and what they're doing with my taxes. Now, I understand they can't make it where you decide where all your tax money is going. Yeah. Just at least give you a little small percentage so you feel like you have some control of where your money's going.
Just a little bit.
Even if that means helping out your own family, maybe your own little neighborhood, maybe a Big A type.
So they would tax you and not increase the tax and add that to your tax.
No.
So it's like, here's
Whatever
what your tax, but then you get a percentage and you're like
give me 5%.
Yeah, 5%.
Give me 5% of the money I have to give the government that I actually write and tell you what you have to do with it. And I get a receipt that you actually did that. How great would that be?
That's pretty good.
Why trust the government with our tax dollar? With every cent.
Like, yeah, they got to pay for the roads and shit and the army and everything like that. But you get a little bit where you can give it to whatever.
I think I would feel way better about paying taxes. At least I would know, okay, I at least know this amount of money went to something I give a shit about. And maybe there's even a list the government comes up with, so you can't, I don't know.
Give to like Al Qaeda or something.
Right.
It's like if my tax dollars going to Al Qaeda.
I like that idea.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Because I would like to help my family more, but with the taxes we pay, it makes it hard.
Yeah.
It really makes it hard.
Yeah, you're constantly just trying to juggle your finances because they tax the shit out of you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, so so the Imus interview was good.
Yeah, we're doing
the
that.
audience was a bit old.
Yeah. Well, it was an Imus demo. Imus doesn't pull a demo like our show or.
And I wish I had the audio because Imus is going through our careers again.
Yeah,
we've told this story so many fucking times, but I guess it's new for those people.
Oh yeah.
And then we got to the Sex for Sam stunt, and
oh boy,
Ant took that one on.
Wow!
And I look at him,
of an old crowd,
and I look at him at one point. I go, "You're trying to turn this crowd around? There's no way."
Yeah, I know.
You were trying to sell this. You were trying to sell this bit to this crowd. Like, look, go with it with us here.
They
were horrified when you were telling the story.
I know. My preface lasted quite a while because I was trying to soften the beaches,
right?
Because I knew it was coming, so I was trying to soften the beaches by letting them know, look. This is gonna be bad. I know what we're saying, what our story is here, and it's not good. You're not gonna sit there and be like, oh, that's great, but and then I tried to tell it in a little humorous way, where there were a couple of laughs and self-deprecation, and we understand how awful it was. So I think for as crazy as it is to tell that story to that audience. It was probably the best I could have done with that situation.
Yeah, we got a few laughs.
Yeah.
I looked at one point. There was a real old guy, dead center, laughing his ass off.
Yeah.
He gets it.
No, he's laughing.
He's laughing.
He's laughing.
He got it.
He's laughing.
But the rest of them, there were a few moans and
I saw
groaning and
at one point during the Sex for Sam soliloquy.
Yeah.
I saw an older woman literally put her hand to her mouth.
Oh, really?
And go.
And gasp?
She gasped.
Oops.
She gasped with her hand over her mouth.
A bit of a gasp.
And I was looking like, oh, fuck.
Right.
Maybe I went too far.
Nah, not really.
Maybe it was when I said the phone line went and it's like, hey, they're fucking.
Yeah.
And I said fucking.
Oh, we weren't on radio.
And Sean Hannity just puts
Or
his head
TV.
down, starts shaking his head like, oh, boy.
Yeah, Sean was a little uncomfortable with that.
He's cool.
He supported us through that whole thing. But,
Yeah.
But I think personally he was disgusted with us because I believe he's a bit religious.
Well, he's a Christian and
Christian conservative.
he's a conservative, and
Those people are terrific.
Hey, Sean likes to have fun though. It's not like one of those you stick in the mud guys. You can tell he likes to have a lot of fun. He's a great family guy. Mm-hmm. He likes shooting. Mm-hmm. He likes playing tennis. He spends time with his kids and stuff. He's a regular guy. So he's a good guy. I like the Hannity.
All right. Well, we got some behind-the-scenes audio of the Kiss Me on My Miss event because we figured someone should record something.
I know, for the love of God.
So I think good old Sam.
Of course, it's Sam.
Well, he's working off the clock. He didn't have to fucking be there. He showed up.
Neither did we.
True. He showed up and talked to us in the green room right after the interview we did with Imus on the stage for the charity event.
Yeah.
So we got a couple tracks here. The first one, O&A talk about the interview. Okay.
Oh, this was afterwards?
Right after.
Okay.
What happened?
I don't know what that was. It was almost like in the actor's studio for radio.
Yeah, except not aired anywhere.
Except
a television show.
It was a one-off.
It was a complete waste of time. because it wasn't on TV or radio.
Right. Yeah.
If there's no TV or radio, why would you do anything?
The brilliance will never be captured.
I wasn't even recording it.
No.
Oh, really?
See?
No.
I'm sure somebody was.
The audience was old as dirt, and they hated us.
Yeah, there were a couple people.
Ant's trying to explain our St. Pat's.
Did
you look at the audience when that was going on?
Yeah, they were horrified, and Ant's trying to sell. No, I think I could turn you guys around.
I literally saw a woman put her hand over her mouth and gasp. She went like,
You like excused yourself by saying it actually wasn't in the church. It was
in the vestibule of said church.
As if that was going to make them
further away from the giant crucifix, the better.
Right.
The image of that.
You were losing Sean Hannity, your pal. He was even shaking his head, going, "Oh my God."
Well, I was trying to word it. Well, Don asked the question. I had to answer, and I was wording it in a way where I said sexual encounter and that, and then I had to throw the F-bomb in because,
Shock Jock's in the house.
I'm a shock jock. Look out. Shocking. Winning, shocking. Duh.
So that was audio from last night, and we just did that whole break right before we played that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I know.
That's kind of weird, but
I don't know what we did.
Another observation, we decided to do a little more behind-the-scenes stuff. We need a better recorder. How old is that
What
thing?
is that thing? Yeah, it looks it looks old.
It's the sound of it is horrible. Horrible.
Yeah.
I get better audio on my Flip.
Yeah, what is that thing? It looks like an oldie style cell phone.
Who runs the channel these days? Do we know?
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Just you don't know? All right. Whoever's running the channel, if they could get us a better recorder for the behind the scenes stuff, that would be very nice. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Consider this official. We don't have to have a meeting about it. Just go out and get a nice recorder for us. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
Then I talked to Hannity about doing his show. That's the first thing he said as soon as I showed up.
Yeah. He is obsessed.
I know, and it kind of enough already.
He wants you on that show.
But I don't know politics.
I don't know.
I do what I can on this show when we talk politics, but I don't really have the passion to talk politics on Fox News.
He wants you on there.
I mean, before he even said hi, he goes, "When are you doing my show?" And then he wanted me to do the show with you last night.
Yeah.
But I was dressed like a fucking bum. I thought there was a casual event, and you guys are all in suits. Well, I knew you'd be in a suit because you were actually doing Hannity.
Yeah.
Hannity, I don't think he owns anything but suits. And even Imus was kind of dressed. And then I have almost like a Vietnam jacket on.
I like that thing, by the way. That's a great old school, fucking Nam era looking jacket.
That's brand new, too.
Pretty cool.
I'll tell you where I got it.
Oh.
Little retro jacket.
Retro.
That I just bought. But
I like it.
But I actually had a nice dress shirt on stuff, and as I was leaving the house, my girl's going, "Nah, man, it's a casual event."
Oh, no. Undermined.
She undermined me a little bit. And I'm thinking, Hard Rock Cafe, we've had events there. The beer's probably going to be flowing. I don't think there was any beer in the entire event.
No.
There wasn't, right?
Oh, believe me, I know.
And you were what's the word? Creepy?
Yeah, creepily.
All right, we'll go with creepily sober last night.
I was,
it was
really.
very bothersome.
It was bothersome to me.
Was it?
It was.
You were chomping at the bit.
I was.
You were torn, man. I saw it in your eyes.
I was going crazy.
Because you knew the Imus event was a throwaway event, so you're like, I could have a few at this damn thing.
That's
but then you
thought.
had Hannity right afterwards.
But I had Hannity after, and I knew I couldn't fucking go on Hannity like fucking 3 sheets to the wind.
Were you itching?
Yeah, I was itching.
Were the shakes happening?
I was getting the shakes. I was getting the cold sweats. I needed to get well.
How many does it take to get well? One?
But yeah, one, and I'm feeling.
And you're feeling
I'm
well?
feeling better. So I realized it was probably about 8:30. At 8 o'clock, I had to be over at Fox at 9 for Hannity's show. So at 8 o'clock, me and Melissa were walking over to Fox, and we realized we hadn't eaten anything, and we stopped to get some dinner. And that was the first beer I had. I had 1 Guinness with dinner, and that was it. And then we went and did Hannity, and then I get done with Hannity. Now it's St. Patty's Day. It's after 10 o'clock.
And you've had one?
And I've had 1 fucking Guinness.
But that's good, because we said it was amateur day anyway.
I know, but I kind of want to jump in. I kind of... So, and then I went back to the hotel.
You kind of just dipped your toes in.
Dipped my toes in a little bit.
You wanted to fucking cannonball it, man.
Oh, I would have... We've been to we've done events on St. Patty's Day.
I didn't know how to talk to you sober.
I know, it was very odd.
I
had water in my hand, a water bottle.
What do I say to him?
I don't know.
I could talk to him when we're doing radio together. That's easy. But when we're out and about, I don't know how to talk to you if you're sober.
I hate remembering what I said.
Sam, what's up? Are we getting a better recorder?
Sam?
Well, I traded in the old recorder for this one because the old recorder doesn't keep a charge.
Yeah, that thing sucks.
It's not that bad.
No, it's bad.
That's bad.
It's bad.
It's got double. I need something with AA batteries though, because the old ones would run out of a charge.
Where'd you
in
get
10
that?
minutes. This is.
Yeah, tell him to get us a better recorder.
It looks like a shaver or a big cell phone.
Imus didn't know what it was. That's why I didn't go to Imus for a comment, because as soon as I went in there, he was like,
he's intimidating.
He goes,
yeah. What is that?
What is that? One of those recorders?
Recorder? What?
Yeah, but it's not on, and I just kind of put it in my pocket.
Why don't you
okay.
get the fuck out of here, you fucking...
He's very aware.
Cocksucker.
He's very aware people around him could be recording him to try to ruin his career. So
yeah, he doesn't really like that.
Now tell the boys down the hall. You know the money they saved re-signing us.
Yeah,
use some of that money and get us a much better recorder.
Buy 1 digital fucking recorder.
Exactly. Yeah, the audio's not that good. It's passable, but if we're going to be doing behind-the-scenes stuff, we need something a little better.
But then they're going to give me a recorder and the charger's going to run out.
No, tell them to figure it all out.
Need a brand new one that works and not some old fucking piece of shit.
Maybe you should present to them which one you'd like.
Yeah, how about that? Do a little research. What do you want that one for? Why are you attached to that one?
Did you hear what it sounded like?
You just got
There's dropouts and everything.
No, there are dropouts.
There were dropouts.
I think Mars is also working on an external microphone for this recorder.
Fuck that one.
But
go to B&H. Go to the website. Go to B&H.com there, whatever it is, and pick out something good. Read the reviews on it, and then submit it to them and go, we as a show need this, and then they say no.
No.
And then we
go. We need this. And Opie and Anthony are saying, you saved a shitload of money fucking them over in the last contract, so they want you to use some of that money to get me a better recorder.
There are some dropout issues, but I feel like if we just get a mic on this recorder...
No. It's got a better recorder.
All right.
Make those guys work a few minutes for the I was going to say for the show.
Oh, yeah.
For the channel. All right, more behind-the-scenes audio right after the interview we did with Mr. Imus and Sean Hannity.
Mr. Imus.
Now, you're on your way to do Hannity now.
Yeah.
Opie, Hannity was trying to get you to do his show.
He actually said come over tonight, but I'm not dressed for it, Sam, so I'm going to go home.
You could you look fine without the jacket on.
And do you think...
Actually, that's like Vietnam era shit. That's nice. I would definitely fucking wear that.
Do you think Opie's ever going to end up on Hannity's TV show?
No.
Obi?
I think I'm actually going to not do it, yeah.
Unless he wants to talk about what?
Like we would have went on and talked about Charlie Sheen.
Different things to call beer.
Or Gilbert Gottfried.
Different things to call
Yeah, maybe
road sodas.
Talk about road sodas.
Yeah, the first one has come in, by the way, Jordan Scranton. Only one road soda, Anthony, before Hannity.
I know. I needed more road sodas.
And I'm fully aware I sound like a complete asshole bringing road soda to the radio show, by the way.
I needed more road sodas. It was St. Patty's Day, and I think that's the first St. Patty's Day in a lifetime. I haven't been hammered.
Dude, I swear to you, on the way down Imus, I forgot this until just a second. I almost saw a drunk just get fucking crushed by a car. This guy jammed on his brakes to the point I thought the airbags were going to pop.
Really? Woo!
Yeah.
One of those?
And then the drunk looks at the driver like, what's, just has no clue.
It was fucking
The
insane
guy missed him
yesterday.
by, I swear to you, less than a foot. And it was a green light.
Yeah.
We were stopped at the light, and it just turned green, and the guy was still walking across. He walked in front of our cab.
Yeah.
And then it's clear sailing on the right side, and this guy almost got fucking plowed right in front of my eyes.
It was a cavalcade of drunks. And like I said, I usually have a few during our broadcast, or right after our broadcast, which would be the morning on St. Patty's Day, because we've been out and, people are, fans are giving us beers and shit like that.
Yeah.
And without having that yesterday, I had to walk from here to John Sahog yesterday, and I had to cross 5th, which was a pain in the fucking ass with a parade going.
Did I tell you?
Oh, yeah, it's crazy.
You have to run in between bands if the cops let you.
No, you have to wait. There's certain roads where you're allowed to cross.
Right.
And you have to wait in a big line.
Right.
And then the
cattle.
cops go, all right, go,
Yeah.
in between like marching bands.
But you know what the problem is with that, especially if you're driving? They'll make you, they'll let you go down a block, but you don't know that you can't cut through the parade until they stop it.
Right.
So I made a boo-boo, and I assumed because that they were letting cars go down this one road, I figured, okay, well, obviously they're going to let traffic flow across the parade route. So I took the turn.
Oh, no.
But what I didn't realize was that they were shutting it down again, and then only opening it up to traffic maybe for a minute every 15.
I know, yeah, because they got to stop the parade. And then people are just marching in place.
Yeah.
And you get to go either walk or drive. I've had to drive home through the parade, and it's a nightmare.
Literally through the parade.
Yeah, you go through the parade.
Like they move barricades, and then you drive, and then they put the barricades
No,
on.
I like to think that he actually fucking drove through the
believe
parade.
me, yeah, there are some parades I really want to do that. Not the St. Patty's Day parade.
Shit.
There are a few I'd like to, goose the gas.
Shit.
But I had to walk, so got across the parade route, and the drunks. Now I could deal with drunks when I'm drinking, but being sober, it was just an annoying mass of drunken people yelling. Just the yelling and the vuvuzelas, the vuvuzela. People think that's kind of still cool to the big green ones.
Yeah.
And then I'm walking right, and there's this fat chick, big fat nasty chick in some green wife beater thing with her blubber hanging out, and her skinny friend is kind of guiding her through the crowd, and I'm kind of working my way through the crowd, and. You know how when you walk in, you swing your arm a little? I swung my arm, and my elbows, kind of brushed the side of her big fat tit.
Of the fat girl?
Yeah. As I was going past her.
Right.
And she goes, she goes, excuse me. Like, in this crowd that is pressed together, there's no room for anyone. That people aren't going to bump into each other. And if you're saying excuse me to everyone you bump into, you'd just be saying excuse me the whole time. There are certain times, you say excuse me, I'm sorry, whatever.
Right.
But I'm just moving. I don't care. I'm moving. And she goes, excuse me. And I kept walking, and I didn't look at her. I just kind of put one hand up like, yeah, I got you. Like acknowledging I heard that. And she's like, well, fuck you.
Jesus. What a mess.
And then I just put my hand up again. I went, fat cunt, and kept walking. Like, that was my exchange.
Good for you, man.
That was my exchange.
You sure you weren't going for an ET?
No, I wasn't going for an ET. It would have been easy.
See, me and my boys, after a few road sodas, then we'd go to Huntington. We'd go to, what is it?
What is this, American Graffiti? When did you grow up, the 50s?
And we would actually do ETs in
Hey,
bars.
let's go elbow titting. Bang, a dang, bang, a dong, dang.
Yeah, Open all his buddies are going to go try to find a body in the woods.
Yeah.
He's got the cobras carved into his bicep.
Yeah. We were fucking nerds, man.
Elbow tit.
I guess it's finally admit I was pretty nerdy growing up.
A
We
nerd?
would go to the bars and then we would take turns going through the crowd to get ETs.
Yeah, hey,
And see who was brave enough to get ETs.
Hey, yeah, look, you do look like the guy.
Oh, Jesus. Give me a break.
What is that, Stand By Me?
Yeah, great. Yeah. I just watched it the
Stand
other
By
day.
Me,
So
yeah.
I think a Blu-ray's coming out next week or two.
Yeah, that's a good movie.
They just had the anniversary, didn't
Yeah,
they?
25th anniversary.
Wasn't
I think
someone
that's what
missing
Blu-ray's
from the
for.
picture? Oops.
Oops.
Who's missing? Am I missing somebody?
River Phoenix?
Oh,
right.
wait.
Oh, he was in that, right? Yeah.
I don't. What
Was he pudgy back then?
No. That's not him.
Wait, not the pud.
Which one am I thinking? I saw a picture recently. Am I
No, they're
thinking
all
Stand
there.
By Me? What
No, he
did
wasn't
I
in there.
say? Where they said River Phoenix is missing. What movie?
Damn it.
Corey Feldman was there.
I'm waiting for an answer to pop up. But no one's giving it to me.
Oh, boy.
Come on, people. You're
I
talking
thinking-
about all kinds of shit.
Am I thinking something completely different?
Hang on, I'll check his.
Let's just stop the show.
Oh, he wasn't Stand By Me.
Okay.
Yes.
God, I thought I was losing my mind. All right. I know I'm losing my mind, but okay. Yeah, they had a picture because it's the 25th anniversary, I think.
Yeah.
And they got a bunch of the guys together, and River Phoenix obviously was
not there.
missing from the photo.
Cut down in his prime.
And I
if you
saw
will.
that Corey Feldman was in the photo, and I
Yeah.
got to tell you, an update, he's still hurting.
Is he hurting?
Corey Feldman is still hurting.
Still hurting from
Hurting.
Michael Jackson.
And the other Corey dying. He had
right.
He had a double whammy in the
There
last
it
year.
is.
I never realized that was him.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
him.
Yeah, man. I was like, yes, he was in Stand By Me. I haven't
that
seen
was-
the movie in years, but okay.
I get confused because that fat kid grew up to be somebody, so I always
Right.
get confused, like which one is who.
The fat kid.
Yeah.
Grew up to be the sliders guy. That's all I know him for. Sliders.
So you got through the crowd yesterday.
Yeah. I got through the crowd and
Called a fat pig a fat cunt.
a fat cunt because she said fuck you. And by the way, that was the whole crowd. Everyone was just yelling, and then like guys just yelling at girls for no fucking reason. Yeah, woo! A lot of woos. It's like, and it wouldn't bother me if I had been drinking,
Had a
but I
few.
wasn't, So yeah.
So you
It gets
felt
like,
out of place, huh?
I felt so out of place.
All right. Then after the interview at the Kiss Me I Miss charity event, Amp believes Hannity used to drink and drive.
Well, just
me and-
based on geography
I don't know.
alone.
I don't want to like do the clip before we play the clip, but the setup. Aunt and I were talking about the old days, Long Island.
Old days.
You absolutely was drinking and driving,
Right.
And it was sort of accepted.
Growing up, that's what you did.
And Sam, who's a lot younger than us, was completely outraged. And I'm like, we're not trying to be shocking. This was something that a lot of the older guys, no matter where you live, could relate to.
You got your car, you got your license, you got your car, you got your friends, and you drank, and you drove around your local town.
I believe-
Look, scoping chicks,
Right.
which you never got.
Right. No,
by
of
the
course
way.
not.
Yeah.
And in a lot of cases, the cops would see you driving drunk.
Yeah.
And they would take your keys until the end of their shift.
Yeah.
Or they would tell you to go to a fucking diner if you were close. And, if I see that car pull out in the next few hours, I am going to arrest you. You would make
Yeah.
deals with the cops in general. They also were arresting people, yes, but not as much as they do now. And
Oh, yeah.
I have to say, we're better off now, yes.
Right.
But,
I'm not saying it's a good thing.
but we did live through this era where it was more accepted.
yeah, it was.
They kind of just went with it.
It was.
And Sam was shocked, and I think we were talking about that, and then we brought up Hannity again.
I have a feeling Sean Hannity didn't grow up getting road sodas.
No.
He was a goody two-shoes.
You think he was all the time?
His entire life,
Grew up
yes.
on Long Island, so he might
Yes.
have gone through that Long Island phase in his teens, maybe, where he was drunk and driving and out with his friends. Like me.
You're saying Sean Hannity must have gone through a phase where he was drunk and driving.
I did just say that, didn't I? Wow. Okay.
Sam, you're a younger guy, man. That was part of the culture on Long Island.
Drunk driving.
Yes!
Okay.
The older people listening to this are shaking their heads yes right now. Yes, that's what is unbelievable.
Just as some neighborhoods, the kids would ride their bikes and hopscotch and perhaps play Ring Alivio, we would drunk drive.
Yeah, we definitely need a better mic
Yes.
recorder.
It's terrible.
You know what I noticed?
Was someone's cell phone being picked up on the recorder?
Is that what
I think
it was?
I heard
I don't know. We could do way better than that as a show.
Yes.
You know what I noticed? We couldn't help ourselves. We had to do radio because we just did a half hour to 40 minutes on a stage where they didn't record anything. So then we go back to the green room like, somebody turn on a recorder.
We have things to say that have to be recorded for prosperity.
Right. You can hear us. We went into radio mode.
Yeah.
We just couldn't help ourselves. And then finally, one more cut from backstage last night. And Imus got involved at the end of this. Which is
right.
Great. I think it continues the discussion of drinking and driving.
Yeah.
And if Hannity was a goody two-shoes.
Nah, he's too much of a goody two-shoes. He
You
doesn't
think
understand.
he was? No, I see it as he grew up on Long
Ask
Island.
Mr. Imus.
I see it as
Do you think Sean Hannity ever had a wild side?
They were really asking. They just
Long
said
Island.
that they think that Sean Hannity, when he was a child, or not when he was a child, when he was younger, used to drink and drive.
Well, Long Island, you would drink and drive and just, have
It's
fun.
always guys like that are just real freaks, you know.
You think?
Oh, absolutely.
You think he had a wild side?
Oh, absolutely. I think he does now.
You think he does? Like,
absolutely.
keeps it hidden, keeps it under
I
wraps.
think he's tied up interns on the weekend.
Yeah. I think he wears panties when he's doing his show at Fox. Can you check for the panties tonight, Anthony?
I'll give a look.
All right.
Good luck,
Get out of
Ant.
here. We're not supposed to be on radio today. Yeah, really. What are you doing?
There you go.
I didn't see any panties, by the way.
No.
Yeah.
You didn't see panty lines?
I didn't see any
You
panty
looked all
lines
right.
or anything. I like, as a matter of fact, Sean Hannity wears the most beat-up jeans and sneakers
Oh, I saw that.
with his suit jacket, but he's sitting behind that desk.
Yeah.
So he looks all official, like you'd think he's wearing an entire suit.
Yeah.
But he's just wearing the jacket and the nice shirt, and then he stands up, and the lower half's just a wreck.
It's a mess. His sneakers are really kind of old.
He's
and they look
comfy.
like they might smell.
I
You know that.
I don't know about that.
But the type
Like
of sneak.
they've been around too long?
Yes.
Yeah.
You did well on Hannity last night. They didn't give you much time though.
No, I didn't give me much time, and then the lib sitting next to me, she was a little bit lippy.
The blonde?
She wouldn't shut up. I tried a couple of times to really launch myself in, which I don't normally do on those shows because it is a give and take, a back and forth, so you kind of wait and pick your spots. But she wouldn't shut up, so I tried to launch myself in at one point, and wow, she just shut me down. She wouldn't stop talking.
Now you know how I felt on Letterman.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
I'm just fucking with you.
Maybe she was just extremely nervous and just kept talking.
Well, maybe. Yeah.
Maybe that was it.
Now you know how it feels. I'm fucking with you.
Oh, shit.
But you made the one of my favorite news sites, and I think once again I got to thank Andy Levy.
Oh,
Mediaite.
really?
Yeah, because they just take a look at everybody.
Yeah.
I like that.
That is pretty cool.
I don't like taking the one angle. I
Yeah.
don't like just going to MSNBC or Fox. Like Mediaite, they give you a little MSNBC.
Mediaite?
Yeah, because it's media. Is it two I's in a row? Now I got to remember because it's spelled weird. Media. Oh, okay. So it's MEDIAITE.com, I believe.
Mediaite.
And they got videos from all over the place. So and you get maybe a Jon Stewart video, then you get a Rush Limbaugh video,
Yeah.
and then you got you know the deal.
So it's a little bit of everything. Yeah.
I think so, and I like it. And you made the site.
Oh, really? I didn't even know that.
Basically saying you were agreeing with Sean Hannity, and then this broad.
This broad.
It was good enough that they picked up on it and decided to. I think they either have the video of her babbling or a quick article on it.
Yeah, she. Well, she was going off, and she's a lefty, so it was a good exchange. And Hannity gets this attitude sometimes when these liberals are talking, where he's just like, "Really? Oh yeah, yeah." And then what? Like he gets this thing. It's like, holy shit, he's getting kind of edgy with this this girl.
It sounds like he doesn't want any lefties on a show at all, and it seems
he likes it. He likes the combat thing there. But I think sometimes when like Jimmy's on the show or when I'm on the show, he likes kind of like really sticking it to the people.
Yeah.
And being like, oh yeah, doing his brackets.
Yeah.
The president was doing his brackets.
Yeah.
31 days after the Libyan thing kicks up, he's finally decided he's going to, chime in with something. Really? And she's talking. He's like, really? And it's funny because it's like, it's one of the tactics from this show. So
he gets really mad.
Kind of odd to see.
It just sucked. You guys didn't have a lot of time. They introduced you at like 52.
Yeah, he had a Newt Gingrich
past the hour.
Interview.
Too much Newt.
And there was a lot of news they had to get to and shit. That Shep Smith is going to come back glowing in the fucking dark. And with zero sleep. I think the radiation is the only thing keeping him awake. You go to the news and you watch, Fox News for your Japan news, and he's always on.
Yeah.
It's light out, he's on. It's dark out, he's on.
Yeah.
It's dusk in Japan, he's on.
Yeah, he's real close, isn't
and
he?
he should. Yeah, I bet
is that you or me?
He's going to have some kind of problems. That wasn't me. Something danged. Something dinged. Something ring-a-did.
Something's done.
Something's done.
It might have been me.
Yeah, but I just like doing that show. And by the way, I'm on Red Eye tonight.
Oh, cool.
It's a kind of a Fox weekend for me.
I think Red Eye might be my speed.
Red Eye's good. Red Eye's good.
They have a little more fun.
They just goof on shit. Yeah.
I got Hannity introducing you.
Oh.
Because once again, you have to deal with the Opie question.
I know.
Tell him to just shut up. It's become this thing.
Oh, it really has. Well, that's just it. It has become a running gag.
I don't think I can hold my own on Fox News. I'll be honest.
You just got to sit there and fucking chime in. You chime in every so often. Whatever.
And he, the co-host of the Opie and Anthony show on Sirius XM satellite radio. Anthony Cumia is here. Is that how you say your last name?
Yeah,
I know your name. I know his aunt, Anthony.
I grew up with that Cumia or Cumia. I'm like, I don't care.
You don't know. You don't care. We just did an event with you and Opie and Imus.
Imus.
Yeah, it was fun.
Don Imus. We sat there and talked with Imus. Imus interviewed us, and I was like, why are we even here?
And Opie said he's going to come on the program. We're going to.
Yeah, he actually fessed up and said he's finally going to come on and do your show.
I'm very happy.
Please don't hold your breath.
Oh, really?
You might suffocate.
Oh, boy.
We'll see.
Right on, brother. Right on.
Yeah, because I was just like, he's like, why isn't he coming on my show?
Right on, brother.
Why?
I forgot to tell you, you rushed out with Sean to do his show, and I hung around with Imus because I haven't talked to him in a while, face to face, and he was like ranting and raving about your voices. And
that's cool.
He's like, oh man, he does. I almost am trying to do Imus
Really,
because
Imus.
I was talking to him, but he's like, he does the best impression of me.
That's
and he said, Rob Bartlett, he's stupid. He can't do me after all these years.
He's
stupid.
I like Rob, but he can't do me. Sucks at voices. He said
it was. It was really fucking cool. It was being up on that stage and Imus doing the interview and making Imus just crack the fuck up.
Yeah,
was kind of like, holy shit, that's cool. You kind of feel like, hey,
you were kind of
I'm doing something.
You were kind of brown nosing because
of course I was.
You did Imus, so you got Imus on your side, and then you did Reagan to get Hannity on your side.
I had to do that one because
those were the two voices you picked yesterday, and I've been around long enough to go, this motherfucker.
The second Hannity brought up Reagan,
right?
All that I was thinking is, how could I fit the dumb impression in? Because I know the audience was older, so they would have gotten the whole bit. And it was kind of a, how did you get into radio? And it turned into like how Hannity got into political radio. Mm-hmm. And he goes, listening to Ronald Reagan and stuff. So I just kind of did a quick thing of like, I came to Sean in a dream. Mm-hmm. And, the crowd liked it. They liked the old school Ronnie impression. And whenever you could drag out an impression of someone that's been dead for years and make it pertinent.
Well, yeah.
What are you going to do?
All right, I think we've made it to our first break. We got a busy show today. We got Rogan and Ari. I can never say his last name. I like Ari a lot. They're coming in at 8 o'clock to talk UFC and other things. And then Chuck Liddell coming in at 8:30. Nice.
Yeah.
And then Penn and possibly Teller.
Yeah, I'm hearing Penn and Teller coming on.
What's cool was Penn wasn't even booked for the show today, but he's in town, and he got a hold of us and said, I want to stop by and say hi to the guys. I love when that happens.
Yeah.
No stupid publicist and all that crap. He just wants to stop by and say hi.
Well, I did have an encounter yesterday walking back from John's Hog. I was going down 49th, and I see Penn and Teller walking down the sidewalk coming at me. You know, Penn's a big guy. He's very visible.
He's a giant.
You know him. He's got a look, very distinct look.
Yeah.
So he's walking past me, and I go, hey, Penn. And I just hear, then we got to go to the and he just blew me off.
Really?
Walked right past me. Didn't fucking say a word. No eye contact. I'm like, oh, God, I thought
you told me you talked to him.
No, I said I saw him.
Oh, jeez, we got to bring that up.
But not only did I see him, I was completely blown off by him when I said, hey, Penn, like I thought he was going to go, hey, how you doing? A quick, sidewalk, one of those, hey, what are you doing? Hey, be on the show tomorrow or something.
Yeah.
And introduce me, maybe, say hi to Teller, and then we're all on our way. Not a big hold-up thing if you're in a hurry.
Did he hear you think?
I don't know.
He obviously didn't recognize you because he was too busy doing his thing.
Now, to his credit, perhaps, I wasn't wearing my hat. So maybe that was, kind of a thing. But come on. Hey, Penn, it's me. I do the radio show. He's been on plenty of times. We sat here 3 feet apart from each other many times talking about a lot of things. And hey, Penn, I got the blow off.
All right, we'll bring it up when he gets in here.
Yes, we will.
By the way, I took a few pictures last night and a quick video on the stage, but I don't know. I wanted to videotape the whole thing, knowing that no one else was.
I know. Just get something.
So I think I got like 40 seconds, and then I realized, all right, turn this fucking thing off and have a little fun. So
it's a little tidbit.
But if you go to my Twitter, you got some pics and a quick video, OP Radio. And I think E-Rock's got a whole bunch of pictures he's going to post soon. I don't know where. We'll have that info later. What, you got it?
No, he's on the shitter. I was just going to tell you he's taking a shit. So I don't know where they are.
Oh, and to wrap up the whole discussion about last night, Sean Hannity didn't recognize E-Rock.
Oh, my God.
Oh, yes.
This is really important. Because E-Rock,
that's right.
likes us to think that he's kind of
a mover and a shaker. He's in there.
That
he's
the guy with
the
to all the radio guys and stuff.
Right.
And he's always getting to me going, hey, Sean Hannity says hi. Hey, Sean Hannity wrote me. He wants to know when you're doing a show. Sean is thinking, maybe he'll call about Obama.
Well, I was talking to Sean, and he said...
Thank you. There's a lot of... I was talking to Sean, or Sean said, or Sean this, Sean that.
He made it seem like to all of us who work here that they used to work together, that he used to work with Sean Hannity.
Yeah,
right.
And so they were boys.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie to you.
Boy.
I was kind of impressed.
Yeah.
That E-Rock kind of knows Sean a little better
the young go-getter
than most people in this business.
I mean, walking into the Hard Rock, I was like, E-Rock, maybe you could help hook up. I get a soundbite from Sean Hannity. You can help hook that up.
Yeah.
And I knew that wasn't going to happen because we were sitting in the green room there.
This was so embarrassing for E-Rock.
I already got the douche chills.
I know.
Go ahead, Sal.
Anthony, you were there. Opie, I believe you were there too. Mr. Imus was in there. And Sean Hannity walked in. And he said hi to you, Anthony, you, Opie. He said hi to Imus. And then he said hi to all of us, me, E-Rock, and Roland, who was there for some reason. I don't know why. And,
just hang out.
But he said hi to us as a group. Hey, guys, how are you doing? And he sat down and he looked at the three of us. He knew we were from the Opie and Anthony show.
Yeah.
And said, so which one of you was the one who writes me? Oh. And I went, in my head, I'm going, what?
It's like, wait a minute.
What? And E-Rock raises his hand.
Yeah.
And goes, that's me. And he points to him and he goes, oh, okay. Nagel? Is that it?
Nagel?
I'm going, what?
It was so embarrassing.
You're supposed to know this guy, Sean.
We're all looking like,
Sean doesn't know E-Rock.
Not a clue.
E-Rock is bothersome to Sean Hannity.
He was just another little fat man in the room.
Yeah.
It really was brutal. Also getting this in, E-Rock is a mover and a shaker.
Yeah.
When he moves, the earth shakes.
Oh.
That's
He's not even here to defend himself. He's shitting.
He's on the shitter,
He's on
as
the
you
shitter
said. I
right
believe
now.
he's on the shitter.
Oh,
Right.
boy.
When he asked me to come in and cover for him, I've never seen him move that fast.
Oh, wow, he really had to go.
Yeah, this is a big 7 a.m. shit for Eric.
He's assaulting that toilet right now.
Oh, yeah.
That toilet is being assaulted.
You think Eric had too much at the Hard Rock last
He
night?
might have.
Oh,
There
boy.
should be crime tape up
Oh, boy.
around the stall.
I love that. Hey, Terry Schiavo. They removed the feeding tube 6 years ago today. Do we have
How's
any
she
of our...
doing?
Hey, she's. Do we have any of our Schiavo material today?
I love the Schiavo.
Yeah, I think we're going to come back with something.
All right, we'll come back with something. We got a bunch of stuff in honor of that
Yes.
event.
Eric's back.
Nagel's here.
Ah.
All right, we'll take a break. And,
Nagel got to eat.
yeah, and we'll continue.
This is the Opie and Anthony Show. Opie and Anthony on the Virus, Sirius XM.
Checking out Opie and Anthony. We got a busy show today. We got Joe Rogan coming in at 8 o'clock with Ari. And Chuck Liddell at 8:30. And then Penn and possibly Teller at 9:30.
That'd be first for us.
You know, we were busy being out and about. Sorry, I'm looking at the news. They keep just showing the same exact videos over and over again.
Yeah.
Of the nuclear power plant exploding with the big chunks in the sky.
Big explosion.
And they love showing that, even though they have a lot of new videos, they like that one video of the tsunami with that black water of death.
Yeah, the goop.
The goopy one.
Goop.
Where are we at with this whole thing?
I don't know. They seem to have gotten some fire trucks there. They're just trying to spray it with water with many ways.
But
many different ways.
Didn't Michio Kaku... See, sometimes I don't know if the listeners are fucking with me or not. Because a few people wrote and said that Michio Kaku was on as an expert.
Yeah.
Saying, you know, what they're doing is like fighting a forest fire with a water gun or something.
Yeah,
like
that's what he said.
It's like, don't even bother. You can't cool this fucking thing down with the way you're doing it, dropping water from a helicopter.
Yeah, I think they tried that. I don't think they're really thinking that worked well. They just sent a bunch of firemen there with some pumper trucks, and they're trying to run a power line so they could get the pumps working again and just start gushing some water into that fucking thing. But who the hell knows? It's still up in the air. Some planes landed here from Tokyo, and they were checking the air filters of the plane, and some of them had some raised levels of radiation.
Really?
And some people had some radiation on them.
Really?
Yeah. Actually, some of the security measures they have at some of these airports, when the planes came in, they detected radiation on the planes.
Wow.
Not that much, but it's like, wow, that's fucking taken off from like Tokyo.
Yeah, kind of creepy.
Yeah, a little odd. That's what you get though when you use that atomic energy. You really don't have a choice at this point.
No,
we have to use atomic energy.
What a crazy week, though.
And then Libya. Wow, what the hell's going on over there?
I don't know. What is going on over there?
Well,
now
I guess
we're finally
they
getting
said,
involved.
Yeah.
All right.
After pretty much all the rebels have been fucking blown to pieces with Gaddafi's Air Force, they decide no-fly zone. How they're going to enforce that, though, is, I don't know, beyond me. Because the rebel guys, they're not very good. They have some anti-aircraft guns, and they shoot at shit. Something tells me they'd shoot at anything they see in the air.
Yeah.
So, like, what happens with the pilots that are trying to, like, defend them, and they just be like, just blasting at anything in the sky? Someone's got to tell them, like, look, you got to be cool.
How the fuck did Gaddafi turn this thing around?
We
thought we had an Egypt thing happening here.
Yeah, because he's bloodthirsty. That motherfucker.
A little tougher than Egypt, obviously, because he's way more aggressive.
Yeah.
But how did he turn it around? Weren't we watching the last days of him?
Because he decided he was just going to be ruthless and kill a fuckload of his own people.
A lot of his boys, they backed down and left him and retired or whatever the hell they did.
Yep.
but he still was able to turn this thing around.
Yeah, I guess from what I heard too, the rebels don't really know how to fight, so they weren't digging trenches and they weren't taking cover when these planes would fly over, and then they just get blown apart. There'd just be some guy in some back of a Toyota pickup truck with an anti-aircraft rig trying to hit these fucking planes.
Yeah, why is it always a Toyota truck?
Those Toyota trucks.
Nissan, pickup trucks.
And by the way, in every video game, they're the easiest thing to blow up.
Yeah.
Is that dumb, when you see the Toyota truck come ripping around the corner, you're just like, I got this. I got this.
Is Anderson Cooper okay?
I hope so.
We all worry about him.
We worry, yeah.
We sure do.
I don't know. He looks stressed. His hair is completely white. I think he's scared.
Let me go to Anthony in Baltimore. Anthony.
Hey.
Hey, guys. I was just watching CNN last night, and they made me feel real good about this whole Japan thing, because they said Anderson Cooper was over there, and that he was specifically keeping the Japanese government honest with their statements about the nuclear power plant. So, CNN is saving the world every day.
That's correct.
How is Anderson Cooper keeping them honest?
Yeah.
They were saying that the Japanese were downplaying the severity of the nuclear, the radiation leaks and whatnot, and that Anderson Cooper was asking them questions and making them make more honest statements.
Well, you know what? Anderson Cooper is the guy that would get up someone's ass and really try to get the truth out of him. Right?
I would believe.
It's figure of speech, right?
Much quicker than anything that came from anybody from CNN.
You thought about that last night, didn't you? You couldn't wait to use
I just popped in my head when this guy said that Anderson Cooper.
It's terrific. All right, Anthony. Anderson Cooper keeping everyone honest.
Thanks for the softball, my friend.
A little off topic. Well, way off topic. Remember when Matthew McConaughey called our show?
I certainly do.
And you talked about movie posters the whole time?
Movie posters.
I remember thinking while he was on the phone, why would an A-list celebrity call us like that?
Uh-oh.
His movie is a dud-a-roo.
Dud-a-roo?
I'm calling it a dud-a-roo.
Is it really?
And that's why he called. We only get the really big stars if they're desperate for marketing, knowing that they got a dud-a-roo.
When did we get Richard Dreyfuss? Poseidon.
Yeah.
It's amazing. We could go back to every big celebrity we've ever had.
We had Buscemi, right? No,
we never had Buscemi.
Was it Dafoe? Yeah, we had Willem.
Willem
Dafoe. And I kind of liked that movie. It was the one with Mick Foley in it, right?
Yeah.
I don't even remember the name anymore. And I remember thinking, why is Willem Dafoe sitting on our couch?
Willem Dafoe.
We're all huge fans.
Yeah.
We only get the A-listers if they're promoting a dud-a-roo.
A dud-a-roo.
Yeah, man. And the paper's not
the Lincoln Lawyer isn't
not being kind to the Lincoln Lawyer. What is Rotten Tomatoes saying about the Lincoln Lawyer, which starts today?
They say, we don't like the movie poster.
Yeah.
He's not leaning back to back with a girl, but he is leaning on the Lincoln. He's leaning against the Lincoln. He really is.
Yeah.
It's the guy can't stop leaning against his co-star. In this in this thing, it's a car, but
giving it good reviews.
What?
What is wrong with the paper I was reading this morning? Well, that's a little different than what I just read.
How many reviews are there?
Give me your papers over there.
Yeah.
Because my papers are in the shitter.
You got 47 fresh and 11 rotten.
Whoa.
Average audience says 3.3 out of 5.
Dude,
I don't see dud-a-roo there.
Oh, wow. All right,
that looks like success-a-roo.
All right, then hold on a minute.
Then what was he calling us for? Oh, hello. Hey, let me see.
What happened?
Entertainment Weekly. What'd they give it?
A B.
A B?
All right. Here we go. Lincoln is a real clunker. This is the Daily News.
Oh.
See, that's why Rotten Tomatoes, I just got caught doing what I bitch about.
That's true.
Rotten Tomatoes is great because they get, all the reviews from all the major newspapers so you get a better idea of what the movie is. If you just read the Daily News, you think this movie sucks.
Dud-a-roo.
But Roland ran this in. It's a B in Entertainment Weekly.
Yep.
And Rotten Tomatoes giving it 81% positive reviews, but this douchebag in the Daily News, now I'm going to call him a douchebag, gave it 1 star.
If they don't get interviews, Daily News, they give it a look great.
Huh?
What did he just say?
I don't know.
He said the Daily News gave it a braid.
No, I said if they don't get the interviews, they give it a bad grade.
See, I heard the Daily News gave it a braid.
Yeah, I heard braid, too.
love Roland. You can't understand him.
There's a reason potboiler paperbacks don't make good movies. There's too much outlandish plot, even for Hollywood. Yes, John Grisham translates, but judging from The Lincoln Lawyer, adapted from a best-selling series by Michael Connelly, similar writers like Jonathan Kellerman and Dave. This guy already lost me in his fucking review. Basically, he's saying it's a clunker, but it looks like he's one of the only ones saying that. So now I owe Matthew McConaughey in this movie Lincoln Lawyer an apology.
Look at you. See?
I did exactly what I bitch about. I looked at it and said, okay, 1 star. This movie's got 1 out of 5. This guy really has a problem with Matthew McConaughey.
Maybe it's just Matthew McConaughey.
So he's taking it personal that maybe he didn't get an interview with the guy or something.
Maybe he doesn't like his movie posters.
And what have you heard about Paul?
McCartney, dead.
I heard good stuff about that.
I didn't even hear about this movie until I opened the paper, and that's getting really good reviews.
Yeah, Simon Pegg, and it's the Shaun of the Dead guys.
Oh, yeah. And who's doing the voice of the alien?
That I don't remember.
Is it Will Ferrell?
I think it's Seth. Seth Rogen is doing the voice of the alien.
Oh, yeah?
A movie called Paul I didn't even hear about. We should have probably interviewed some people from this movie. It looks like it's going to be kind of cool.
Well, we have had the guys on, and they weren't really stellar. I was very disappointed.
Oh, Simon Pegg.
Simon Pegg.
True.
Please, I love the movies.
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah, I was very disappointed.
Yeah, I forgot about that. You're right.
The proverbial pulling of the teeth.
Jason Bateman's in it as well.
Oh. So Lincoln Lawyer looks like it's going to be okay. Hey, so then maybe we are turning things around and getting A-listers for real movies now.
That's crazy.
But Simon Pegg was good, but it was after the day after Imus got fired, so they waited an hour and 40 minutes in the green room before they got on.
Oh. So they took it personally?
And then Jimmy said some words that hurt their old publicist's feelings.
Oh.
What were the words? What?
The C word?
No, the other publicist was gay.
Something about a publicist being...
Well, but he kept on saying that word over and over again. And,
Did he use the F word for gay? Because they don't like that.
No, he used that a lot.
I don't like that.
And then during the interview, Jimmy goes, "How about your movie?" And then he goes, I'm angry right now because Imus got fired." And then they're like, "Oh, okay." And they didn't know what was going on.
Oh, I didn't know that.
It was like, yeah.
Well, fuck it.
Do we make your job tougher, Roland?
Oh, no, it's easy.
I know he ran in here with the Matthew McConaughey thing. He ran in. Look, I found it. I found a place where they gave it a B.
They gave it a B.
How's Kaku doing today?
What? You've talked to him?
What?
Have you talked to Michu?
He said, "I will call you in the fourth wind of the second moon." I don't know. No. I'm going to go back to take a poo-poo.
What the fuck?
I don't know.
Oh, God.
One of the pictures I took, I was trying to get a picture of Sean Hannity, leaving the bathroom awkwardly.
Yeah.
And Roland looks like such a creep in this picture. Everyone is commenting about you.
Oh, really?
What were you thinking?
Nothing.
People are convinced you want to rape Sean Hannity or something.
I was looking for the food. There was nothing back there.
There was no food for you?
There was nothing.
No. I thought like a little platter or something.
I thought there'd be a spread.
A little something,
Type
right?
of spread.
At least it did.
Or some of that chicken made with Captain Crunch, whatever the hell they make it with.
Yeah, whatever.
They still do that one?
I have no idea. What is it?
That's Planet Hollywood.
So your goal is to get Michu Kaku back in our good graces.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I told him we got brand new phone lines. Unfortunately,
oh, good. Yeah.
Phone lines broke at the time.
Call him today.
Yeah, he's doing Letterman next week.
Really?
Yeah.
He's blowing up. Call him. Today could be the day because the Japanese thing is kind of just sitting there right now.
Is this excited guy?
Which one?
In the middle TV?
Japan, there is either no water or virtually no water, putting us back into this situation. The
He's
pot
got pots
on
and
top
pans
of the
on a
flame.
stove trying
How
to
do we resolve that?
tell us about.
Well, of course, we can add water. And this is exactly what the Japanese are trying to do
He's got
right now.
pasta
They're
in a
trying to get
fucking
water
pan.
into that pool any way they can, even by helicopter dump, all to avoid a nuclear catastrophe. Karen, Christine?
And of course, that will cause a fire in your kitchen if it were the experiment. But the problem here is the radioactivity. That is what's just dangerous about
What
this.
did you just and the fact that they haven't been able, still to get a handle on that part of it. So we're going to continue to watch those developments. Alan, thanks.
Yeah, you
Top stories now. Danger rising around Japan's Fukushima nuclear plant.
More broads telling me the news.
BIM's trying to fucking describe nuclear power.
Look, I know women could be intelligent, but they're all dolled up. Right now, they're getting their makeup touched up for the next story.
Right now, a makeup artist is in front of them, tapping their face with a little sponge.
I'm going to keep hammering the point home. I want bedhead guy with a holy shit look on his face. And what are they doing on CNN? They're describing the nuclear power plant or the with pots and pans.
It was a guy in a kitchen with a pot and some pasta thrown into the pot, and then he put it on the stove, and, obviously that would burn, so he goes, you add water, and he added water.
No shit!
He was doing a cooking show segment based on the nuclear disaster.
And was the pasta the rods?
Yeah, those would be the rods.
The rods.
Rods.
I thought it was an infomercial.
I know, that's what it looked like.
Because you said, is that the guy that yells and screams loud? I'm like, okay, an infomercial guy. We could do this for a minute. No. And then I noticed it's CNN. And they're describing the situation at the power plant with pots and pans.
We'll double the fuel rods, just pay separate shipping and handling. That's a scam.
Let me go to Brian in Philly. Brian.
Hey, good morning, Opie. Anthony, according to this morning's Los Angeles Times online, they're saying that the containment pool for the rods is cracked. And it can't hold water.
Oh, boy.
Is that a bad thing?
No, that's a good thing, I would say. That way it bursts into flames, and we get rid of it in 10,000 years.
Oh, it's fantastic.
The longest journey starts with one step. So if we just let it go and wait 10,000 years, one day turns into 2, turns into a week. You know how quickly, like a year goes by? Just take 10,000 of those.
Wow. Earth years, that's nothing.
It's nothing.
We'll be long gone. And then finally the place will be normal again.
Yes.
All right, sir. Thank you. Let me go to Drew in Jersey. A lot of questions coming in today. Drew.
You know about the supermoon that's supposed to be happening tomorrow?
Supermoon.
Well.
Yeah, and this is supposed to do what?
Well, the supermoon's going to fuck some things up, but it's going to happen on the 22nd or 23rd. I'm holding to that.
Yeah.
You need a couple days of the supermoon, and then the shit starts hitting the fan.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly what, but something big's going to happen on the 22nd or 23rd.
Supermoon.
Yes.
You think that's going to be the little detonator for something?
Yeah.
Oh.
What do you know about the supermoon? What does it mean?
I don't know much about it. I've never heard of the supermoon.
It doesn't mean the moon is closer than it's ever been or been for a very long time.
Yeah, and it's a full moon. So
the tides.
Maybe the high tides. Are we going to get that?
Higher,
more
higher.
Flooding in Jersey?
Little flooding.
Is that what's going to happen?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know what the supermoon is.
See, if I didn't hang up on Michikaku,
we could have talked to him.
That would be a great question.
The supermoon is click.
No, I wouldn't do that. Dude, you got to remember.
Yeah.
When we were fucking with Michikaku, nothing happened yet.
Yeah.
We called him about the guy that wanted the $10,000 to make his own nuclear reaction.
Yeah, we were trying to figure out what kind of reaction it was and is it feasible. And we figured we would talk to him, so we wasted it.
We wasted a good phone call.
We wasted it.
And then the shit hit the fan the next day, and we could have used Michikaku. So I have horrible timing. What do you want from me?
Yeah, we wasted a good physicist.
We did. We're gonna have to interview new ones.
Yeah, we need a new physicist.
If you're a physicist, call us. We'll interview you so you can be the expert for the show.
And a good popular one can't be easy to find. Like Michikaku is now. People know who this guy is. He's worked his way up to be a known physicist. And in the world of physicistry, in the world of physicist it's very hard to be, a rock star in that world.
True. Yeah, when we first had him on the show.
Tyson DeGrassi?
Yeah.
Who is he?
What?
I don't know, Tyson.
Is he a physicist?
He's a physicist.
Is he good, though?
Yes.
We need a good one. I don't want a hack physicist.
Physicist.
Oh, that guy.
Let me see that guy.
Oh.
I know that guy.
Well, look, I already got a problem.
Yeah, obviously he's an expert on black holes.
Oh, no, that physicist.
You don't want that kind of physicist?
I don't know. I'm not familiar with his material.
I hate those words where you don't know how they end.
Physicist.
Physicists might be one of those.
The plural for breast is always tough.
Breasts. See what I mean? It just continues.
Yeah.
And then ghosts.
Yeah, it's that whole thing. Bicycle enthusiasts.
That motherfucker.
Who?
Plixie has started playing advertisements over my photos. Fuck those guys. Someone help me out. Where else could I go?
Why
Frog?
Why Frog?
Why Frog?
And my pictures don't look as good on Plixie. What's that about? Do they fucking squash them?
I don't know.
Do they squish them?
Maybe they compress them down. It's shit.
And now they got advertisements before my pictures?
Wow, that's
I've hit that level?
Yeah,
I'm not fucking advertising for nobody.
It's a compliment.
YouTube wants me to do that shit. I'm like, no, man.
Oh, really?
I just want my fucking videos up there.
Just want them out there, and commercialize it, man.
It's getting harder, to be honest with you.
Yeah, just click on it.
There's a few bucks to be
All
made.
you got to do is click on that little link.
I'm holding steady, but I'm starting to shake. There's some offers coming in. I'm like, but fuck that with my photos, man. No advertisements. Where do I go? TwitPic?
Yeah, they don't have it?
I don't know. Plixie, I guess, is running advertising.
I don't know. I just pick whatever's there.
True.
It's like whatever's there.
True. I noticed the quality. I'm not happy with the quality of my pictures.
Yeah? Well, then, fuck that. We need top-of-the-line quality.
Hell fucking yeah. All right, who knows about the supermoon? We don't need a physicist. We can figure this shit out on our own.
Can we?
Yes, we're
our
good
own research.
We're good at that on this show. Brad in Rochester, tell us about the supermoon.
Number one, I'm by far not a physicist.
Yeah.
And I kind of got bored with my own take, but while I was waiting on hold. But what I'm saying is that with the supermoon, it doesn't matter the luminosity. You guys keep bringing up the fact that it's going to be a full moon. That doesn't have an effect on gravitational pull. It's just the distance, how close. You know what I'm saying?
So you're saying the phases of the moon don't have any effect on tides?
Exactly. It's only how
Really?
close it is. It's the distance.
Then why are the tides affected when the moon is full? I'm very suspicious of this.
Are
you suspicious?
I'm a little suspicious of the fact that I do believe the moon's phases have some kind of effect, and I don't know why either, because all it is light reflecting off of the moon from the sun.
Exactly.
So it shouldn't, but I
think you're full of booty.
Oh, I think it's coincidence because when the moon is full, it's probably no, that doesn't work either. The moon's got a weird orbit. It's very odd.
Well, how are we going to figure out what the supermoon's all about?
The supermoon. Well, not from this guy, apparently.
Yeah, Brad.
I'm punching out.
Oh, wait. You guys had a good story up there recently.
Oh.
I was trying to get to the other day, but we had too much going on. Some woman's in trouble for paying the babysitter in pot or something.
Yeah.
What a great story.
What an idiot.
But what I don't understand about this, how did the media find out about this? If you're a babysitter that likes pot, and the mom or the dad goes, hey, instead of giving you cash, I like a little pot too. I'm just going to pay in pot.
The only thing that makes sense is that the babysitter got busted and blew her into her parents. You know what I'm saying? She walks in the door, mom finds a dime bag, whatever, and says, where the hell did you get this? They paid me. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Because
the babysitter obviously was cool with the situation, but I'm guessing that she got...
Okay.
Babysitter shouldn't have ratted. It's just like, I found it.
Yeah.
Found it.
Babysitter panicked.
Right. She panicked and blew her in.
Yeah. It goes back to when, he you got that one kid banging the French teacher, and then you got an asshole that fucking spoils
Got
it
a
for
rat.
everybody.
Got a
Rats it out to their little mommy.
Little fucker.
Right. They're jealous.
Yeah,
No,
totally.
I don't even think it's jealousy.
They just got to tell.
They got to tell.
I'd be jealous if somebody was.
They're little rats.
I'm going to tell.
And if you got a kid in your high school that's banging teachers, keep it to yourself.
He's a hero.
That's cool as all hell.
Yes.
or blackmail, see if you can get in there.
Well, I've heard that happen.
Man,
There have been some stories where the guy's been like, look, I'm going to tell. You better tell that chick to give me a blowjob.
You know, you learn to keep quiet when you get older, but I think if you're 16, 17, and you're banging the hot French teacher, I keep saying the hot French teacher because I had a really hot French teacher with the French perfumes and the cleavage and all that. She was
Really?
a stereotypical French teacher, yes.
She had a big hairy bush, I bet.
She was
French.
a blonde.
Yeah.
And, she was something, man.
I bet it was big, matted down bush, though.
Yeah, that's all right. I would
I
have
had
taken
the,
a look.
Oh, of course.
But
I had the stereotypical Italian teacher with a mustache. And,
oh, really?
Yeah, she was smoking.
Yeah, but all right. So then you're 16 or 17. You're banging the hot French teacher. You're in a weird position. You got to tell people.
Yeah, of course.
But if you just keep it to yourself, you got the greatest thing going.
Yeah.
So what do you do?
Impossible.
You got to shut up about it.
Impossible.
Yeah.
At that
I
age.
think that's impossible at that age. Yeah, I really do. All right.
No, I remember shutting up when with Buzz. Remember Buzz?
Yeah.
That chick that I was banging when I was in like fucking.
But it wasn't a
junior
teacher,
high.
which is
No, it wasn't
really
a
off
teacher.
limits.
But it was, she was an older woman for me. She was like 19. And I didn't, because somebody could have said something, and then there would have been a problem.
But weren't you dying to tell somebody? How old were you? You were
Yeah.
12 or 13?
I was like 13, yeah.
13, you're banging a 19-year-old? Wow.
Yeah, and it was just
And
like,
you can't tell anyone.
Nah, I figured I'd just keep my mouth shut.
See, I would have told. I would have had to brag to somebody.
Well, I did tell one person.
Who?
He wasn't impressed.
Oh, Richard?
Yeah.
Did you tell Richard?
Yeah, I told Gay Richard.
Oh, that bummed him out.
That I was,
bummed him
banging.
What do you remember what he said?
He just changed the subject.
Really?
Yeah, he just changed the subject.
He didn't start making Bobby Kelly sounds.
Did he know he was gay at that point?
No, that's at the point I didn't know he was gay.
Was that the first sign that he didn't like girls?
Wait a minute. This just popped in my head now, too. I do remember this. Buzz, at one point, we were all hanging out drinking.
Hit on Richard.
No, wanted both of us to go upstairs and fuck her.
So
like,
why,
put her on the rotisserie and
why
shit.
didn't he so he could take a peek at you naked?
I think the revulsion of a female form
was so strong
that even to fucking see the likes of me was just the worst. But I remember
How did he
him
say
saying
no?
like, he was just like, no, I don't. And it was weird. And he always had girls chasing him around. Because, he was the good-looking kid and everything. So girls were constantly chasing him around. Mm-hmm. And I'm just fucking firing off every funny line and everything I could possibly do.
To get a little
I'm learning how to
attention.
make drinks like I'm in the movie Cocktail. I'm just like anything I could do to get attention
And he had it
from these
easy.
whores.
He had
and
it
they're
easy.
chasing after him. And little did they know,
And he didn't want any of it.
he wanted nothing.
He didn't even go that way at all?
Not a hint of him ever liking a girl. He was not bi or anything. He was completely homo.
Jesus.
Complete homo.
Does he realize what he was missing?
Smooth, wet vagina around his penis.
That's what
But he didn't like that.
That's what I always think, man. Do you realize what you're missing?
Doing? God, they're throwing themselves
How
at you.
stupid is that comment?
Throwing themselves at
You
you.
want to shake some of these gay guys. Do you understand what you're missing?
God, it's wonderful. What are you doing with that anal opening? The vag is great.
Look, that's okay if it's your birthday, but jeez.
Like you would think they'd give it a whirl. Just like, it's fucking feels good on the cock. Mm-hmm. So, you give the old fucking.
It's truly made for the cock.
Yeah. Truly. And like, what's the deal where they would be like so like put off that they would not have sex with that wonderfulness that is the vagina?
That's why you want to shake them. Do you realize what you're missing?
Come on, gay guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's something. Well, yeah, so Richard didn't want to have sex with Buzz, but I did tell him.
But Buzz sounds like she was awful. The name just, the visual I've had
Her name
over
was
the years.
Christine.
She wasn't awful? She didn't look like a Buzz?
Oh, no, she was pretty awful. She had a very kind of 70s voluptuous body.
Oh, that's not bad.
But the face was
rough.
You know what her face looked like for those people out there that are Twilight Zone fans? Remember the episode where the old guy was dying on Mardi Gras and he made his heirs, who were going to get his inheritance, wear these Mardi Gras masks for the whole night, or else they weren't going to get the inheritance.
I vaguely remember this episode.
And at midnight,
actually.
he knew at midnight he was going to die. And after he died, he knew they would take the masks off.
Okay.
So he made them wear the masks, and they were all, this is stupid, blah, blah, blah. And then midnight comes, he dies, and they go, great, now he got his money, fuck him, he's dead. They take the mask off, and their faces looked like the masks they were wearing. It like molded their faces into the mask, so they had to walk around all ugly and pig-faced. Buzz looked like the pig-face mask.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, that sucks.
But she had a set of tits on her.
Well, and she had youth on
and
her
an
side.
ass and a big hairy bush.
I want to see what she looks like nowadays.
Oh my God!
Just to go, do you like her?
Let me
I was
think.
about to say something really.
No, I don't even know her.
I would love to see a picture just to go, you fuck that.
She's probably an old battle axe now.
Oh yeah, she's got to be.
Let me think.
Yeah. You know how old she is.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Oh God. She was the go-to girl though with everybody. Like if you were horny and needed something, she was your.
She was doing most of the neighborhood.
She was your go-to girl.
She was doing most of the boys.
Oh yeah.
It wasn't just you.
No. Why would it just be me?
Wow.
She was gonna do Richard. I think she was doing.
Did your pops pop that?
Chato Reyes.
Oh really?
Yeah, I think my pops might have popped her.
Yeah.
Once. Yeah, sharing broads with the pops. I think.
God.
Yeah, I would say had to have been.
That's kind of weird to share abroad with your dad.
Yeah, it was the 70s, Opie. It was a different time.
Yeah.
Which
well, you had a young father.
I say
too.
that all the time, which means nothing.
Right.
Oh, it's a different time.
You had a young father though as well.
Yeah.
He was only 20-some years older than you, right?
Cowboy.
20 years older, something like that.
Was it? Something like that. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, he had me when he was like in his early 20s.
Jesus.
So, yeah. Yeah, good old Buzzaboo. Last I heard, I did get an update when I was out in California years ago from my father's wife or widow, whatever the fuck you call it after that. She said that Buzz went down to San Diego and married herself a sailor. She went and married herself a sailor, and she's living down in San Diego.
That's wonderful.
Good
for you, Buzz.
Good for you, Buzz. You go, Buzz! I wonder if he walked in as she was blowing one of the local Capistrano townies and fucking swept her off her feet like Officer and a Gentleman.
Right.
And fucking walked into his car. You go, Buzz! There goes Buzz.
There it is.
Hey, Buzz, you were just sucking my cock. What happened? Buzz, get back here. I was just fucking you. She's wearing the hat on her head. There's jism in her hair. That whore.
Stupid whore. You think she listens to the show?
I don't know who's listening to this show.
There's some
in my
people,
past.
Yeah, some people from my past, I just wonder if they listen.
I know.
I wonder if ex-girlfriends listen. And
I did get a Facebook message from an ex-girlfriend, that chick Lisa that had the father that called me my fine-feathered friend.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, and she lives in Pennsylvania. She's been married, kids, teacher, like the whole thing. Mm-hmm. And I knew her when she was like 19.
I have an ex I would love to rub it in her face and her mom's face. Absolutely. I'll say the town and everything. When I was in Buffalo, I was
Buffalo.
I was really into this girl.
Yeah.
And the mom basically convinced this girl, where's he going in his life?
You're not good enough.
Where's he going in his life? I want you to marry a rich guy.
Oh, boy.
One of those. And you know I'm not a money guy. I don't flaunt it or anything, but I would love to fucking just knock on the door with my bank account. Go, look what I fucking did. What have you done with your life?
That never works.
And I heard she got really fat because I know a guy that was banging her when I was banging her.
Oh, really?
And they were supposedly only fucking friends. But this guy came clean many years later when I saw him. Where were we? In Worcester doing one of those virus shows?
Oh, shit. He told you he was fucking her at the same time?
Yeah, and he's on a TV show.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I went, holy shit. One of those home improvement shows.
Oh.
I forgot which one now. Where they travel and they fucking, I don't know, make your house better.
Fix
somehow.
a house up and then go, ooh.
Yeah. I can show you the guy's picture.
Damn.
And I ran into him. I knew him from the old days. We were both in Buffalo at the same time. And I guess I was supposedly going out with her. And she was banging this guy too. And I was so stupid and naive. I remember going over to her house, asking her mom, where she is. Oh, she's downstairs. And she's sitting on the washing machine, and the guy is pretty much right in front of her. And I'm like, oh, hey, guys, what's going on?
Oh, no.
All, like, stupid and...
You know what was going on, like, right before you came in?
Now I know.
Come on.
I'm not stupid now.
Oh, dude. Oh.
And then if I ever question, no, man, we're just friends.
Yeah, just friends.
But he gave me an update that she's a big fat pig now. And it made me very happy. Very happy. Because she was also the one that after she didn't want me anymore, I started dating other girls, but she didn't want me to date other girls.
Oh,
but she didn't want
a great arrangement.
She didn't want me, but she didn't want me dating other girls.
And fuck her.
And that's a small city, that Buffalo. So it got back to her. I was seeing this girl. So that's the one that left the voicemails.
Oh, right.
Having sex with her old boyfriend that she swore she was done with.
Right.
Some fucking cokehead that ended up dying, by the way.
Oh.
But they left lots of wonderful recordings on my machine
as they were having sex.
Yeah. I've told that story many times.
You gave the recording to some of her family members.
Oh yeah.
Her grandfather.
And I swear I have this tape.
Brutal.
I just can't find it.
Oh, I would love to hear that.
I've been searching for this tape off and on for years. I can't find it. Maybe I don't have it anymore. But I have so many cassettes. I'm thinking it's just on one of these cassettes. But yeah, I left the messages on her grandfather's machine and her mom's machine. That's a true story.
Great payback.
Absolutely fucking true.
That is great fucking payback.
So,
yeah, that Lisa chick, she got in touch with me through Facebook and was like, she goes, I didn't even, she goes, wow, and it was recently, like the past year or something. She goes, oh, I never made the connection that you were Anthony.
Oh, really?
Opie and Anthony. I'm like, Jesus Christ, I've been doing this for fucking years, you bitch.
Right.
You never realized that?
I want to get a Facebook just to, get in touch with some of the people from my past.
Peeps.
Yeah.
Some of the peeps from the past.
Especially the ones that were just fucking horrible to me.
Some of that is just depressing.
I'm going to start knocking on some doors.
Knocking on doors?
Right.
You going door to door?
Oh, yeah.
Some of the girls that were so hot, you just go like, oh, God, no. Oh, fucking father time, you prick. You insufferable prick.
Yeah, not good.
Yeah. Just ate him up.
Joe Rogan's here. Why don't we take a break so we can get Rogan in?
Yes.
All right. Joe Rogan is next with Ari, and we got Chuck Liddell coming in, and possibly, definitely Penn, but maybe Penn and Teller. Very busy show, and we continue after this.
This is theoretical physicist Michio Kaku, and even I can't explain how bad this show is.
The Virus, Sirius XM. This is the Opie and Anthony Show.
We couldn't be happier. Joe Rogan in studio.
Yes,
our pal. It's been a while. And Ari, of course, to your right there,
What's
Joe.
going on, sir?
Yes. Ari.
Powerful Mr. Shafir.
Yes.
I was telling Joe before he came in, I feel like I know what he's up to because of this new world we live in with the Twitter and the podcasting and everything else.
I follow the Joe. Got to follow the Joe Rogan.
Joe's got the best podcast out there.
He does get some good. I like your tweets where I look and go, wow, he is up really late, man. and they're usually the most abstract ones when you've been up really late. Because that's another thing. People know what time you're going to bed. Yeah. It's not just what you're saying. They know where you are, what you're doing at any given moment, which is kind of odd. So, because we were talking about this, I get a lot of this shit if I tweet something at 1 a.m. I'll get like, go to bed, you got a show to do. What is it, worse stuff tomorrow? You should get some sleep. I'm like, you don't know that I slept from 10:30 in the morning till 8 at night. I'm fine. Don't worry about, me getting enough sleep. But yours where, you're just... He's pontificating about some new mushroom, and it's 3 a.m. California time.
You can tell when I get out of the tank, too. Those are the really weird tweets.
Oh, out of the tank, yeah?
Out of the tank, yeah, because usually I'm too high when I get in the tank to really tweet anything coherent.
Yeah.
So I get in and then level out and think things over and then get out with a bathrobe on covered in salt from the Epsom tank.
Yeah.
And then I start surfing. And that's the real weird tweets.
That's when he starts checking out some shit, finding stories deep in the internet, and then it's like, oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, if you see something about somebody living in the Amazon, and it's like 4:30 in the morning, I'm high as fuck.
I'm the spider.
Guarantee you.
No shit, man.
Hey, we should get the plug out right away. Joe Rogan's going to be at the Gotham Comedy Club. Oh, fuck it. All right, then we don't have to do any business.
Changed everything. I don't have to do any more business anymore.
That's
right.
It's
way different now.
It's
really easy.
We got to ask Joe about the supermoon. He knows that shit.
Yep.
We were trying to figure it out on our own right before you got here.
Well, we know that the moon affects tides, and it's closer than it's ever been before, or as close as it ever gets. 220,000 miles out, as opposed to, like, at its peak, I think it gets like 250 something.
How long ago was that? Like, what's the time difference?
It's a good question.
Millions of years, or like a couple years?
No, well, it goes in cycles. I mean, it's not. I don't know. It's just really close.
Just say a few thousand years ago this happened.
The moon has
you can't say that anymore.
Orbit.
You used to be able to talk shit like that and just pull a figure out of your ass.
Nah, whatever.
Yeah.
Now people get online and they're like,
they get mad at you.
Full of shit.
And we say something on the podcast, because podcast is just like the radio. It's a conversation.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're not entirely accurate. You're just trying to remember. Like, what the fuck did that guy say? That's exactly not what he said. 100 Twitters from Johnny No Right.
You can't really paraphrase anymore. It's like, no, here's the exact quote, dick.
It's good and it's bad, It's good,
Yeah.
It's good that you can get that information right ahead,
It's true.
You got any ridiculous haters that are just like that?
I don't even bother them anymore. I don't even respond to haters. I used to respond and like, fuck you, go back and forth.
That's kind of what I was getting at, how you respond to them, and it's kind of the point where you just gotta not even deal.
Yeah, I just completely ignore them. I block them, ignore them.
Yeah.
It's pointless. I mean, if someone has a legitimate criticism or something, they have a point. I mean, and it's not like douchey. I totally respond.
Or if it's a joke, like that, I when people goof on me or something, or it's a joke, that's fine. I don't care about that.
I'll retweet a good one. Yeah,
retweet the good insults.
You can tell, sort of, even though it's in text, you can tell when someone's being a shithead and someone's just being
the
funny.
difference.
Yeah.
And then somebody, just the other day, somebody tweeted me, or actually got through me on Facebook or something, because it wasn't tweet because I had blocked him. And he goes, dude, what the fuck? He goes, I was just making a joke, and you blocked me? And then he copied a picture of his the tweet he gave me, and I read it, and there was no sense of sarcasm or anything. He's like, I was just kidding. And I was like, asshole, out of all the tweets I get, how am I supposed to pick yours out as the one that is just like, oh, I was being sarcastic, when there wasn't a hint of sarcasm? It's like, of course I'm going to block you.
Yeah.
Like fuck you, I hate you.
Yeah, that was pretty much it. It's like, dude, you suck. It was something about my fucking webcast sucks and this, and it's like, all right, well then fuck you.
How's that
I'm blocking
a joke?
And it's like, dude, I was kidding.
People are
really?
just happy to get your attention, though, and a lot of times that's the only way they can get it. If they say, Anthony, you fucking rock, you ignore that.
Yeah, you don't.
You get 100 of those.
That's true. I do go off on my drunken retweets and follows, though, sometimes. Like, it's Saturday, 3 in the morning, if I'm putting down a few, people just go, and retweet? I'm like, all right. And then once you do it once, it's just like, bam, a bunch of men are going, bam, 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 just hitting retweet everybody.
You lose 100 followers.
Oh, yeah, because they're just pissed off that they're reading through my drivel.
You're watching numbers go down if you're tweeting too much.
Oh, I know. I don't care about that. It's like the stock market.
And then you chill for a day
down.
or two, and the numbers go back up.
Yeah, that's all.
You got to find that balance. Hey, the supermoon, what is it supposed to do, though?
Well, it's just, they're not exactly sure. Some people think it's going to cause cataclysmic disasters.
Yeah.
Tsunami?
It's close to the Earth.
Yeah, what, earthquake, tsunami, things like that?
There's another one in Chile. There was another earthquake.
Boulder Dash.
A small one in Chile just happened.
Yeah?
What's small these days?
5.5.
Yeah, now 5 is like, come on.
Suck it up, losers.
Now that we've seen a 9.
Yeah.
Officially a 9.0, right?
Apparently there was a 9.2 in Alaska in the 60s, and the aftershocks hit San Francisco. You could feel it.
Really, yeah. Wow. And nothing was going on in Alaska, especially in the 60s.
9.2.
Yeah, 9.2.
Lasted for 4 minutes.
Ugh.
This one lasted for 5 minutes, which
5
scares the
minutes.
fuck out of me.
Could you imagine that? Like, because you think it's just going to rock you a little, and then, all right, stop. After, you know what a long 5 minutes is when you're in an earthquake? That isn't 5 minutes of fucking getting your dick sucked.
No.
You know, that's a hard 5 minutes,
That's
man.
like 5 minutes of Brock Lesnar on top of you, hammer fisting you in the head.
It's like,
A full
how long?
round.
This has only been, what, a minute and a half?
I got 3.5 of this to go.
I still got this.
What scares the fuck out of me is these nuclear reactors. That's what scares the fuck out of me.
Yeah,
they
yeah.
didn't know you can't just shut them off.
You can't shut them off.
That's the most ridiculous shit ever. When the power goes out, you have 8 hours of backup.
Once
so you
you
basically
yeah.
have enough to get on a plane and get the fuck away from there. That's
Yeah.
about it.
Once you start it, that's it. How we thought this up and it was going to be okay. It's like, yeah, we start this reaction and we could vary it to a certain extent, but we can't really shut it completely off. Oh, and by the way, if it isn't cooled all the time, it's really going to to fuck things up.
will die.
It melts down and eats a hole through the planet and everyone dies.
Yeah. It's like
It'll hit water eventually, right?
Oh yeah, and fucking send a
It'll hit
plume
lava.
of death up.
Yeah, and the gas will kill every bird in the sky.
Yeah, it's
the
instead of
birds
the
are
few that have
dying.
been dropping dead. What do you make of this, Joe? You're
Joe tweets about this a lot.
I try to be as objective as possible, but the last thing you want to do is be the guy that says, there's no apocalypse while the earth is cracking between your two legs and spreading them apart and Satan sticking a pitchfork up your asshole. At a certain point in time when enough fucking things happen, you got to go, wow, is the apocalypse just really slow?
Yeah, maybe it's a slow thing that takes some time. You always think it's just going to be a quick action movie thing, but it's a slow kind of. Disasters get a little worse. The hurricanes get a little bigger.
It's fun to watch, though.
Yeah, front row seat.
Is it that? And the other part of me goes, well, maybe is it just that we have more access to information,
That's
so
what I
we're
think.
getting all these
I think part
stories?
of it is that. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
that's
it seems
true.
like there's a lot more shit happening.
10,000 people died, right, in Japan? That's a
least.
lot of
It's
people.
gonna be
more than that.
Oh, look at that. They're saying, look at the evacuation area, 13 miles.
Yeah.
50 miles, no
U.S. military without special clearance.
Oh, God. Turns to U.S. for help. What do you want us to do? Drop a bomb on the nuclear problem?
Yeah, just blow it up.
This is scary shit, man.
That's some, what they did at Chernobyl, before, they didn't tell anybody around the area, so they ended up with some problems there. Some issues. But they just wound up dumping concrete and sand and actually lead. They took fucking lead, giant bars of lead, helicopter loads, and just dumped it on top of this pile. And it looks like that's what they're going to have to do with this shit.
In Chernobyl, they did that?
Yeah.
But it's still eating through all that shit.
Oh, it's still underneath all that. It's still glowing.
Well, it's got a half-life of 20,000 years.
20,000 years, so it's just sitting there.
Well, we were talking, Ant and I were talking about this off the air. There's an article that I was reading that was saying that some of the uranium that they used was plutonium-enriched uranium that's 2 million times more radioactive. Now, I don't know if this is true. I just read it on one science site. I have to go back and see if there's other ones. But that's fucking terrifying. 2 million times more radioactive than the normal shit.
That's
what the fuck.
And why are they using that in Japan?
Apparently, it works really good. It gives you a lot of energy.
I guess it does. You would think, though, because they're pretty anti-nukes over there.
Yeah.
Considering they had a little issue back in World War II. But, I don't know. They have a lot of nuclear power. And this plant is just really fucked at this point.
It seems like nuclear power is almost like a car that they figured out how to get really fast, but never figured out how to stop.
How to stop it.
They weren't ready yet. They weren't ready to put it on the road. They're like, we got an engine, let's just go.
Let's just go with
How are we
this.
gonna
Go
stop
with
this?
it. Just keep driving it around the track. We don't know what to do.
A rock attached to a rope. We're going to throw it out the window.
And hopefully that stops
It's like some Fred Flintstone shit. You can turn it on, but you can't turn it off. What the fuck, man?
It really is amazing.
That is kind of creepy.
Like
they didn't figure that part out.
Well, not only that, it really hasn't really progressed. I mean, they haven't come up with any much better alternative.
Right.
No,
There should be a way to cool it down within a day.
Yeah.
About ever.
A year?
How about ever?
Yeah.
For the rest of time.
Forever.
Yeah. Well, long past, think about 5,000 years ago was the dawn of civilization. Okay. That was like the first written language, the first mathematics. It's like 5,000 to 6,000 years ago. this shit will be radioactive way longer than
way
that.
longer than we've even been. Yeah, an intelligent.
way longer.
Leaving history. And,
exactly. What is all that shit that they bury in Nevada when they have they make deals so that they can fucking have casinos and hookers. they let them fucking do tests and bury shit in the mountains.
And all those spent nuclear rods, they got to go somewhere. And they load them up in a truck, and in the middle of the night, they fucking drive them to the Mojave Desert and Nevada and whatnot, and bury them underground.
What a crazy idea!
And just hope the record of where that is kept for some length of time.
Yeah, because if society falls apart, if we have some sort of a massive, super volcano eruption, half the population dies. No one's gonna know about that shit.
And the other half has to rebuild, and then
they start digging there randomly.
Yeah, and it's like an 1800s style life that we have, and then people just say, "Oh, let's start digging. I think there might be something good here." And they hit this shit.
Let's put our well here. This is where I get water from.
It's getting very hot as we're digging. I just stand this.
Is it just me?
Why are clumps of your hair falling out?
People are so goddamn ridiculous.
Yeah.
That's so ridiculous.
We reach back, and like I said, we haven't really improved upon the basic gist of the reactor or the automobile for the most part. It's still an internal combustion engine. It's better economy-wise, and they look cool and everything, but it's still a piston banging up and down in a cylinder. Once we find something that works, we leave it until we run out of what that shit works on.
Yeah.
And then we have to come up with something. That's why a viable alternative to fossil fuel, it ain't going to happen until that last drop of fuel is gone. And then the next week, we'll have something great that'll work. Because we've always done that through history.
Yeah.
We find
need to
shit.
Be forced into a
we
corner.
need to be forced. We're lazy motherfuckers for the most part. And until we turn on the water and it doesn't come out, then it's like, where's the water? All right, we got to work on this. And then the next day, see, the water's back.
The laziness is part of it, but also, the fossil fuel and the companies that own it and sell it, they have so much power.
Oh, yeah.
There's so much power as far as getting things pushed through and you can't.
Yeah, they're the guys that they can make politicians do things.
Yeah.
They mold the world.
Between them and Monsanto with their genetically modified food, and the Monsanto thing is the scariest thing about Monsanto is there was a lot of speculation that they bought Blackwater. It can't be proved.
Wow, that's an interesting.
Blackwater was sold, and it was sold to a third party, and they know that Monsanto was interested into it. Now,
why would Monsanto need what amounts to mercenaries security
squad? Countries. They're selling their genetically modified foods into other countries and trying to do the same bulldog tactics that they use on American farmers. If you don't know what it is, essentially Monsanto comes up with genetically modified food and a genetically modified seed that when farmers buy it, the shit gets in the air and it cross-pollinates into other people's farms. Guys that didn't buy their seed. Well, they come over and say, well, you have our shit and we're going to sue you for it. And then they sue these poor farmers and they fuck them over.
Sue the bees, motherfucker.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't me. There's something to be said for some genetically modified foods. It's easier to grow. More people, can have food. Less people starve.
You see corn on the cob these days, Joe? It's fantastic. It's giant, golden. Every fucking little kernel is perfect. Yeah. You know what corn looked like back in the 60s and 50s? It was awful.
Maize. You remember that shit the Indians used to have to hang on our door?
All different kinds of colors and shit that you put on the door.
Homeless teeth.
It looks like rotting teeth. Fuck.
Now it's just this big and chicken breasts. Holy fuck!
Well, one of the things about WikiLeaks was that WikiLeaks released cables showing how much influence the genetically modified food people have in foreign countries and how the United States is aiding them and the government is actually pushing these things through and even imposing sanctions on countries that don't accept this stuff.
Wow.
So if you hear about them now buying, supposedly, allegedly buying Blackwater, they have their own fucking army and they have these evil seeds that they're selling everywhere.
And is it just to sell their seeds?
To fucking run all the food. They want to run everything.
Yeah, that's a big business.
Yeah,
I was just wondering what the end game is in their minds. Controlling the world's food.
That's a big business.
They patent pigs. They patent pig parts. I mean, they literally patent everything they could possibly patent. They want to be able to control the entire population of pigs and corn.
And what are they going to do after that?
They just fucking run shit. They're going to whip their dicks out and slap farmers in the face. They're running things.
Wouldn't it be interesting if some of that genetically altered food has something in there that they can, from some remote location, just shut off and your entire farm dies? Like they just some kind of
that's the movie version of it.
Yeah, some kind of key where it's like, well, this guy, we need some famine in this area. Click, bam, instant famine. That is, I mean, come on, why not?
Are you smoking pot?
It's possible.
No, you get close to Joe and you start having that.
That would be the movie.
Get a contact buzz.
Thing. It's a contact buzz.
Joe's giving us a contact buzz. Joe, you tweeted a fucking video of how small we are in the univerce.
Oh, yeah.
I'm still
Did you watch that?
Yeah, I retweeted that fucking thing.
With the music? It's the one with the fucking, dramatic.
Yeah, we put it on our Facebook. We're giving you credit, I hope, because that's...
Man, if that doesn't just make you want to jump out a window.
I didn't realize...
It's so small.
I didn't realize objects got that big in the universe.
Well, how about the one where you get to the largest sun, and if you were flying over it in a jet, it would take thousands of years
just to make one
circle.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's the largest star.
You see that, Ari?
And it's so big. You still can't comprehend it. Yeah. As it's going on, as this video's playing, you can't wrap your mind around size that big because it just... the Earth becomes invisible.
Yeah, you can't wrap your head around it.
You can't. That's nothing compared to the entirety of it.
Yeah.
The really crazy thing that the quantum physicists have theorized lately is that inside every black hole is another universe. They know that inside every galaxy is a supermassive black hole that's 0.5% of the mass of the galaxy. The bigger the galaxy, the bigger the black hole. But now they believe that inside every one of those black holes is another universe with hundreds of billions of galaxies, each with black holes, each with hundreds of billions of galaxies inside of them, each with black holes. Each infinite forever.
Infinite is very hard to kind of wrap your mind around, and you know, like you could just go off and not stop.
It seems like there's a wall somewhere, or you come back to the first point at some point. Like
you
can't
there's got to be something weird.
They're playing it now on this
Neptune,
little video.
and
it's just
and it just keeps going. Wow, that's big.
You think Jupiter is huge, and then it's then the sun pops out.
Our sun's a little bitch.
The sun is a little bitch.
Gets owned by these fucking things.
Sirius A just dwarfs the sun, and then just keeps going and going and going.
Now you can't even
trying
see
to wrap your head around the size of the universe is trying to pick up the ocean in your hands. Like
it's just you're not even a piece of it.
You don't have it. It's not going to happen.
So of course there's life out there. Of course there is.
With infinite, there has to be.
There has
With
to
no
be.
end ever, there has to be.
Well, I think we have a very narrow idea of what life is.
Yeah.
Our idea is just biological, carbon-based life. You know, and that's where the only information is being traveled back and forth between participants. I think it's really possible that there's some other forms of life that we can't even tune into. You know, life easily could be like a radio. There could be a full spectrum, you know?
Right?
And we just can't tune into whatever their life is. It's like it could be. They've theorized about light-based life.
Right. So how would you communicate with some light-based life form that you don't even know existed if you passed right through it?
Right, or it could be right here with us right now in another dimension, just like another radio station that you can't tune into. You sit here, tune into 103.5, and 107's right there. You just don't get it somehow.
Yeah, you don't get it.
It's right there, same radio. You could get it if you just turn this knob, but you don't get it. It's right here all around you all the time. Crazy music.
Yeah, crazy music. It's all around you.
We were doing dick jokes 20 minutes ago.
Well, you know,
Holy
when Christianity, when they had to convert pagans and when they had to convert the Irish, is when they invented, St. Patrick actually invented the idea of purgatory. And the reason why they had to invent the idea of purgatory, because the Irish, who were intoxicating, obsessed with being intoxicated, and they have a long history of taking mushrooms and, and believing in elves and fairies, they had to convince people that the land of Fae was purgatory. They had to say, well, yeah, it's another thing. It's a new thing, and they had to that's how they brought them into Christianity, by convincing them that there's this land around you filled with souls all the time. That's an ancient Irish belief.
It's we were talking about religion sometime last week.
We had a good discussion about it.
It just gets to the point though where some people don't want to hear anything different than what they believe in, as far as the textbook Bible religion of Catholicism and Judaism. They have theirs, and you start going off and talking about the fact that this book was written a long time ago and not by God, it's by people. You know how if you try to tell somebody something and they tell somebody else something, it gets all fucked up in the translation. So
And the
they're like, no.
Well, that's in one language. I mean, look, Ari studied the Torah for years. You know, Ari was like seriously religious at one point in time. Lived in Israel
for a couple of years, and that was an oral tradition for a long time. Just hoping nobody fucked up.
No
the
one
translation.
fucked it up as they went along history, telling the story.
Well, not only that, the original Bible, the ancient Hebrew version of the Bible, trying to decipher it is like it's code. It's like it's just numbers and letters are the same thing. Like the letter A is also the number 1.
Oh shit!
So words have numerical value, like love and God have the same numerical value, and all that is lost when you translate it to Latin and Greek.
Yeah.
And also, they had an editor, right? There were other stories.
Oh, sure. But when you
those
the New
stories?
Testament, when you go with the New Testament, there's a lot of shit, a huge amount
I want all the info, not just part of the info.
It doesn't matter. It's all written by people. It's so obvious.
Yeah.
It's really obvious. The really interesting, and a lot of scholars have been talking lately about one of the things about Moses, and that they believe that Moses was doing psychedelic drugs. And that you know the whole thing about Moses and the burning bush.
Yeah.
Well, one of they believe the burning bush was the acacia tree, and the acacia bush or tree or whatever the fuck it is rich in dimethyltryptamine, a really potent psychedelic. So the idea of this burning bush being God, literally could have been God.
He might have,
literally.
yeah.
I mean, he might have had these crazy psychedelic experiences. That's what a lot of people believe, that all of these ancient religious stories, the roots of them are all in someone finding something that makes you trip
Well,
balls.
there were plenty of narcotics just growing around. I mean,
Still are, yeah.
Yeah, there still are. No laws against them back then.
Yeah.
You just chew on a leaf, and all of a sudden you have this vision. You write it down, and people aren't just going to go, that guy was fucked up. You go, really? You did? You saw God? Put it in this book.
Well,
It's
they
great.
used to try to hide them from their enemies. You know, the
Hide the
book,
psychedelics?
Yeah. The book, The Sacred Mushroom and the Cross, is by a guy that was one of the scholars who was one of the main guys of deciphering the Dead Sea Scrolls. This dude named John Marco Allegro, and he was the only one in the entire Dead Sea Scroll deciphering committee that was an agnostic. He started out, he was an ordained minister, but as he was studying theology, he's like, well, this is all horseshit. So he starts studying it, and he got into this Dead Sea Scrolls, which is 1,000 years older than the oldest version of the Bible. It's old as fuck. Written on animal skins in Aramaic, okay? He deciphers the shit for 14 years and decides that the entire Christian religion is a massive misunderstanding. What it's really about is the consumption of psychedelic mushrooms and fertility cults and fertility rituals. And the whole religion was based on these stories were meant to hide all the knowledge that they learned from taking mushrooms.
Holy shit. But, you know.
It makes sense.
So
It makes a lot more sense.
And they create metaphors intentionally to try to hide it?
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
He traces back the ancient word Christ to an ancient Sumerian word that means a mushroom covered in God's semen. Yeah.
Try selling that to the Catholic Church. Good luck.
Yeah,
Good luck
behind
changing
doors.
everybody's mind there.
Yeah.
But you bring this up, you piss off a lot of people. You know,
Yeah, but
they
they pissed themselves off. You're being silly.
Yeah.
Why would you believe that other people are full of shit and that story sucks? It's that simple. If it came out today, if the Bible came out today and just the story of Adam and Eve, you would go, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
Yeah,
So they made
doesn't
kids and
make
their
sense.
kids just started fucking each other. Like, what are you talking about? They were the only two people, and their
This
kids
is
fucked each
sick.
other, or they fucked their kids and make more kids.
Yeah.
Like, what are you talking about? That doesn't. And then what happens? Noah comes along, and then we start all over again. Noah fucks his kids because he's the only guy left. So that's only 6,000 years ago that this has happened.
There's a lot of kid fucking going on.
Well, the scary thing is 50% of the population of this country in a recent Gallup poll believes that the Earth is less than 10,000 years old.
It's up to 50%.
That's crazy shit. I mean, how do you just deny the science that is behind the fact that
real
this Earth
problem
is a lot older than
They
that?
said, no.
Confirmation bias. You just go on enough websites that say that the science is bullshit. You can find 100 dudes on YouTube that would tell you that evolution is a myth and that there's science behind it not being real. You can find hundreds of guys. And if you just only read their stuff and listen to their stuff, you'll start believing it.
When I see those paintings that they have in books of Jesus with a dinosaur, they show like Jesus lying peacefully with a velociraptor.
There's an ancient fresco in France with with Adam and Eve surrounded by giant mushrooms.
Really?
Yeah, and it's ancient. It's like 1,000 years old. And there's a ton of those. There's a bunch of ancient religious artwork that deals with mushrooms. A lot of it.
Let's go to the phones because Tom, very upset. Tom in St. Louis. Tom
in St. Louis. I'd be upset if I lived in St. Louis, too.
What's up, Tom?
Hey guys, how you doing?
What's going on, buddy?
We got you. Go.
Hey, Joe, I'm a big fan of you, but your information on Monsanto is way off.
What's off about it?
Well, you kind of you're spewing stuff that you've probably read on the internet or something like that.
I watched a bunch of documentaries too. I watched the Monsanto documentary, Food Inc. Well, tell me what I'm wrong about.
By the way, this is Tom Monsanto calling.
Probably King Corn as well, I'm guessing.
Right. What are we wrong about?
Well, the one thing you said, you first of all, you talked about how they spread the genetics across the country, and then.
No. That's not what I said. I said farmers that are next to people that have genetically modified food that gets called cross-pollination. And those farmers have been sued. That's a fact.
It's actually happened for one person. It happened for a guy by the name of Percy Schmeiser out of Canada. He got sued over having canola.
It's only one guy?
Yeah, that was his claim. That Monsanto's genetics wound up in his field because of the birds. That was that man's.
Man, are you sure this is only one person? I don't have a computer in front of me so I can look this up. But this is the only person they've ever had a lawsuit with? Is this one guy?
But it's definitely not the only person they've ever had a lawsuit with. But Percy Schmeiser is the main guy behind it and I believe it's in Food Inc. They bring him in, and possibly King Corn as well, but I can't say for sure on that.
All right, well, what's your beef? What is your issue? You think Monsanto's good?
I think they do I think they do some wonderful
Do you work for them?
I mean, yeah, I do.
You do? Okay. Yeah, you do. Get the fuck out of here, you creep. You genetically modified creep.
He's a little biased,
Listen, you're eating some bad potatoes that are making dick fall off in 100 years. There's going to be no dicks. 100 years from now, humans will have no penises.
By the way, I loved Journey Through Inner Space. Monsanto put it on at Disney. It was fantastic years ago. Remember, you would shrink and.
What do you do for them, dude?
The little Ray. Oh, Monsanto used to fucking sponsor this big thing. Brought to you by Monsanto. Voyage Through Inner Space.
Oh, that weird thing where you would watch like the human body, like the bloodstream.
And you'd shrink.
Yeah.
You'd go in the little car and you'd go in. It's like, whoa.
You get to go through the human body.
And the microscope, and they'd show some mechanical eye.
Is he still on the line?
Yeah, Tom.
If the company fires you, are you willing to spill the beans on the Opie and Anthony show about how things really go down?
Yeah.
Can we count on you?
In accounting?
Because you know there's some evil shit. When you're trying to patent pigs, you're an evil fucking company, pal.
Well, I don't know if I totally agree with that, because I mean, first of all, they don't own their pig line anymore. They
listen, fella, you're trying to patent pigs, okay? That's some creepy god shit. You can't patent nature.
Wait a minute, Joe. If you do the research to come up with the technology,
you just said a bunch of nonsense.
If you do the research for the technology, for instance, behind the corn, behind the pig development, if you do the research to come up with the genetics that make the corn better, shouldn't you be able to take advantage of that research?
You don't think that there should be a line that you can't cross where you can't patent life?
Apricots, right?
You really think that it's okay to patent life because you guys have done the research? That's horseshit, pal. If you want to do something like that, you should be able to profit from it and it should benefit mankind, but no, you can't fucking own it. All right, you can't own life. You can't sue people for having your life. You don't own life.
What is the reason behind your thinking there? Because
because I don't want creepy companies owning the world like that. It seems kind of fucked up, don't you think? Were there companies, multinational conglomerates that own life?
But they do the research behind the genetics. I mean, it's not like it's not me.
You don't see any problem with that? Do you have a problem with them owning Blackwater? What if that's true? Is that true? Can you tell us? You work for the company.
Yeah.
That was the first time I'd ever heard that when you said that.
It's online, fella. If you're going to be the guy that's running around Johnny Save-A-Ho defending Monsanto.
I haven't seen anybody in black coats and black sunglasses.
You might want to look in your back window right now because they're probably monitoring you because of this call.
Someone's got crosshairs on the back of his head right now waiting for him to say one word.
Right now you're being a good soldier, sir.
What do you do there for Monsanto?
I work I'll just say I work in finance.
Finance.
So you're a bean counter.
Yeah,
you're a genetically modified bean counter.
Yeah, and you shut down farmers, go down and steal all their fucking money because they have one ear of corn that's mutant Frankenstein corn. All right, buddy. It was good talking to you, brother.
That's it.
Take care, Joe.
The second he hangs up, there's one crack of a gunshot, and the back of his head explodes.
Bammo. Hey, someone tweeted the Adam and Eve mushroom fresco.
Yeah, isn't that strange? That's
shit. And that's from 1291 AD.
Yeah.
I'll retweet this thing. That's creepy. That looks like fucking mushrooms to me.
Yeah, it is mushrooms. There's a lot of ancient
and then there's
religious
a few of them.
artwork that has to do with mushrooms.
Here's another one.
Yeah.
From the same tweet.
You see that red and the white? That's the Amanita muscaria mushroom. That's also the colors of Santa Claus.
And so they knew about that in 1200s?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, these are from
we've lost a lot of that information.
That's
because
from
people don't talk
1192
about it
AD.
now.
1192 AD, and then you got this one. Oh shit! I just lost it. Oh, whatever. I'll find it again. Yeah, but
There's a lot of that. There's a lot of that.
Wow, I learned something new today. I didn't know.
There's a guy named Jack Herer that was this big hemp activist that was writing a book about it before he died. But his book was all about ancient religious artwork and how much of it had to do with psychedelic drugs.
And what, they just bury this stuff?
Well,
Because you don't really see it anymore.
You do see some of it is also in, even in ancient Catholic stuff. Like if you see like some of their artwork, like you see the pine cone all the time in ancient Catholic, like in ancient Catholicism and Christianity. That pine cone represents the pineal gland, and that represents the gland that produces dimethyltryptamine and psychedelic drugs. And there's a lot of the doorways that are shaped like mushrooms, and that's supposed to be symbolic.
Jesus, that's fucked up.
Yeah, it makes sense. But the idea behind the sacred mushroom and the cross was that all these religious people hid all this information, and that it also was hidden by the bishops and by the higher echelons of the church would hide it from the peasants because they didn't want them becoming enlightened.
Right, yeah.
The original halos, the original halo wasn't a circle like on the top of your head like a hula hoop. It was a mushroom cap, like the behind your head was a mushroom cap.
I remember seeing some of those, like
literally with the spines a mushroom.
Yeah.
Like that was because you were supposed to be holy. You were fucked up on shrooms and you saw some things.
So fucked up.
You were connected. You were connected to God.
Everything I know is wrong. Here's one from
Everything you know is a lie.
22th century BC.
Yeah, there's so much of it. There's a lot of it.
I'd never seen this shit before, Joe.
Yeah, you
And
just
the
gotta go
artists
look
were
around.
aware of it. Whoever was painting these things were aware of it.
Obviously.
Well, it was a much more commonly known thing. Especially in Europe. I mean, consuming mushrooms goes back, there's a long, long history of that.
God, they're fun.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about people that lived thousands of years ago with no knowledge of science, and all of a sudden they're starving and they stumble across these mushrooms, they eat them, and they trip their fucking balls off, and then they have these incredible experiences and rethink society, and then everybody comes closer together, and a better sense of being connected, and you go, okay, we got to keep this from other people, and then that's where it all goes astray.
I just retweeted that Opie Radio. If you want to see the frescoes that Joe turned us all onto. Joe turns us onto some great shit.
Because they wouldn't know about why they're feeling that way.
Yeah,
like they wouldn't know the science behind it. They would just know the spirituality behind
Honestly,
why they
even
feel
to
that
this
way.
day, the science is very screwy. It's like, what is really happening with mushrooms?
So it might be some type of divine...
What it might
connection.
What it might be is a life form from another a planet that only communicates with you by eating it.
Holy
the way you describe
little notes for you.
Joe can just fuck with you.
But why aren't you writing movies?
I don't want to write movies. Between doing the podcast and doing all the
Joe,
shit that I do.
Tell me that wouldn't be a great plot for a movie, right?
Well, there's
you
a
just
guy
said.
named Terence McKenna who theorized on it, that he believed that mushroom, there's a theory of Panspermia, I think that's how you say it, where life came from asteroids, and there was like the controversial NASA scientists recently said that they found some evidence of
fossilized
life
on
which is
on-
disputed, but a lot of people believe that. I mean, we talked about that with Michio Kaku last time I was on the air, the idea of life coming from another planet.
We hung up on him right before the
I
earthquake.
heard, I was listening, I was laughing at my ass off, it was great.
Who knew that the next day we would need him,
I
man?
love when Dr. Steve gets mad at
Yeah.
him.
Oh, yeah. Well, Dr. Steve just texted me.
What'd he say?
And because he's listening. He goes, the difference between Joe Rogan and Jesse Ventura is Joe Rogan's conspiracies are cool.
The government is out there. Don't deny it. You deny it was a Navy SEAL? Then shut your mouth. That thing with Little Jimmy and him was
one of the
fucking
best
brilliant.
moments,
That thing
man.
won't go away.
It won't go away.
That
It
shit
shouldn't
go
go
away.
away.
riff-raff from
Go
Rocky
away.
Horror
He was
hairdo.
exposed for being a knucklehead.
Yeah.
He was exposed for being do you deny that the government has JFK and the Warren Commission,
and we don't have
to hit the Pentagon.
We don't have it on video, but the reason he got up and left was he was in over his head.
Yes,
he couldn't argue anymore his point.
Well, Jimmy attacked him,
but he had nothing to back it up.
Yeah. And what are your facts? Anything?
Huh?
Do you have any facts? Are you just like going off?
he just
from
goes.
From an intelligence standpoint, he got his ass kicked, and he knew it. And the only thing he could think of was to just get himself out of the situation. Unfortunately, we don't have that on video.
He's used to going on these radio shows and TV shows where they don't challenge him; they allow him to be the eccentric.
Right.
You know, comes in with these controversial ideas. Yeah, like a hard-hitting show for him is going on The View.
Yeah,
you know, and Sherry Shepard goes, "That didn't happen. No, you're wrong." And like that's the controversy.
Well, if you want to believe it.
She also thinks the Earth is flat.
Yes,
let's not forget.
I'm sure she thinks
Christianity
14 years ago.
Everything. Yeah, we love playing that audio every once in a while. I want to ask Joe one thing. What set you down this road of collecting all this knowledge and thinking differently?
Well, you know,
what
being
started
being a comic, having all day.
But I mean, way before a comic, when you were growing up, what got you where you're like, you know what, I got to do my own research now.
When I was 5 years old, my father beat the fuck out of my mother in front of me. And for no reason. My mother came home with hamburger, and my dad was mad that that's what she got for dinner. So he slapped her in the head and knocked her down and just screaming. And yet my father was a very bad person and he's a very violent guy. And I'll never forget that, being 5 years old, saying, even my own dad is a piece of shit.
Oh,
like, wow.
At 5?
At 5.
Oh, you're supposed to realize that later. Damn, man.
Wow.
Well, I started.
Hamburger sucks, huh?
That started. I guess hamburger gets your ass beat. Don't bring home hamburger for dad.
Learning something.
I think, that was it. And then moving around a lot. I lived in San Francisco from the time I was 7 till I was 11, then Florida from 11 to 13, Boston from 13 to 24. There was a lot of moving, so there's a lot of being forced to be, to come up with your own opinions instead of just adopting the opinion of a group that you're hanging around
with. That's that's very similar to my lifestyle.
Yeah.
Oh, God, I have the spaghetti hitting the wall story. And
my dad wasn't into throwing things except fists.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is he still around?
I don't know. I don't talk to him. I haven't talked to him since I was 7. He's got my name, too. His name's Joe Rogan.
Really?
Yeah, that's his punishment.
So what, your mom? Your mom obviously.
My mom remarried, a great guy.
But your mom got you out of the situation, obviously.
Yeah, that's why we moved to San Francisco. It's one of the reasons. Wow. Because I wanted to be with him, and, this is a lot of dangerous shit.
Yeah.
He was a cop, and he was a crazy guy.
Oh, really? A little high-strung?
I don't remember much of my childhood, but I remember a lot of beatings. I didn't take any, but I saw him beat the fuck out of my cousin, saw him beat the fuck out of my mom a couple of times.
Really?
Yeah, he was crazy.
Never hit you, though?
No, he loved me.
I wonder why.
Because I was nice. I was a little boy. I was a little 5-year-old.
I used to get smashed with the belt, though. I used to get the belt.
He wasn't into hitting me. He probably would eventually kick my ass.
Hey, wait till you can fight back
when
a
I
little
started
bit.
talking shit and
then you would have
learning how to wrestle, becoming a threat around the house.
Got to keep this kid down.
Young lion has to be
like
put
12.
in his place. Yeah, I don't know. Who knows? I mean, maybe he would have never, but he liked to beat the shit out of my mom.
Wow.
But so I think at an early age I had to start questioning things. I was terrified of all the possibilities. So that's probably what started it. And then when I was a comic, you have all this time in the day, especially when you're just all you're doing is just driving to gigs at night. So you have literally 20 hours in the day to do whatever the fuck you want. And when I was probably 22 or 23, a buddy of mine gave me this book, this David Lifton book called Best Evidence, and it was all about the JFK assassination. And David Lifton was an accountant, and he was assigned to do something with the Warren Commission. And as he was writing a piece about this Warren Commission report, he literally researched the entire book and found all these inconsistencies and all these places where it contradicted itself, and realized that this was just a book that was sort of calculated to achieve a goal instead of designed to sort of really get an accurate description of the events. And so I started reading this, and I started getting into all kinds of fucked up things, and it became a huge problem. I remember the day I got the book, I fucking bombed that night on stage because I read the book during the day. I was in Philadelphia. I was working for Andy Scarpati in the Comedy Cabaret, and I'm in my fucking hotel all day reading this terrifying book about how the government was taken over in a coup by the CIA, and
you went up
shot
there
Kennedy and
bummed out and
totally. bummed out and ate dick on stage. Then I had to come back. That was like Friday. I had to come back and redeem myself Saturday. Saturday, I just beat off and watched cartoons.
Right.
Got my mojo back.
Bring yourself down a little bit.
Yeah, man. You can fucking, that's the problem with guys like Alex Jones who'll tell you about the New World Order. You hang around with those guys and you're convinced that the sky's falling. Like we were talking about this before the show. Like, is the apocalypse here? Is it just moving really slow? Like,
that's it. Because you see shit happening, and then you start thinking though, like, all right,
nothing's happening to us.
Just pick it's like this is kind of cool.
But I mean,
I'm gonna turn on the TV and just fuck around, watch dumb shows and shit like that.
Better off. You're better off.
It's still there.
You can find suffering everywhere in the world if you look every day of the week and decide to suffer constantly. All you have to do is just tune into the Africa channel. Just whatever you want to, just watch everything about Africa. And you'll see people.
Right.
Wait, okay.
I don't think that's the same channel.
Oh,
you turn off that news though. It's a nice place.
Yeah, it's not bad.
It's pretty peaceful out there.
I don't watch the news.
You
don't watch the news at all?
At all. I don't bother with it at all. People are like, oh, aren't you going to die of radiation in California? I'm like, maybe.
Well, the radiation's hitting.
Maybe.
We'll all die. What do you want me to do?
Radiation's hitting California today?
Is it?
Yeah, a little bit.
Is that the truth?
Well, get your pills.
Little bit.
If I'm less fertile, it's only good for me.
California though, we have built up a resistance from using cell phones all the time that I think we're going to be okay.
Going to be fine. Yeah,
it's like
slowly build up resistance.
It's like vaccines. It's like a vaccine for radiation. Cell phone and Wi-Fi. It's everywhere. You're going to be fine. Our Wi-Fi will kill that radiation. Cheap ass fucking radiation.
I know when you sit there sometimes and think how much shit is going through you when you're just sitting here, like in the 1800s, I guess, and before, they just had whatever cosmic shit was floating around, natural stuff.
Full ozone.
Yeah, shit
Zero
like that.
holes in it.
Now, you're like, all right, now we got radio. And all those radio signals, it is radiation. It's just fucking radiation.
We're wearing radiation right now.
Going through you. Yeah, right on our head.
How do we know this
We put
is...
headphones on that fucking have magnets that are being fucking
we know this is okay?
It's changing our brains. I bet it is. I bet it's rewiring our brains.
Who knows?
It's gotta be. And at any given, just think of all the different frequencies that are being used and stuff. All those signals just fucking permeating you.
Yeah. Wi-Fi, cordless phone.
Yeah, there's just more being added every
GSM signal, CDMA, all combining.
Everything just. And what's that doing?
We're not going to get the tumors in our head anymore because we don't use our cell phones for phone
calls. You're going to get like finger tumors from texting. Texting and tweeting.
Extra joints.
We should take a break. We got Joe Rogan in studio with Ari. And does this mean anything? Because this might be my tease. Bath salts.
Oh, yeah. You know what that is?
After the break?
Yeah. Well,
if it's not worth bringing up.
It. Yeah, no, it is.
And Ari's shit-covered, deformed asshole.
Oh, yeah. We can talk about that.
That's from the podcast?
Yeah.
I missed that episode?
For the folks, Jew Clam. Google Jew Clam.
Jew Clam Uncensored.
Yeah, Jew Clam Uncensored.
What is that? You got it online?
Oh, yeah. His asshole's online.
I can't wait. All right.
And
a cheeseburger.
Is Liddell here?
Yeah.
Is he here? Beautiful.
Where the fuck is he?
He's in the office.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chuck. I didn't even see you.
Beating the fuck out of
You're going to beat the shit out of somebody now.
They wouldn't let him in the St. Patrick's Day parade with his fucking green mohawk. They made him wear a hat to cover his green mohawk.
Why?
There have been no hair dye rule.
Green mohawk's against the rules.
There have been no hair dye rule.
You can't dye your hair. Yes.
No.
Yes. Reed Harris from the fucking WEC told me yesterday.
Why couldn't you dye the fuck
ridiculous
people?
Silly.
Regulations.
Green for the St. Patrick's Day.
But everyone watching the parade is shit-faced. Almost getting hit by cars, getting in fights, puking all over the place.
You can't dye your hair, though. You can't Hulk out.
That's so stupid.
Hulk out.
Oh, there it is. All right.
Oh, God.
All right, they're going to watch
Ari's butt.
That's fine.
Get ready.
We'll check it out after the break. Opie and Anthony.
I hear the music. It gets into you. I hear the music. Millions of watts. All of this low-level sound, well, it gets into you. And so I said, well, you know what? I hear the music. Bring back the music. All of this music. Well, you know what? I hear the music. And so I said to him, I said, bring back the music. And he said, excuse me. Don't put fucking words in my mouth. Don't put fucking words in my fucking mouth. Don't put fucking words in my mouth. Don't put fucking words in my mouth. And so I said to him, I said, wait a minute. I hear the music. Wait a minute. I hear millions of watts. And so I said to him, I said, you all talk a big thing. You only talk it. You don't walk it. And he said, excuse me. Don't put fucking words in my mouth. Don't put fucking words in my fucking mouth. Don't put fucking words in my mouth. Don't put fucking words moves in my mouth. Millions of watts going up into the ionosphere. You hear it through the front of your skull. I hear millions of watts. You hear it through the front of your skull.
This is Randy, the Natural Couture.
This is Tito Ortiz. This is Chuck the Iceman Liddell.
Hey, this is Dana White from the Ultimate Fighting Championship, and you're listening to the Opie and Anthony Show. There we go.
We're back. Just did 20 minutes for everybody. For people in studio. We got Joe Rogan, we got Ari, and now we got Chuck Liddell.
The Iceman.
The Iceman.
He was confirming the story. They didn't let you walk through fucking St. Patrick's Day Parade with your green hair.
Yeah, they gave me a great green beret. Knitted beret. It looked great.
Because that looks normal.
Yeah,
that was much better than having it.
I was sitting there for 2 hours waiting to get on and walk in the parade, and then at last minute I'm walking out and the guy's grabbing me. You can't walk on the parade. You can't walk like that. And
why?
I don't know, because I got a mohawk and it was green. I don't know which. One of the two. I don't know what.
Green
It wasn't
mohawk.
Catholic enough or something. I don't know.
So
stupid. That's what they told me.
Yeah, apparently there's a no hair dye rule.
Ridiculous.
I never knew that. Yeah,
I had no idea. No one told me.
If I was asked, I would have said, yeah, there's plenty of people with their hair dyed marching in there, but I guess not.
More government intruding into the man's life.
What happened with the whole gay thing with the parade?
What was
like
the
that
gay
used
thing?
to be it used to be a big issue is that the gays always wanted to march in the St. Patty's Day parade.
Really?
And every year it was a giant issue. Like, no, we're not letting it. If you're gay and you want to be in the parade, you got to be in as part of this thing and just be a gay guy marching with this group. But they wanted like the gay group to march, and it was always a big thing. But now that just kind of went away. I think the gays just gave up. Just gave up on it.
They realize how ridiculous it is.
Yeah. You go in as a gay contingent.
Yeah, the whole point is St. Patrick's Day. It's not whether or not you fuck guys.
Yeah, it didn't make any sense, so I guess they gave up. Fuck them.
It's also St. Patrick. The church just doesn't want you.
Yeah,
It's pretty clear
it really
they
is.
don't want you guys.
Yeah, regardless of, you could say what God's intent is with the gay guys, the church doesn't like you. Yeah. You could really just say that. I don't know what God's opinion on gay guys are, but the church hates you. It pretty much does. Not very open-minded when it comes to that.
It's funny how many fucking gay people there are in the church, though. That's
I
what's
know.
really weird. You would figure that they would make it kind of easier on gays.
In my opinion, if you want to take a vow of celibacy, there's got to be at least some confusion as to your sexuality.
Yeah.
If you're saying I think I could go my entire life with no pussy.
What's going on?
I think you're
there?
denying what you want, and you're in that middle ground of I don't want pussy, but I better not jump on the cock. Let me
who's
go
that?
become clergy.
Controversial priest. Who's that controversial priest who's really, really popular in Miami? Really, some charismatic young priest. They caught him with a woman, and he's in a lot of trouble because of that.
Wow.
So he left the Catholic Church. Yeah, they frown upon that.
Wow, yeah.
They should keep that guy.
And he gave a speech about it. He was like, "Look, they're all gay." He's like, "The priests are all gay. Like it's a huge contingency of gay people and kid fuckers. That's what it is. I mean, that's really what it is. It's ridiculous that it's even controversial to say that.
I know, yeah, because you say that and you think, oh, am I going to get? But come on, look through history.
Could you imagine if NASCAR drivers fucked as many kids as priests did?
They would shut down NASCAR.
They sure wouldn't be riding anymore, right?
They wouldn't just move them to another state. You're gonna have to race in West Virginia now.
The cars, all you'd see is a paint job on them. There wouldn't be one sponsor sticker on anything.
It's amazing, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
just a bunch of pink cars going around in circles.
They can just keep doing it. Wow, look at that. They got a Geiger counter on some kid's head in Japan. They had some kid at the airport, and there's a guy with a big glove
with that
on.
shower head thing they've been fucking just scanning people with?
They scanned his little head.
His little head.
To see if he's radioactive.
Well, they're saying they can't really tell if you've ingested anything radioactive by putting that fucking detector by your head and by your body. They can tell if you've been in a radioactive surroundings, but they can't tell how much you've ingested, how long you've been in the area. I was talking before, Shep Smith, Shep Smith on Fox News. He's going to glow in the dark. The guy has been there since it happened. He's constantly right near the reactor.
Wow. Even Anderson Cooper isn't going to Japan.
No.
No.
No, he was there.
Was he?
Well, but
he goes
came,
everywhere dangerous.
He
that
was there.
fuck.
No, they had a
I think
video.
he came back, though.
They had a video of him going, "Should I leave? Should
I get out of here?
Should I get out of here?" Because new info was coming in, and he just broke character. Like, should I be here?
What happened to that chick in Egypt that got beat up and sexually assaulted?
Did
they release the story of what exactly happened?
You won't see her no more.
that's
I don't know.
that's a
She
wrap.
just went away.
She got pinched really hard. Was one of the descriptions.
Pinched in her vagina?
I guess.
I think her
like
her nipples. I think they were doing things to her
the
nipples
really hard.
They were biting her tits and
Really?
fucking.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they said it went on for like a half an hour,
I
too.
know.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
That means a few guys.
Isn't there a sick part of you that hears shit like that and goes like, "Wow." like every
you had the folks listening at home. You had to see Anthony's face. There was a bit of nostalgia in his eyes.
You might want to explain a little bit there, a little further.
I would never make light of the horror that this woman went through, and that other women go through when they're being sexually assaulted. But when you just read the story and take the humanity out of the mix, I don't know who this person is. I just know it's female A and male B through Z. Doing things. It's just this twisted kind of perverse, sick, and there's something titillating about it.
You want to bring it down to caveman shit.
Yeah, caveman
where there's
style.
no fucking laws or anything.
Doesn't matter.
But it's not caveman shit because it's a suppression shit. You're not supposed to be doing this shit. It's not like a nature shit.
No, it is. You're not supposed to be doing it. It's very bad. It's an evil
nature's
thing.
a one-on-one.
But did we
just fuck you, shoot a load in you, and make a baby? That's natural.
But did we decide it's nature? You know what I mean? Or is it nature shit where you're supposed to just fucking be an animal like that?
Well, there's a lot of that.
Did we
left
decide
over.
that it's not okay?
The real reality of human bodies is that we have the same genetics that they had back when they were running from saber-toothed tigers and fucking stabbing woolly mammoths with sticks.
But we like to think because we've got more knowledge,
because we have smartphones that we're different.
we're fighting it.
We're
still
basically
have fighting those monkey
that
instincts.
urge. We call it the perv switch.
Yeah, it's
and
in
some
there.
guys lose the fucking battle with the perv switch.
Well, nature and the perv switch are two totally different things. A lot of the perv switch comes from suppression.
Yeah.
A lot of it comes from this sort of rebounding. It's like Catholic school girls. When I was in high school, those freaks, they fucked like
most,
crazy.
Yeah.
The craziest chick I ever dated was when I was in high school. It was a Catholic school girl. This chick fucked everybody who asked. Anybody who tried to fuck her got to fuck her. If you dragged a dick on the ground across her, it would be like a kitten with a ball of yarn. She would just dive on it. She was a fucking whore. By the time we were like 20, she'd already had 3 abortions.
Wow.
Oh, this bitch fucked everybody.
Catholic girl, huh?
And she couldn't help it. She couldn't help herself. She had a look in her eyes like she was hypnotized.
It was, and it was the suppression of.
She fucked her. I was dating her, and she fucked one of my friends. I came home. It was like 4 o'clock in the morning. They were parked in front of my house, and my buddy was fingering her in the car. And I slammed my hand on the hood of the car. I go, "What the fuck?" And then I got in my car and I drove off. Fingered her in the front seat. This bitch was crazy, and it was all Catholic school. Just fucking wonked her head. Her whole family was everything. Every time if somebody sneezed, there's fucking everybody made the crucifix sign.
Yeah.
A car honked its horn. Oh Jesus! Everybody was.
I knew a family like that, and it was a lot of girls, sisters, and all raised like strict Catholic family. Where when we wanted to go to the movies, we couldn't just pull up to the house. We had to come in the house. We couldn't pick the girl up just by beeping the horn or stuff. Had to come into the house. It's the mother and father there. Yeah. And then they asked what movie were we seeing, and they would look in the Catholic Digest to see if the movie was rated by the Catholic Digest, and some of them were rated condemned. Like the movie's fucking condemned.
Like the Exorcist?
Something like that would be just condemned. So we'd have to say we were going to see a movie that was rated within, the parameters that they wanted. Yeah. And the fucked up thing is we never went to the movies. We'd go park behind like Leahy Junior High and just fuck in the car and get blowjob and then come home and we'd have to get a synopsis of the movie and it was great and time it out right and get home. But like you said, just the most horrid. They would send us up and the parents were oblivious. They thought, because they were raising them like this, that they were perfect. Me and a bunch of my friends would go out with these sisters, because they were all sisters, take a station wagon upstate New York to a cabin that the parents owned. And the parents wanted an equal number of guys to girls. They said, no, you can't go unless there's another guy, which was the oddest thing. It's like, why would you?
That doesn't make sense.
You're just gearing up for a good fuck fest with your daughter, and it was. We would go up there, and they would be like, you know,
it was.
It's a great place. Yeah. Oh, it was just you're out in the middle of nowhere. You know, no one's gonna fuck things up. That was like when you in your youth, you'd stay up all fucking night. If you were in bed with a chick and like. You knew nothing was interrupting it, you'd stay up all night because you were just like, I don't want this to fucking, this is great. It's like 5 in the morning, the sun's coming up, and you're like, motherfucker, why can't it be fucking midnight again? Yeah. It was just the greatest thing. And you'd have to get up and go back to fucking not getting laid for a month. It was tough growing up. Fucking tough shit,
I had a 6-month dry spell when I was 19.
Oh.
It was very scary. Very
wow.
scary.
You just kind of come to the thing of like, am I ever going to get laid again?
It's never going to happen again.
It's terrible.
And when I finally got it in again, I lasted a half a second, maybe. And then I was like, is this the rest of my life? You know, because I was out of school.
Yeah, I'm going to be premature ejaculation guy. Great.
Is this what I have to look? Is life over? Is it really like a John Cougar Mellencamp song?
There was a girl that didn't want to fuck once. I was spending the weekend with her, and we were in our late teens, and the first night, she was like, yeah, we could sleep together and stuff and get all naked and stuff, but I wanted to fuck her, and she's like, no, I don't know and stuff. So I just had fucking mega rod all night. All night. It's fucking dripping crazy glue all fucking night long. Just a wreck.
Turgid.
Pulsating teen penis that I had. It was great. When that ligament is all tight up top, you know, back in the good old days.
Like anime?
It was fantastic.
Was it like anime cock?
You couldn't even push it down like a quarter of an inch.
Jesus.
I think it was just wow. And so the next day I wake up blue balls like a motherfucker. I'm like, I couldn't even walk. And then the next night we're in bed again, naked, and then she's finally, you know, had enough drinking, I guess, where she's like, okay, let's do this. I'm like, oh. Dude, it was saved up now for a whole fucking night of having a rod and not being able to come. And then that, I swear, the head touched the fucking lips, and Bob just gone all over. I fire hosed her.
The good news is you're good to go in another 20 minutes.
Exactly. Not even. I don't even think I lost my rod. It was just like, fuck you. You're fucking.
Back in there.
Didn't worry about anything either.
Yeah,
no rubber, no nothing.
There's a couple times in my life I've gone 2 loads with 1 rod. It's a very rare occurrence.
Yeah, it's
going on here.
That's got to be like a brand new girl.
Very excited.
You got to be really excited about what you're doing.
Well, that's not some 20th anniversary shit.
Yeah. That doesn't come with one of those anniversary cards where it's like, I'm sorry I don't tell you I love you as much as I should. I love the apology cards. Those are great. I don't say it as much as I should, but no, I love you. Here, I'm giving you 2 fucking orgasms with 1 rod. Ain't happening.
Liddell's enjoying himself today. Chuck, you have anything to add or what?
Chuck's hanging.
Chuck's hanging. He's just happy he doesn't have to wear that goofy hat from yesterday, man.
Can we get back to that video, Ari's video? Do we have someone that
what was that?
Ari's butthole?
It's called
Chuck
Ari's
doesn't need to see that.
Shit covered deformed asshole.
Yeah. Chuck's a sensitive guy. He doesn't need to see this.
No, I wouldn't.
Can we get one of the guys to pop that up for us? Is it right there?
No, it's not here. I'll look for it.
All right. Well, I mean,
you know.
So everybody knows about the UFC Strikeforce buyout, right?
What do you think about that, Joe?
It's pretty amazing. It's good.
Exciting,
I like it.
right?
What I like is that these guys are going to get to fight. You know,
right?
It's it's going to take a while. They're going to have to figure out. You know, the contracts have to run out on these fighters, and you know, and Showtime and all that, and work all that stuff out. But now all the best fighters are all under one organization.
Yeah.
And,
yeah,
you know,
you get some of those dream bouts you wanted to say.
The fans always win when that happens.
Yeah. Who are you looking forward to seeing fight that wasn't able to?
Alistair Overeem. I'm looking forward to seeing him fight as a heavyweight. Chuck knocked him out, though, back in the day.
Knock him the thumbs up. Knock him the fuck out.
Back in the day. That was a great fight. That was a great fight in Pride. That was a fun one, you know?
That was a good fight.
Alistair's a bad motherfucker. He's ever since he got to heavyweight too, he's been doing much better. He's huge now. He's like 260, 255. He's enormous. But he does very well. He won the Grand Prix, the K1 Grand Prix. So as a striker, he's like one of the top strikers, like as far as like, being successful as a striker and as a mixed martial arts guy. He's the heavyweight champ of Strikeforce, and he won the Grand Prix for K1. So that's a big deal.
Shit.
He's the one I'm most excited about seeing. Gilbert Melendez Amanda is another one. Nick Diaz.
Fedor, where we at with that?
You know, I think Fedor should be fighting at 205. I mean, Fedor's smaller than Chuck. I mean, Chuck, you know, obviously longtime 205 champion. I mean, you walk around like, what, 225, something like that?
230.
Yeah, that's what Fedor fights at, but fat. You know, and Chuck's not fat walking around at 225, 230. I mean, frame-wise, the guy could be a middleweight, right?
Yeah. He's
Wow. You see some of the guys like Rich Franklin, a guy who cuts a lot of weight to get down to 185.
Yeah.
Physically, he's probably bigger than Fedor, you know? But Fedor's he's a bad motherfucker, no doubt. But he's too small for the biggest guys in the division. That Bigfoot Silva fight proved that to me. I mean, that fucking giant motherfucker got on top of him and was hammer-fisting him into oblivion. And I was like, you know, like this is a mismatch weight-wise. There's no way. This guy, we got one guy who's cutting down from 285, 290 to get to 265 weight class, and you got another guy who's fat at 230. It just doesn't line up, you know? He's just too... After a while, I mean, in the old days, you could pull that off. But when it gets to a certain point, the competition gets fierce, you have to be as big as you can for your division. You have to be, you know, as in shape as possible. You can't be walking around with a big belly and, you know. It looks great, you know. It's kind of fun. That this guy with a big gut was knocking everybody out, you know.
Right.
When he fought Brett Rogers.
Why don't they add a middle weight class?
They should. I agree. I think maybe they will eventually. I think somewhere around, what do you know, like 225, 230? Think that's a good idea?
Yeah, I'm not sure. So they could do that. They do that in
there's some guys that are, you know, you see, like stand next to a guy like Brock, you know, and you see Brock next to Fedor. That's a different weight class.
Sure.
There's just a different weight class. No question. But then a guy like Cain Velasquez is only about 240, and you know, and he beat the shit out of Brock.
Yeah,
so
nice guy, by the way.
That guy.
We liked Cain.
He's a motherfucker. He's a motherfucker.
Really nice in person.
That guy. They were talking about that guy for years before he broke out onto the scene.
He's got like creepy conditioning for heavyweight.
Yeah, it doesn't even make sense.
Just doesn't get tired.
He outworks like middleweights, lightweights. I mean, he's like the most conditioned guy in the gym apparently.
So he can
he's
a lot of stamina. He could.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. His trainer. They said this after the Ben Rothwell fight. He fought Ben Rothwell, and Rothwell was upset that they stopped the fight. He was just getting the fuck beat out of him. I mean, Cain Velasquez is just all over him. And then Javier Mendez says, well, they were probably thinking that the storm was going to end eventually, but the storm never ends with Cain.
Jeez.
Just the fucking thought of the storm never ends. Never stops fucking punching you and kicking you until you're
beating the fuck out of your head.
It doesn't get tired. I've never seen a heavyweight that has that kind of conditioning.
Wow.
What about UFC 128? What do you like? We talked to Jones on the phone. He was a cool guy.
He's it's very interesting. He's got more hype behind him, I think, than anybody I've ever seen in the history of the division. Like young contenders coming up, you know, with a limited amount of fights. I mean, when Chuck was a contender before, you know, Chuck was the uncrowned champion before. I mean, everybody always, although people behind the scenes knew that he was going to beat Tito when he fought him. You know, it was always known that eventually one day they're going to have to get him together. So it was like Chuck had so much experience before he got there, but John Jones has only been doing MMA for 3 years. Wow. That's the ridiculous
nothing, right?
thing. I mean, he's just gone from the first fight with Andre Guzmão all the way through to the last fight with Ryan Bader and never been in a tiny bit of trouble.
Well, they learned on the shoulder, you guys, who had to pretty much learn on your own what the best thing to do, best training, best mixture of martial arts.
It was creative back in the day.
So and it was trial and error kind of a thing, you know? You realize you can't just go in there knowing one thing because this guy's going to come in and fucking put you on the mat and kill you. But now I guess these guys are getting better in a shorter period of time, which will give them, I guess, longer careers.
Well, they see right away when you enter into the sport right now, you see full, complete mixed martial artists, and those are the guys that people are imitating. Like, and kids from now, like there's this commercial with these kids that train at the Tap Out gym. These kids are like 7, 8 years old.
Yeah.
You ever seen that commercial?
I've seen that shit.
These motherfuckers.
That's fucked up, man.
Hitting flying arm bars and high kicking each other, and they're little kids. You know? They're learning MMA from the beginning. You know?
7, 8 years old. Can you imagine? Jesus.
I was there for Chuck's debut. What Chuck was different, the difference between Chuck and all the other guys before him is that all the other wrestlers were trying to take the fight to the ground and they would get on top of you and pound on you. But what Chuck did was make guys stand up. That was like the first time that anybody ever done that.
I always said, when I came in, when you came in, there's 3 different elements you had to learn. And most people came in with one and learned the other 2. I came in with 2 and had to learn one. I had to learn jiu-jitsu. So, I mean, I had that advantage in the beginning. And I was able to keep guys they were wrestlers striking with me They weren't comfortable there, and plus it puts them somewhere where they're uncomfortable because they're not used to striking. They're not used to being there, and it frustrates them that they can't take me down.
I was there for Chuck's debut, and the funny thing was they found out that Chuck was a wrestler right before he go out. Like, tell him, John Peretti.
Yeah, John Peretti comes up to me. I found out I was a wrestler before I go out. He's like, if you want to come back, you need to keep this on your feet. So I'm fighting a boxer. I'm like, okay, I'll try.
Yeah, they used to make guys do things. They used to make guys stand like this. This was famous for the Elite XC, that company that went under that was banking on Kimbo Slice and all that.
Oh, right, yeah.
They used to have a ground clock where if you were on the ground for like 30 seconds, a little alarm would go off and they would stand you back up.
They made you stand up?
Yeah, it was famous. Gary Shaw would tell people backstage, they reported on it. They would tell him, keep this fight standing, we want to see a good knockout.
I remember a lot of times I saw when Chuck would fight, which always perplexed me. You'd get a guy, he'd be on his back, and you'd be smashing him in the face, and I'd be like, this guy's done. And then you'd back off and let the guy get up. And I'm like, why are you letting him get it? You fucking have him.
I've been on top
you want to play with him
and
a little
I'm trying
bit.
to put him away, and I have him hurt. I figure out he's not quitting right now, and I just step back because I figure I can hurt him better standing up.
Jesus.
All right.
It's a calculated maneuver.
I guess so, because I was always like, oh, he's pounding him. This guy's just got him.
He's fighting enough, so they're not going to stop it. All right, get back up because I've got him hurt. I don't want to let him rest down there.
You're probably thinking about the Jeremy Horn fight.
Yes, he was laying down there, and you were pounding his face. Yeah, because I guess now he's got to stand up, and now he can't just lay back and worry about. Now he's got to worry about his legs and everything.
Yeah, sometimes when guys get a guy hurt and then they get on top of him, the guy can grab a hold of you and wrap a hold of you even from the bottom and save himself.
Yeah.
And just kind of clear his cobwebs out as opposed if he's actually standing up with you.
So Chuck was just like, all right, get up, motherfucker. Oh, shit, I'm going to punch you standing up.
Yeah, I got someone hurt. I figure I can hit him harder standing, so get him up. I'm accurate, so.
Well, it worked.
So you're obviously taking Shogun over Jones, huh?
No, I'm not. No, I don't know.
I misread what you were saying.
No, I just said there's an amazing amount of hype behind this kid. I mean, the reason the hype is behind him is because he's incredibly talented.
Right.
I mean, I always describe him as like an insect, and not in a bad way, but like, you ever see an ant move like something big? They do it like effortlessly. That's what it's like with this kid. He tosses people around, and he does it like effortlessly. It's like it's weird how strong he is. Like he does this he does this thing where he gets guys in double overhooks, and he flips them through the air where their feet are over his head. It's a lateral drop, but the way he executes it, it's like hardly anybody does that in MMA, and not the way this kid does it. And he does it on high-level guys and sends them flying through the air.
And it doesn't even look like he's straining doing it.
He takes everyone down. I mean, no one had been able to control Ryan Bader, the last guy that he fought, like that. Right. He just takes him down, gets on top of him, squashes him, chokes him.
Who do you want, Chuck?
I'd like to see both the guys. I think it's gonna be a good fight. I don't necessarily want it one guy or the other. It'd be interesting to see. I mean, it's a test for Jones, but he's a tough kid. I've only seen a couple of his fights, but he's a tough kid. Man.
He's physically so talented, but Shogun's an assassin. Shogun is a real professional. Like Jones got in his face at the weigh-in. It was or at the press conference, kind of interesting. And he got like right in Shogun's face, and Shogun just turned away.
Like, really? I'm not going to play this.
You don't want to deal with it.
I'm not going to look at you. I'm not doing this.
Shogun's been around a long time.
Yeah.
You just made that fight even more interesting.
Shogun's an assassin.
What other fight you like Saturday? Tomorrow, I guess, already. Wow.
What else is on the card?
Uriah Faber
and Eddie Wineland. That's a great fight. Eddie Wineland was at one point in time the 135-pound champion, and he's trying to get back to it, and Uriah dropped down to 135. Uriah's a fucking beast at 135.
Yeah.
That's a great fight. What else is on the card?
I don't know. I got to look it up.
The fuck, Ari?
I don't know.
I had one.
I don't know. I got to look it up.
What else is on the card, Reed? What's that?
Kamal Shalaroos Miller.
Oh, yeah. Jim Miller and Kamal Shalaroos. Jim Miller from New Jersey. He's a fucking animal.
New Jersey guy, huh?
That kid's a savage. I love that kid. Him and his brother, Dan Miller, and Dan Miller fights Nate Marquardt. There's a lot of good fights. It's a good card.
Yeah.
Where's Dana? Why didn't...
He's probably busy with the merger, because they just bought Strikeforce like a couple of days ago. So it's just, I think it came out on Tuesday. Is that what it was?
Yeah, something like that. I don't know. I heard.
Were there any differences with Strikeforce, like that? They might have, that they might have trouble incorporating into.
Only elbows. They didn't allow elbows.
They didn't allow elbows. Okay.
How do you feel about that? Some guys don't like elbows because they think that it stops fights because it cuts. What do you think about that?
Well, I mean, I don't like taking anything out anymore, but I mean, But I mean, I thought when they took knees to the head on the ground out, I think if you're going to take one out over, I think they should have left that in and took elbows.
Take elbows out. The knee to the head.
A knee to the head.
That one, I remember seeing those and just going,
Well, you know,
but it was
you guys
great
wanna
to
see
watch.
It used to keep people from shooting. Though. You land a few of those the first shot, and the second, I don't know if I want to shoot again.
Did I hear that
true.
right? Chuck is bummed that they took the knee to the head out.
Yeah, well, you don't know. Chuck fought old
I know
school
he's an
Valley
animal. Trust me,
Tudo,
I know,
no
but-
gloves. He fought Pele in Brazil in one of those old school Valley Tudo tournaments where they fought in a ring, and the bottom rung of the ropes was a net so that you couldn't slide out under. So Pele is stuffed into the corner in the net, and Chuck is just smashing him
through the net.
It's one of the most brutal fights ever.
I got to see that. Is it online still?
Oh, yeah.
All right, good. I got to check that
Chuck
out.
Liddell versus Pele.
One 30-minute round.
Yeah.
Really?
Wow.
30-minute round.
Wow.
Bare knuckle.
That's just like,
stomp,
that's
soccer kicks, everything.
That's Fight Club shit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it is.
And it's in Brazil.
Yeah.
You know.
No one's stopping that.
His manager was the referee, by the way. I walked in, I walked out.
Oh, no.
Come on.
What is that? Fucking WWE? What the fuck is
Weird,
this?
Some WWE shit.
Yeah.
You're right.
You want to hear some spooky shit about Brazil? Brazil has a very high rate of infestation of a toxin or a parasite called toxoplasma. And it's a cat parasite. And listen to this shit. There's a parasite that affects rats, and it makes rats sexually attracted to the smell of cat piss. Where they lose their mind, their balls swell up, and they can't wait to get around cat piss. They get around the cat piss, and obviously there's a cat there. The cat eats the rat, so the cat gets it. And then the cat gives it to people. When people touch cat shit, or when the cat shit in the grass, and then, you know, somehow or another people get in contact with it. Well, when it affects human beings, it makes men more aggressive, it makes them jerks, and it makes them more sexually active, and it makes women more promiscuous, and it makes them more sexual. And it literally has infested 66% of the population of Brazil. I mean, if you look at Brazil, you look at their culture, that is Brazil.
Yeah.
The men are fucking animals. They're crazy. And the women, they all have big asses, and they're all sexual and promiscuous.
half naked, walking
it's the
around.
fucking culture of Brazil is shaped by a parasite.
Based on fucking rats and cat shit.
It's crazy. Not only that, but they're also making a direct correlation between successful soccer teams and higher rates of infestation of toxoplasma because it makes the men more reckless and
Can they test for this?
More aggressive?
Yes,
They can. So
they can
they
test
know
for
for
it.
sure that people have this.
A lot of people have it. 66% of the population of Brazil. 50 million Americans are infested by it. Especially places, rural areas where there are a lot of wild cats.
Yeah.
Hey,
oh man, I never heard that.
Pretty fucking nuts, man. But when you look at Brazil, you go, why is this one country so wild and crazy?
Yeah.
It's a fucking worm in your brain.
There's the explanation.
Literally. That's nuts, man.
That is fucking
It's
nuts.
fucking really nuts to wrap your head around that, but it makes sense if you've been to Brazil and you see like how those people. It's a wild ass place.
Is it as wild as they say? I've never been.
I've been to Sao Paulo. I got slapped by a transvestite in a car. I was trying to take a picture of him, her, whatever.
Yeah.
She reaches in, smacks me in the fucking face, and starts screaming and starts shaking the door. I'm in a car with like 10 trained killers. We're all leaving the Abu Dhabi the tournament. It was Mark Lehman's in the car, Big Country's in the car, and I get bitch slapped. Big Country had a great picture of her.
Bitch slapped by a fucking tranny.
I mean, she just had a face, like this crazy made up face, and she was a tranny. Like they're fucking nuts sexually.
I'm sure the guys let you alone after that, right? They didn't bother you about what happened.
Oh, we were all laughing for days. It was hilarious.
They fucking didn't let that one go.
I mean, she was begging for money or to suck cock or whatever. I don't know Portuguese.
Something,
Something.
whatever.
I don't know
Yeah.
Portuguese. She wanted some form of attention.
Something to do with the cock.
Yeah.
Hey, one more UFC question I wanted to ask Dana, but we don't have him today. New York, what the fuck?
New York's a mess,
It should have been.
man.
It should have been done already.
Yeah, well, it's political. You know, I don't know what it is, but everybody knows.
Is it
that-
the boxing thing? Is it way too strong?
I don't know. It's a good question. I don't know the root of it all. I don't know.
Well, the people that are making that decision, of course, trying to get UFC in New York, would they go to Jersey to check out how it's run and how it's handled? Just
I don't
to get
know.
it.
You know, you would think
good
so
take on
if it made sense.
They would have done plenty of that by now. I mean, it's been there enough times.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, we've been coming to Jersey.
Could you
for
imagine
10 years
you guys
now.
going to fucking Madison Square Garden?
Yeah,
One
it would
of
be
these
huge.
days? How
It would
great
be
would that
huge.
be?
That would be great.
And it should be. You know, it
Yeah.
should be. It's all guaranteed. It's all corrupt politicians.
But
That's
last
all
time
it
we
is.
had Dana and it's been a while now. He was convinced it was right around the corner.
Yeah.
But it's not.
Didn't pass last time. You know, I don't know. I don't know how all this stuff
What's
works.
left? New York and what else?
There's a
As
few
far-
other states,
As far as the
right?
They're
biggies.
talking about there's 3 big ones. Was it Connecticut and
We did Connecticut in the casinos, but that's an Indian casino.
Oh, right. Okay.
It's different. you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah.
Right.
Don't have to
They
pay
did-
attention
yeah,
to white
they
man
listed
law.
them off yesterday. I don't know.
But New York, it's
You got
ridiculous. The
Boston,
fact that you have
right?
boxing.
You got Boston.
Yeah, boxing is here. It's like
The fact that there's boxing is legal, but MMA is illegal. That's just ignorant.
We
They
say
don't
that every
understand.
time when you get into the UFC a little bit. It's tough to watch boxing. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It really is.
It is. Although, you know, I do still enjoy a good boxing match because, you know, it's like I like a good jiu-jitsu match. You know, I like watching a good wrestling match, you know, but there's the big picture of MMA where it's all together is more exciting than anything.
Yeah.
That's the
Hard to
big
argue
ball
that.
of wax.
Hard to argue that.
But, you know, like I watched the Miguel Cotto, Ricardo Mayorga fight last weekend. It was a good fight. It was interesting. It was good boxing.
Yeah, but like Ope says, I find it hard to even tune into boxing anymore. It's because you know what, you really don't know what you're going to get.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can get the most boring fucking fight. Man.
It's a
You know,
lot
it's
of
like,
boring.
What do you think
come
happened
on
to
with the-
boxing?
stop clinching, you motherfuckers.
Too many
Hit
belts?
each other.
That's
When
definitely
we were
part
growing
of
up,
it.
we're all more or less the same age. When we were growing up, boxing was like, fuck.
It was also because there was no MMA back then.
True.
If it was MMA back
Yeah,
then, it would have
yeah.
taken over just like it took over now.
You think Muhammad Ali would have tried some MMA?
He did. He fought
He did.
Antonio Inoki. He
Oh,
fought him
no,
in
that's
some
when he was just
crazy
on his
fight.
back the whole thing.
Well, he
the
kicked
wrestler
the shit
was.
out of his legs.
The
yeah.
wrestler was. That's
It's
right.
a smart move. What do you want to do? Stand up with
You
Muhammad
call
Ali?
that?
No.
Would you call that? You call that he was trying MMA?
I don't know. I mean,
That
it was
kind of
something
a
different.
That was kind of
you know?
a spectacle.
Yeah, it was kind of a spectacle.
The wrestler just stayed on his back and kicked the shit out of
I
Ali.
think if you know there was a situation like this now, if it was in the 70s where there was like some guy like Cain Velasquez that was getting real popular and he was a heavyweight champion, and then there was Muhammad Ali who was a heavyweight champion of boxing.
Yeah.
Ali probably would have had to do it. He
Yeah,
probably would
yeah.
have been full. I mean, he's had such an incredible ego.
Yeah, to be the greatest, he would have had to.
Just learn how to sprawl, you know.
Yeah.
Go down the pit, do a little training with Hackelman, work on some techniques.
We're going to take a quick break, and Ari's asshole awaits. It's right there on the screen.
Oh, great.
He's in mid-wipes.
You don't want to see it. Jew Clam,
stay with you.
uncensored, online. Google it.
You don't want to see it, really?
Yeah, you do.
You want to see it,
can't-
Chuck, after the break?
You can't unwatch it.
It's not gay.
Remember, you
Chuck has
cannot
done worse to people.
unwatch
You're
it.
talking about a guy who fought bare knuckle in Brazil. He'll,
Yeah,
he'll check it out. He'll look at some assholes. Go ahead, throw it up on the screen.
All right, more with Joe Rogan. Are you
wanna even
promoting anything,
flinch?
Joe?
No.
Joe Rogan
Just
on
here to hang
Twitter,
out.
but you have
I'm just
plenty
happy to
of-
be here, man. Just
plenty
happy
of
to be here.
followers. And Chuck, you promoting anything?
Not really. No.
Just hanging. I
hanging
liked
out.
it. I like when guys just come by to hang. Penn might come by and hang today.
Yeah, we'll see.
You like Penn?
Yeah, very
Penn
much.
rules,
Penn
man.
He's a
Gillette.
good dude. I like that guy.
All right.
He was on Fear Factor.
Was he?
Yeah, him and Teller.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Were you ever on mushrooms
damn,
on
that's
Fear Factor? No, just the weed.
And I
I
saw
never
the
did,
weed.
did it on the mushrooms.
You ever done stand up on mushrooms?
No. Yeah, but not, but not real high.
you were coming down from it.
I mean, I can't really
No.
say. I mean,
Yeah.
I was able to talk, so it couldn't have been that strong.
And did I see you on Dave Chappelle doing a street bit for him?
Yeah, that was a long time ago. That was
I saw that the other day,
yeah.
an old rerun of Chappelle, and you're like handing out like gift certificates or money or something.
I was
forgot
walking
what it
down
was.
the street. I was walking down the street. I was playing at Caroline's, just randomly walking down the street, and
And he
Dave
grabbed
Chappelle
you.
is there with a mustache on.
Yeah,
And I
okay,
go, what
yeah,
are you doing? Hey, Joe, I'm handing out things for New York boobs. You want to be on my show? And I was like, yeah, sure, man. What do I have to do?
Was it buttons or something?
Yeah,
if they had
buttons.
nice
You
boobs?
got great New York boobs.
Right. And all of a sudden, Joe Rogan is handing the button to Chappelle's character or something. Like, what are you doing?
He's such an eccentric guy, man. I really wish he would start like really touring. He basically sort of shows up at places and does sets.
He brings a band with him now.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, brings a band with him, some weird bluesy
To
jazz band.
walk away from what he had going is
Not just walk away
amazing.
from that. He's one of the greatest comics of our generation. You
Yeah,
know?
yes.
I mean, there's a few guys that you look at and you go, well, these guys are like at the top of the heap. You know, and he was one of them.
Absolutely.
And
You know?
he just walked away.
And he had a
from
really
all.
good gig. It wasn't
Yeah.
like a 2.5 Men situation where maybe creatively you're a little embarrassed, but
Well,
he was doing some good shit.
Oh my
when
God.
I did his show, when I did the Fear Factor thing, he was telling me that they were giving him a hard time. That they would tell him like how many times he could say nigger, and they wanted him to
Really?
stop saying nigger, and they start fucking around because they think they can look.
What
if you're
idiots.
if you got a hit
Idiots.
show and you got a bunch of people that are saying, look, we want to advertise, but we want to ensure that our product is not being misrepresented.
Yeah.
Do you think you could tone down the blackie? Do you think you could figure out a way to
Like,
get him?
make it just as funny. Keep doing that.
Yeah.
But do it by this rules.
Make it funny. Keep it funny, but we could fit within these parameters so we could advertise. We'll all make money, and it'll shut up.
Suits, bro.
Oh, they're
Suits.
the worst.
And when you're trying to like figure out what's funny and what's not funny, you can only leave that to comedians. You can't Suits. You can't look at it and go, if I water it down, it'll still be funny,
No.
but then it'll be more lucrative, and let's figure out a comfortable medium, because it won't be funny and it'll piss off the comic.
Right.
And Chappelle just wound up getting tired of it all.
That's amazing, and the dignity to walk away from that and say fuck you.
He clearly doesn't give a fuck, because he could be
Yep.
touring and selling out stadiums, and instead he just shows up at comedy clubs like unannounced.
Yeah.
Fuck it.
And does like 5-hour sets.
Yeah, and he's happy with
5 hours
it.
someday,
all
yeah.
the time.
We need a Chuck Liddell for these meetings with the Suits.
Oh yeah.
You'll see it our way.
That's oh god.
Chuck's too friendly.
Yeah.
Chuck's intimidating as fuck, but then when you get around him, you're like, God, he's so normal and nice.
So nice.
Yeah,
Nice guy, damn it.
You need some fucking brooding Mike Tyson character that might bite somebody's ear off at any moment.
We have a short list of guys that scared the shit out of us the first time we saw him, and certainly Chuck. It took a while for us to relax around him. Because the first time you came in, you were breathing like a bull and had that look, and we're like, fuck.
Do you find yourself more easygoing now that you've retired?
I guess, probably. I mean, it just depends. I mean, I think other times I come in, I had a fight coming up, so I was kind of in fight mode, training.
Yeah. You don't
mode.
have to be in that.
A little. It's always a little more. I never noticed it, but all my friends always did.
Oh, fuck yeah, man.
A little more on edge, a little more like, what? What'd you do?
That's it. That's exactly what scared the shit out of us.
What the fuck was that? Yeah.
We got a couple of those looks. Nothing.
We were in Vegas once, and I don't know the particulars about it, but there was 2 tables going on. There was our table that was over here, and then there was a table that was next to it. And at our table, Chuck was there with a couple of his friends, and there was some dude. It was like some drug dealer type character or something. I don't know who he was. And then it was some large black gentleman, and the large black gentleman got quite mouthy, and he got yelly, and he was screaming at someone's face. And Chuck stepped up around behind his buddy and stood right in front of the black guy and started talking to him. And the dude literally turned 2 shades lighter color. Like, you could see the look in his face. He was like, what the fuck have I gotten myself into? Chuck Liddell is literally inches from my and I don't know what Chuck was saying because it was loud. That's all you could do. But you could see Chuck looking at the guy going like this, talking to him. And the guy was shaking his head, talking at the same time.
Oh, man.
It was terrifying.
You remember what you said, Chuck, or no?
Yeah, I mean, I just was.
Do you remember the situation?
Yeah, I remember. He had a problem with some small guy. I mean, I don't know what happened exactly, but it was like basically I was just letting him know that you're not going to do anything. Just sit down, go back to what you're doing. We can be cool.
The dude's mouth opened.
You're not doing anything.
Yeah.
You could tell he was
isn't going any further.
You know what I like about this? This is the nice version we're hearing.
He was having a hard time getting oxygen to his brain because his mouth opened in the shock because he was all angry and aggro, and he was doing this thing that a lot of dudes do where they get their knuckles above their head and then they come down with their finger and start pointing. He was doing this, and then when Chuck showed up, the hand dropped and his mouth opened. Well, you could tell he was like having a hard time getting in air. He's like, "Oh Jesus, I gotta stay calm."
That's like the worst situation you could be in. It's like this isn't just any schlep coming over that you're like, yeah, I might be able to take this guy. He's getting in my face. It's like no, it's Chuck Liddell.
Yeah, and it's not confusing. There's fucking tattoo on his head, and the mohawk.
Yeah, you know what you're getting.
And he's staring at you with that 100,000-yard stare.
Yeah.
That is brutal, man.
It was funny.
We're going to take a quick break. I just want to see if Penn's here. So
yeah, cool.
Quick break, and he is here? Oh, fuck. This show is...
Shazam.
Right, just continues. All right. Penn, and is Teller here, too? Just Penn?
Just Penn.
All right, we'll wrap up next with Joe Rogan, Chuck Liddell, Ari, and Penn. Stay there.
Sirius XM, the Opie and Anthony Show. This is the Opie and Anthony Show.
Let's talk about it.
Now I got to see that.
Now we got to talk about it on the air.
That sounds great.
So we got Joe Rogan, we got Chuck Liddell, and now we got Penn Jillette in studio. And he already knows what you were going to say live on the air because of this damn Twitter.
The Twitter, they tell you everything, you know.
Yeah,
they
they
talk
really
to you
do.
on the Twitter. They send you stuff, and they said, and I apologize so much. You just, you're absolutely right. Whatever happened is true. And I apologize for it.
You know what I just realized? Penn has some parts of his voice sound a bit like Jesse Ventura.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's the libertarian parts.
No, there's something about his voice, and I was just thinking, well, what a great combination to be bullshit and bullshit. You know, your show, which is calling out bullshit, and his show, which is embracing it
complete
and
bullshit,
loving it violently.
It could be a complete symbiotic relationship.
It'd be amazing.
Just completely cycle it right through.
I'm talking about thermite paint. Thermite down the trade centers. Really? Did they paint the walls while people were working in there?
Freeze ball, fall speed.
Have you ever seen a crew come in to destroy a building with the work that has to be done before they actually press the button and bring it down? You're telling me they did that while people were working in there and didn't upset one cubicle? Really, Jesse? Well, I was a Navy SEAL. I know. Whatever.
I served my country.
Did you? Glad, proud of your service. No, I didn't. I'm sorry, but that doesn't mean I believe that fucking someone went in with a paint roller with a fucking coyote from the Roadrunner paint and fucking brought down the trade center. You fucking nuts. Thermite paint.
What's your Navy SEAL physics and chemistry change?
Yeah.
Excuse me, sir. I was a demolition man.
Demolition
man.
Really?
We played this. We did this like Q&A thing in Florida State University, and it was where the don't tase me, bro thing happened. It was in the actual room.
That's great.
Did you feel it in the air?
And the guy that booked us was the guy that told the police officer, go over there and shut that guy up. And it was great because the culture of tase me, bro, don't tase me, bro, is national.
Right.
But at this particular school, this guy stood up and, the first question of the night, he stands up and 3 video guys stand up with him. And he goes, I want to ask you a question, Mr. Gillette. And I go, sure. And he goes, you did the bullshit show without watching Building 7 go down. I'm calling bullshit on you. The 9/11 was a conspiracy. And he goes on yelling at me. And the great thing was the audience, 1,200 people. Tase him. Tase him. Tase him. The chant just starts, and it's really hard not to laugh your ass off. And he finished his point. And I said, no, I haven't watched, I certainly saw the video, but I didn't watch it in detail. And yes, I've read some of the stuff you said, but certainly not all of it. How can you go on TV without reading everything about it? Then no one can go on TV about anything ever. But no, I am ignorant of some of this. But the whole time I'm talking to this guy in like a standard kind of Q&A thing, the audience, tase him, tase him, tase him. Just fabulous.
Those 9/11 truthers, some of them are so fucking crazy, you almost wonder whether or not they're government agents designed to make the 9/11 conspiracy look ridiculous.
Yeah, to make it look
silly.
silly.
Like Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
Really? Some of them are so over the top fucking crazy about it.
I read this thing, and then I haven't been able to find it since. So it's possible when I say I read this, it means I made it up. But the Lincoln assassination, the Kennedy assassination, any big sort of huge tragedy, it seems like 15 years later, 10 years later, you get this whole conspiracy thing that pops up. It seems to be just part of the way human beings deal with things. 'Cause it's so hard to believe that Lee Harvey Oswald, one loser nut, changed the world that much. And it's so hard to believe those 9/11 people did that much to everything, that much.
You believe Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone?
Yes.
Really?
I'm not sure. There's stuff up there, but the thing that convinces me the most is the Luis Alvarez, who won the Nobel Prize physics in like the 60s, who was JFK's really good friend. There's a paper that he wrote in the Physics Journal that just came out in 68 or something. Luis Alvarez, that is very compelling. He does the sound stuff and that kind of things. Although I've heard people very knowledgeable debating this. So
I've heard arguments on both sides that make me lean one way or another, back and forth.
Yeah, you go back and forth and go,
Depending on what you read.
absolutely believe it's a conspiracy.
Yeah.
Wait, I absolutely believe it was one guy.
What I think about is the emotional thing. I so desperately want to think it was a bigger cause than that.
Right.
That I fight against it a little bit.
I think that's the whole gist of the conspiracy and why people embrace it. It's because you want to feel like you're safer than just a few guys that can do what they did on 9/11. You want to think that it took some massive conspiracy. No, it took a few people that really hate us to do that.
But
and that's it.
Evil is so rare. Evil is so rare. You never encounter it. You encounter people who are wrong all the time. You encounter people doing stupid things all the time. But someone choosing to do something evil is so rare that I don't think we're good at processing it.
Yeah, and I think we want to be part of something bigger.
Sure. It's better to have an evil God than no God to some people.
Right.
It's chaos is so frightening, and the fact that we're all struggling desperately to do our best and we still fuck things up is to some people a horrifying thought.
Weren't we all under the impression that the White House and the Pentagon and everything had these missile banks that would come up and shoot anything out of the sky that was trying to come toward Washington? And then you realize, no. It's just like any gig that you have, any job you've ever had. Yeah. People just fuck shit up. They drop the ball. They don't listen to the guy next to them. And that's exactly what happened.
But even worse than that, they do the best they can.
Yeah, and that's the best they can.
That's the scary part. There are times when I have done all my homework, all my preparation, been focused, worked hard, and still been a devastatingly incompetent fuck-up.
Yeah.
And that's what terrifies me.
Not on the bullet catch. That would be tragic.
The people that don't prepare and don't listen to the guy next to them, that works into my worldview. It's the guy with a good heart, who's smart, working as hard as he can, that then fucks up my life.
Just missed something.
Sure. Doing his best. Doing his best and a better job than I would be doing, and he's fucking it up.
There's something intoxicating about secret information, about uncovering secrets and uncovering UFO shit. I have friends that are just fucking obsessed with UFOs, and they're did you see the newest video? No matter what it is, they just...
There was a great quote from Spielberg, which was just this fabulous quote where he said, "I'm so surprised that with all the video technology everybody carries with them, we're not getting more UFO video." Yeah. Wonder why that could be, Steve? Let's think about that. Every single motherfucker on the planet has video running 24 hours, and no more videos coming out of UFOs.
No matter what happens, someone is videotaping it. Yet in the 50s, 60s, 70s, we were getting these still photos, Polaroids, UFOs all over the place. Now everyone's got it. The phones are cameras, and we don't see shit.
You don't see much.
You see some great CG work that some people do in their basement. You're like, wow, that looks pretty good. But it looks too good. I've seen a few of those where it looked like a genuine some type of alien flying device.
I think the idea of something from another planet that has to come here on a big metal ship is just so archaic.
Yeah.
If there is something that's so advanced, whether or not they've been around, maybe they're in a solar system that doesn't have asteroidal impact issues, and so they've been allowed to evolve for 1,000,000 years ahead of us. They could probably just go wherever the fuck they want.
Fog bank. They arrive in a fog bank.
And they look like a tree.
Yeah.
Why do they have to be a metal ship?
Yeah.
Evolution is not going toward intelligence or exploration. Evolution is a crapshoot. And you can be very highly evolved, like a cockroach, and not go to another planet. So another 1,000,000 years of evolution without the savannah, without the looking for 3D vision for fruit, without the walking upright, without the campfires, without all of that stuff, you get an entirely different outcome. So you can evolve
if it
forever
goes in that way and it doesn't go to intelligent life. Right, I guess.
But it can also go intelligent and not exploratory.
Yeah, why does interplanetary exploration have to be the be-all, end-all of intelligence. It's like, well, they're so intelligent, of course they'd be able to travel here. It's like, maybe that isn't their thing.
Or maybe they don't want to.
Maybe they don't even want to. Yeah.
I think
there
the
are things
idea
that I'm
is
smart
that
enough
if you
to do that I don't do.
Because you don't want to.
There are things, there are things that I'm smart.
Right.
Even a guy like me, I'm smart enough to do certain things. I don't do them.
Yeah, I bet given the instructions, I could defuse a bomb. I choose not to.
Yeah, I saw Hurt Locker. It doesn't look that tough.
No, you put the suit on, you go in, you
Cut the
snip
right
a few
one.
wires,
It's
but you know
always,
what?
Don't
Not
cut
me.
that wire.
It's always that.
Yeah.
Right.
Blue or red, blue or red.
Too late.
I don't know. It
think
probably
the idea-
feels pretty great when you defuse the bomb.
You know what? It
feels
probably
pretty
does.
fucking
I'm
great.
sure it does.
I mean, it feels awful great. awful. Which for sex, a lot of times it's like that. awful great.
Same feeling.
You know?
Hey, Penn, what are you doing in town? We know, but for the radio audience, because you saw something last night.
I saw. Well, we did Jimmy Fallon, which was exciting because I got to be in a room with Leon Russell. And the incredible thing is, we walk over to Leon Russell, just to blow him. He's the greatest guy in the world.
I don't know who he is.
Leon Russell, piano player for Joe Cocker, but he's also just done an album with Elton John. But he played piano for Sinatra, Phil Spector,
Everybody.
Long gray hair, long gray beard. You've seen this guy.
Nuttier than a shithouse.
Yeah,
rat.
you've seen this guy.
And he's in like a wheelchair with a cane, just being so much
You
cred.
need a cane with a wheelchair.
Well, no, he was in a cane to get to the wheelchair.
Okay.
But he's got this beautiful
Stick in
long
the
white
spokes of a
hair, and
wheelchair.
just crazy. And we walk over to him, and I just go, "Hello, Mr. Russell. My name is Pantel." He goes, "Hi, nice to meet you." And he goes, "Glad to hear you talk, Teller." And all of a sudden, it washed over me that he knew something about us. And I'm like going, why are you wasting your time watching Penn and Teller when you could be playing the piano? But then I went after that and saw Book of Mormon, Trey and Matt's show.
Yeah.
And I think it might, present company excluded, it might be the greatest thing I've ever seen.
Wow.
I could not believe how it was so, art, the purpose of art is to inspire. And then it gets to a certain level, and it makes you want to give up. You listen to Bach and go, I don't have anything.
Yeah, am I going to pick an instrument up and really try to be proficient at this?
Yeah,
No.
And, this is so good. It is a moment without even a moment of cynicism. It's pure. It's beautiful. It's just loving. It's funny, and it takes apart religion in a beautiful way, but replaces with that this kind of love and beauty. It's the greatest thing
Wow.
ever. They've been working on it.
That's a fucking
They've been working on it
endorsement.
They've been working on it 7 years. And
7 years.
Yeah, and afterwards I saw Matt and Trey and just said I just couldn't. And they, I was so effusive that they thought I was bullshitting them.
Oh, really?
You cross over that
It's like,
line.
wait a minute, I
said-
think he's fucking with us.
I said, Trey, that's the greatest thing I've ever seen. And he went, oh, I was hoping you'd like it. I said, no, it really was. Because you go, it sounds like bullshit. There's so much Hallmark card shit out there. And I have seen, it's true, I have seen a zillion shows and gone up and said afterwards, that was great.
The episodes that they did of
not
their
the
show where
greatest
they
thing.
were drawing, where they had Muhammad, and Muhammad was in a bear
Oh,
suit.
yeah.
That was one of
They're
one
just
of the
so
most bizarre moments in our culture, that this is tolerated. That this nonsense is tolerated, where you're not even allowed to draw this guy.
The
And
figure
you're gonna
of
on
Muhammad,
Comedy
yeah.
fucking Central, you're gonna go along with that and censor this because
But
you're
there's the
amazing?
cartoonist in Seattle,
Yep.
who did Draw Mohammed Day, who was put into witness protection, not witness protection, wasn't a witness, but put, underground, changed her name and everything with no money from us. We gave her no money whatsoever. She did it on her own dime, lost her whole career, which was a cartoonist, which is a hard career to get. And, people want that a lot. Took all that away from her because she did Draw Mohammed Day. Mm-hmm. And, people were saying, well, what could the government do? And I said, Obama could go on and say, I have respect for religion. I really like it. I respect everybody's right. But, we have freedom of speech here. So I'm going to draw Mohammed. And while I'm on the subject, I have 75 FBI guys. who have volunteered to draw Muhammad with me on camera, and there's their name. And by the way, they're all packing.
Yeah.
And they're all happy to do that. So these people you need to go after, too. Because I think you can show respect, but you should not force people to do something out of fear.
Yeah.
And respect and fear are two different things.
Well, they just take it to the deepest level possible.
Well,
if you even
people.
draw our dudes, we'll kill everyone.
We'll kill you.
You're not even allowed to draw our guy.
And that doesn't seem like just some radicals saying that. That seems a little kind of, it creeps into the mainstream part of that religion. I don't know.
Yes.
Or at least the mainstream part of the religion isn't saying, hey, don't go killing people for drawing Muhammad. They're like, well, you shouldn't draw him.
Yeah.
I'm not going to kill you, but you'll probably get killed.
Salman Rushdie still has to hide.
Yeah.
He's still hiding. And that was like in the 80s, right?
Yeah.
Well, Jan Hirsi Ali, who wrote Infidel, who's, I write her email now and again through incredible number of remailers. I don't know what she was.
Really?
And she says stuff like, when I'm in Vegas, I'd like to come visit you. And I always write back and go, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe you could just see my children and not me. But, I don't know if you read the book Infidel, but it's amazing. Her death threat, Theo van Gogh, the filmmaker in Holland, in broad daylight, stabbed through the heart.
Oh, yeah,
with a note that said, someone's going to kill Jan Hirsi Ali. So getting a threat that is pinned on your friend's chest through his heart and kills him, how do you live with that kind of terror?
Yeah.
Just horrible. And she lives with this all the time. I mean, Salman, they've backed off on a little bit, but Jan Hirsi Ali, I was talking to a security guy that was handling her speaking and said, we just finally gave up. When she's going to appear, the death threats are so constant. She was supposed to speak on this cruise, a skeptic atheist cruise, and they just finally said, we can't have her on the ship.
Wow. What was her, what is Infidel?
Infidel is her autobiography. She's Somalian, and she went from being religious and beaten by her father, and her clit slid off, cut off and shit, and all this stuff, to being an outspoken atheist with everybody in her family and many people in the world trying to kill her. She went to the Dutch Parliament and so on. And the story of Infidel is amazing because it showed you, do not ask the American military to do something you don't want them to do. They called the U.S. and said, we can't protect Jan Hirsi Ali. She just got this knife. We're scared. We can't protect her. Can you guys do something? And then she writes about how she's in her apartment the day after. Special ops guys from the U.S. just show up, wreck her cell phone, take her out. She can't tell any friends, put her on a plane, fly her to Logan, then get her, a military plane, fly her to Logan, and then drive her to Maine, and then put her in a little hotel where they rip out all the phones and everything and put a guy sitting next to her with an automatic weapon and a guy out front and say, now you're safe. And she goes, no, I want to talk to my friends. I want to do something. They go, our job is just to keep you alive.
Wow.
We don't care about anything else. And the whole book is, her sitting talking to the guys going, but I need to have some sort of life. And he goes, hey, you're not dying on my watch. Can I go out and get something to eat? I'll send someone to get you anything you want. All I know is you're not dying on my watch. You're not
dying, yeah.
So she just basically outlined, she told a story of her life, and yet that was enough to...
Well, no, she also
criticize the religion.
Being an apostate is the worst thing you can do. It's worse than being us. It is being a member of a religion and then leaving it. And she was a devout Muslim, and now she is an atheist, and you can't do worse than that.
Wow.
And she's a woman, which is another.
That's the first strike against her. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's and she got this award that we got. We got it one year, and she got it the next for this free thought type award. And we had to do this video that congratulated her and kind of gave the award over to her. And I said, we're completely behind you, Jan. Unless by being behind you, it means a fatwa is on our heads, in which case we think you went a little too far. And she is also unbelievably hot.
Really?
So she is smart, brave, and sexy. Without a clit, but really needs it, right?
That thing.
That doesn't help me.
But she's an amazing, one of the true heroes of our time.
And you keep in touch with her?
Well, not much. I mean, I don't.
Never in the same state. at the same time. Close to
Don't
each
try
other.
to get through to her through
Fuck
through
that.
pen.
But I mean, if you want her on your radio
No, that's
show,
okay.
she will
We
come
got
on,
Joe Rogan. We're
and
good.
she will come on and she'll do it free. But it is something like $150,000 of security.
Wow.
And then once you have her sitting at the mic, everybody is trying to kill you. Well, actually, they're not trying to.
That's fucked up.
What a crazy fucking religion. Do you really think that the way to combat that is for someone like Obama to get on TV and actually say something like that and draw a picture? I mean, how do you somehow or another
I think,
calm down that storm?
The question is whether you want, and I don't know the answer to this except for myself, which is I won't. But I don't know whether it is better to show respect or whether to stand up against it. I mean, when the Danish cartoons came out and American papers wouldn't print them, I mean, that's a very big decision. And they say they didn't print them out of respect.
But it's fear. There's a difference.
Yes, that's the whole argument.
Yeah.
I mean, if they printed them out, if they did not print them out of respect, that is a defensible position. If they didn't print them out of fear, then we got to rethink that Home of the Brave thing.
Well, you know what? I've seen pictures in the paper of Piss Christ, where it's the crucifix and urine in the jar with the light behind it, and
Maplethorpe, right?
And no, that's
Saran.
what the hell was his name?
It begins with an S.
Maplethorpe do? Didn't he do
He's
something
like that
like
wacky
that?
guy. Then there was
didn't do that one.
He didn't do Piss
there was
Christ?
but
it was the same time.
Mary made out of elephant manure. There was another one.
You don't say shit. You're unserious.
Manure. Shit. But they put that in the paper. Now, out of respect for the religion, because they knew Catholics were very upset with this, they probably shouldn't have put that in. But they know that the place isn't going to get firebombed for the most part.
A bit about how you never see a Catholic suicide bomber because none of us believe in it that much. Catholics are like,
I'm not really sure. Right.
We did bullshit.
It's out in my head.
We did bullshit for 8 years. And we were, just last night at Book of Mormon, I had a chiropractor come up and start hassling me,
giving you a little shit,
for that. But it's amazing. People say, why do you guys pick on Christians, and why do you not mention Islam? And the answer is very simply because Christians do not hurt other people overall. We have abortion. That anti-abortion people have killed some people, and that is unforgivable and horrible. But the fact is that I am able to say whatever I want about Christianity without fear of violence. And one thing I learned on Bullshit was incredible respect for Christians. I mean, I go to bat for them all the time because I would get letters saying, it's nice to see you stating your opinion passionately. I believe in Christ. I'm praying for you. And I love your show and you do a wonderful job. Stuff like that. I mean, just if you want to talk about the purity of the marketplace of ideas, Thomas Jefferson's dream, I'll tell you, the Christians in America in the 21st century have got it fucking down.
And
I don't know. Yeah. I don't know if I believed in my heart that abortion was murder. I don't know if I would have the restraint that so many people have on that. And of all the shows we did, we get asked, who gave you the most hassle? And the answer is the 9/11 conspiracy people. Yeah. They're the only ones that showed up at our offices and threatened people there and called people who worked on the show at home.
What do you think happened to Christians to make them the calm Christians that they are today? Just that it's so successful? Because if you go back to the Inquisition, Galileo,
they did go through their phase.
You couldn't even say that the Earth wasn't the center of the universe.
Yes.
They threatened to burn you if you fucking said the Earth wasn't the center of the universe.
I think one of the things that happened to them was the Enlightenment, and another thing that happened to them was America, which is a really, really good idea.
Some girls jumping.
I guess she's engaged.
Oh.
Are you engaged?
Yes, I just got engaged a second ago.
Oh, congratulations. Look at you.
I know.
Oh, man, it's a mashup marriage.
Where's your guy?
He's right here.
Congratulations.
Hey, there you go.
Nicole from the Morning Mashup.
Very good. Congrats.
Weird timing, but congratulations.
That's how important marriage is to them.
I know.
We're in the middle of talking about religion and freedom and people dying and what happened in America. Get the
precious. Look at the precious.
She held that ring up. She held that ring up.
We all had to pretend that we cared.
And we didn't get the same.
Has it?
We didn't get the same reaction from the guys. Like,
Yeah, he was just like,
Also, we were really good at reacting, weren't we?
Hey, congratulations.
She felt so entitled. She opened up the door while a radio show was going on.
Yes.
Had no idea what we were talking about.
Going deep.
And led with
waved
the
the
ring.
magic
She
ring.
led with her ring.
Yeah, it came in first.
Yeah.
Precious.
Holy shit.
That was really weird.
I'll tell you a marriage story.
The answer is
Enough of that. Yeah, take a seat.
Listen to Uncle Anthony.
Yeah,
He's going to set you
I'll
straight.
spin you a yarn about marriage.
It's a little thing called divorce.
Yeah.
and we can even spell it because it's country western music.
We still haven't seen Ari's asshole.
Oh, great.
What are we doing,
Seen
Joe?
it.
You want to see? You want to see Ari's asshole?
Yeah, sure.
Hit
I
play
know
on
what
that
this
thing.
is.
What is this called again?
Do I hit
Jew
play?
clam.
Jew Clam. Yeah, you can go
Do you
to
have to hit
jewclam.com.
No, I think I have. I think it's already up here. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah,
Will it
go.
show?
There
You
it
got
goes.
any sound?
I don't
But
know.
you don't want to hear anything. You just need to see it. Watch. He shows it. He threw toilet paper at him. He's gonna turn and show his asshole as he's wiping. He's just taking a
You're
shit with
so
the door
good
open.
at color commentary.
This is thank you. It's natural for me. This is the Austin, the Cap City in Austin, the green room, and now here Ari's gonna.
We figured we had it done the showdown.
There it goes.
What's he doing? Why?
What do you, oh my
He's
God!
got hemorrhoids.
You got hemorrhoids, Ari.
Tell you,
This is a shit sticking out of my ass.
it's precisely as advertised.
Listen, I'm not one to sell you a bag of fake things, false bill of goods.
No, this is exactly what it's supposed to be.
It's just,
Is that it?
He,
You think, or,
Well, you can.
or we go close up? Oh no, there's too much time left in this video.
we have another minute to go
boy,
in the
that's
video.
not.
Oh, his pants are up. That's not a good sign.
Oh my God! You had girls lick your ass before?
One girl lived it. She was.
Well, we're doing, now it's recapping.
Yeah.
I wasn't into it. I was like, this is like licking my knee. This doesn't do anything for me.
His asshole's calloused up.
Yeah, that really is.
Wow, Ari.
He said he doesn't like having his ass licked. It's like,
It's when it's mid-inflamed, it's bad.
really?
Yeah, it is.
That was a bad one. Wow, you really aren't shy when it comes to things like that, huh?
I thought it was shit sticking out of my ass. I didn't realize that it was an inflamed hemorrhoid. I thought I just hadn't gotten it all the way.
So you wanted a second opinion on the internet?
What's 8 months later all about?
That'll follow you.
Oh, we took a picture of it 8 months later because he wanted to let us know that it's all healed.
Oh,
Jesus,
God,
that looks
that's,
like Homer's mouth.
That really is kind of it's disturbing.
Now this is much later. He's going to show you that it's all healed up. Much better.
Wow, infrared.
That's crazy.
What's wrong with you guys?
We got issues.
We're bored.
Being stand-up comedians, man. Not having boundaries isn't always good.
Yeah, that's true. You kind of
JoeRogan.net.
Go off.
So a little advertisement.
Sure.
Let people know where to look at Ari's asshole.
Yeah, well, you got
Why
that.
not?
Oh, yeah.
And then his big ball bag.
Going on here?
There's his
Yeah, Penny's
balls.
got a huge ball bag too.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
Yeah, he's
Book
got
of Mormon, one of the greatest works of the,
Yes,
of the new
yes.
century. But
Book of Mormon.
Right next to
Right up
Jew
until
clam.
this.
When does Book of Mormon open up?
I don't know when it opens.
I got
oh, yes, I do.
Tickets
Yes, I do.
cost $519 for Charlie Sheen.
What?
up to.
Wow.
Sold out New York City shows. What is he going to do?
Next week it opens next Thursday, I believe.
Next Thursday, I'm going. Book
You
of
need to
Mormon.
go. You need to go.
I'll go.
What is?
Well, it's a play, right?
It's a musical.
A musical.
And a musical, you will actually... Did you like Bigger, Longer, and Uncut?
Yes, loved it. Loved it.
I believe it's better than that.
And
it's live, and it's amazing.
Team America is the funniest thing. I never laughed harder in a movie than
I
Team
believe
America.
it's better than both of those.
That's
and I love them
incredible.
both.
That's incredible. Well, why don't they put it out like as a movie? So,
Well, I mean, when you see it, it's the perfect form for it.
Oh, really?
I mean, one of the cool things about it is that it's not a movie. You know what I mean?
Oh.
They're actually doing it. They're there in front of you, and you have all the actors really doing it in real time is great. And, another thing, if we're going to rave about the United States of America, and the audience is just out of their minds cheering. It's it's as purely blasphemous as it could be, with a humanist, just love everybody point of view, and the audience is going absolutely crazy. If you have any cynicism in you, like everything on Broadway is shit, and they just do this fucking Spider-Man garbage all the time, This will just wash that away. Not only will you love Trey and Matt and everyone in the cast, you will also love everyone in the theater with you.
When you say blasphemous, though, isn't Mormonism in and of itself blasphemous?
Well, not within the Mormon Church, but this is blasphemous to whatever supernatural beliefs you have. They are contradicted in this show.
Have they taken any shit for this?
I believe none, because we're living in the fucking United States of America, where you're allowed to say what you want. And you know something? We really believe that.
Mormons are pretty relaxed about it.
Yes, Mormons are
I've
amazing.
had a bunch of Mormons come up to me and say they thought my Mormon jokes were funny.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, I used to do a bit about, the reason why Mormons are against gay marriage is because if someone can talk you into being a Mormon, they can probably talk you into sucking their dick. Like, they have to be careful of that shit.
God damn, Joe.
And I've had a lot of Mormons who come up to me. They think it's funny.
Yeah,
that is a fabulous joke.
It's true. That's why they're scared of it. That's why they're spending so much money. They don't know. They don't want to all of a sudden find themselves in love with a man and not even know how it happened.
But there you've got a religion that is completely whack job.
Yeah.
In every single way, and yet when you point out that it's whack job, they do not hit you.
Yeah,
they do not threaten you.
Right.
It is astonishing.
You don't have to worry
They don't
that
even
you're
do
gonna get
economic
beheaded.
boycotts, really.
They're very
They
nice
just
people.
Very nice. And they kind of win you over by just such politeness, so nice in every way. Because I've never had a drink of alcohol in my life, and I've never had any recreational drugs, which I know you don't approve of, Joe, but you're so tolerant.
Disturbing.
You're so tolerant about it. And I will go to every
things
doctor.
I could show you.
Every doctor in Vegas is a Mormon,
Really?
And, oh yeah, it's a huge number of Mormons. And I'll go in and they'll go through the whole thing and go, "Oh, you must be a Mormon." And I'll go, well, except for that, believing in God thing. We kind of fall down there. Yeah, but you got everything else. Just one little step. It's not one little step.
That's a pretty
you don't
big
go
step.
from not drinking coffee to believing a guy got golden tablets from Jesus in the 19th century in upstate New York. That's a really big step from
Not
just
only
like
that, he was 14. Who's not full of shit at 14? Everyone's a goddamn... Joseph Smith found these things at 14, and when they said, well, where are they? Oh, the angels came and took them away.
Yeah, he took them.
He had a magic rock, a seer stone that he would use to look through to see these golden tablets to read them.
You just held up your iPhone, which you can't see shit through. Very bad example.
That was a pretty bad example.
He just
tried to do it through the case.
He held up a glowing rock. He said he thought he had a rock, that he could see things, and then he held up something that you could see things in. That's your whole argument.
Almost proving the point that he might have seen something in that.
Well, Joseph Smith's a known con man, too. That's the most amazing thing.
Yeah.
I mean, much like, the guy who created Scientology, L. Ron Hubbard
was
a
just
fucking science fiction
mediocre
author.
science fiction writer.
Hilarious.
Yeah, the whole thing with Scientology. I finally, I had heard about it so much years ago that I was like, I want to know what this is. And as I'm reading it, I thought it was a goof on the religion. I actually thought I was reading a parody of the religion. It's like, wait, this is really it? Thetans and fucking holding on to the censors, and you have to drink, and there are actual aliens in the battle, and throwing the fucking people into the fire. And what the fuck?
Xenu.
Yeah, Xenu.
Yeah.
I was in Germany, and they had a 24-hour camera that was trained on Mecca. And I'm watching this in my hotel room. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. It's 24 hours they have this. And there's this building, a square, look like a shed in the center with, it's very fancy. And everyone's milling around this center. And they all have the same outfit on, this very traditional white robe. And there's thousands of them. And they're all like one of those ant swarms. They're going in a circle. And I'm looking at this, I'm like, if this was a new thing, if this was something that someone had just invented in Ohio, and there was a new religion that just started, and they all had to go around this box and circle it, people would be fucking tripping out.
You're nuts.
They would be freaking out. It'd be scary. It'd be dangerous.
That's the amazing thing about Scientology is we watched it grow. I guess not literally in our lifetimes, but pretty close.
Pretty close.
It didn't start much before we were born, and it's amazing to be at the birth of that kind of thing, and then to imagine how much more powerful that stuff is if you don't have mass media. I mean, we have video of Elvis Presley. We have film of Elvis Presley. We have audio recordings. And yet you hear people say, Elvis didn't do no drugs. I mean, even in with evidence that we trust, people can say Elvis is alive, Elvis did this, Elvis did that. And Elvis was alive during our lifetimes, and people can still make up shit when nothing in the scriptures was written until 300 years after supposed Jesus Christ. You've got to say 300 years and they got everything right, even though we can't get things accurate on Kurt Cobain. You know what I mean? We fuck up and we can write. We can write Kurt Cobain. You know what I mean? He wasn't really that good. You know, we can write that down and remember it. But, you know, it's just astonishing. So if it happened present day, I mean, we're seeing the crazy shit of Scientology. And granted, Scientology is not that successful. Both the people against it and the people for it pump up the numbers. But even having over 4 people believe in Scientology.
Wait a minute. You say not that successful. Well, first of all, they're the second largest real estate holders in Los Angeles, aren't they?
Is that true?
They own, they're trying to separate Hollywood so that they can own Hollywood.
Really? They have a tremendous amount of money and influence. And, you know, anybody that's ever tried to criticize them, I mean, wasn't there someone who was trying to write a movie about them, a parody movie, and the guy got attacked, and they threw rocks through his fucking window. They
used to have, I think they used to have some pretty hardcore lawyers that would go after anybody that said anything bad about Scientology.
Well, the New Yorker
it seems like they calmed down with the litigation thing.
They kind of have to,
that's a really,
for PR purposes.
That's a really good point, Joe. I mean, when you talk about Hollywood, I think there's a huge influence. I'm not sure, and I may be wrong about this. I'm not sure if in mid-America they have much.
They won't even let them in Germany. Germany, it's illegal. Yeah, Scientology. They're like, no, we know where this is going.
We've seen something like this before. We've seen the previews.
Get the fuck out of here, boy. Let me go. Master Race, rockets from the sky. Yeah. We've been here.
Fuck that. Monsters from the sky.
I mean, nothing is more futuristic or apocalyptic than the World War II scenario.
Oh, I know.
A man who has a vision of a master race, genetic engineering, and rockets flying through the sky, slamming, and then not only that, but the most advanced technology as far as like rocketry and
aviation.
And you think Churchill was that bad?
Crazy shit. I mean, it really is.
It really is. How many sci-fi movies have just been based on that whole idea? Is Star Wars? If Star Wars isn't fucking Nazis, the Empire isn't Nazis. I don't know what is.
Yeah, I watched Inglourious Bastards the other day.
Nazis?
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Nazis.
Oh, you said if that isn't Nazis, what is? I would say Nazis.
You know what? Put that way, I really did sound silly there.
You ever watched that show Ancient Aliens on the History Channel?
I just got turned on.
Ridiculously stupid show for the most part.
Yeah.
But every now and then they talk about some interesting shit. And they had Aliens and the Third Reich, and it was all about the Nazis, how into the occult they were, and how into like Tesla's work, and how they were trying to come up with all this, the crazy technological advantages over the enemy. And
yeah.
They were doing some nutty
How they
shit.
never got the bomb first is pretty amazing.
Just a lot.
Well, because they were spending time on the fucking occult stuff.
On the occult stuff. See,
we were working on real
just
shit.
explained it to you.
You say that, but if no one was working on the bomb and that occult shit, if they kept working on it and figured something out, well, who the fuck knows what they were up to?
No,
I'm not talking about non-science based. I'm saying maybe some of it had to do with science. What they were doing was some pretty intense, and they were looking like deep back into history. To
Hitler doing
the Hindu
street magic. Take a card.
They were looking at the Bhagavad Gita.
That's just a thumb tip, sir. With all due respect, Hitler, that's a thumb tip for you.
It's really interesting how fixated they were on like ancient cultures, and and then the ancient
a lot of the
knowledge.
symbolism was taken from it.
Yeah, well, the whole
Roman
the swastika
Empire
itself. Swastika wasn't
a good luck sign.
If you want to build an atomic bomb, and I know you do, Joe, if you want to build an atomic bomb, it's better to go with new technology than old technology.
Yeah, this is true.
The information on the nuclear bomb from 600 years ago, not that good. Not that good. Won't get you there that quickly.
Very true. Unless societies existed at a very high rate many times in the past and been wiped out.
Yeah.
I stick with my original point.
You think so?
I don't think there were advanced civilizations that exist. I think we know pretty much what's happened for the past 50,000 years.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think so. I think not only that, but more recently, they've been showing that there is, in fact, a lot of evidence that there is advanced civilizations that were wiped out. Have you ever studied any John Anthony West stuff?
No, not at all.
Robert Schoch is a geologist at Boston University, and he's one of the main guys that's working on trying to change the ideas of ancient Egypt. And one of the things he does is he's talking about water erosion on the Sphinx. The Sphinx is, this huge structure, and most people believe it's built about 2,500 years ago. But what the problem is, the Sphinx enclosure has massive fissures that were created by thousands of years of rainfall. And the only time they had rainfall, the last time they had rainfall in the Nile Valley was 9,000 BC. So what this guy is saying is that most of this stuff, there's stuff that's from, 2,500 BC, but there's also shit that's probably from fucking way earlier. And there's different styles of construction, very clearly different styles of construction. Zawi Hawass is the main guy, the head of the Egypt studies over there in Egypt, and he's the guy, the head of, he chooses who gets to, study things and where you get to dig and what you get to do. He's very resistant to any ideas of predating, the ancient Egypt culture.
Yeah, yeah.
But this is geology. Geologists look at this and say, you are dealing with thousands of years of rainfall to create these fissures. There's no doubt about that. This is very clear evidence. And the last time there was that kind of rainfall in the Nile Valley is 9,000 BC.
But that still doesn't get you back, to a ancient civilization that was as advanced as ours, and it still doesn't get you back more than 10,000 years.
Well, you're talking 9,000 BC is more than 10,000 years. It's 11,000 years ago, and you're dealing with someone who can make something. Incredibly complicated. Yeah, you're talking about incredibly complicated, massive stone structures that were created back when they supposedly were just learning language. I mean, language is only thought to be 30 to 40,000 years old.
Yeah, but now you're talking about an advanced civilization that still just built something out of rocks. Show me an airplane.
And you're talking
about what would be left? What would be left? Though? This is the big question.
Landing gear.
If there was something like a super volcano, and North America was wiped out, and then thousands of years later, they come back here, 15,000 years later, and they start digging through the rubble. What the fuck are they going to find?
They're going to
find stone structures. He'll be here. What are they going to find?
They're going to find that in 2011 there was a guy on the radio that couldn't add 9 and 2 and get 11. that one stupid motherfucker should have probably shut up. He said 9,000 BC. I said nothing more than 10,000 years ago. I'm still embarrassed.
Well, I don't think there's anything left. I mean, you look at those pictures of Detroit.
Flaming hot fucking nuclear piles from their nuclear power plants.
Have you looked at?
Yeah, how about an iPhone?
One of them. One of them would make it. The iPhone.
No,
one
that
iPhone.
would be gone. That thing would be eaten up by the earth in 100 years. There would be nothing left. No, stone would be. That's the thing about the Egyptian structures.
Big parts of the iPhone.
Get the fuck out of here. Metal? This thing would be rotted away, man. This thing would be gone.
You would have a chip in there.
10,000 years later.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know about that. I mean, we were assuming that
I bet you.
if there was an advanced civilization...
I bet you $5 that in 10,000 years.
You're on, Vegas boy. I know you Vegas fucks like to gamble.
Now, all we've got to do is live 10,000 years to pay this off.
I mean, if you see what's going on in Detroit, how the nature is reclaiming buildings.
Real quickly.
Oh, and Russia? There's been a lot of ancient, not even ancient, excuse me, 50, 60 years buildings in Russia that are like eaten up with trees. Trees are growing inside of them, busting through them.
You look at the surroundings of Chernobyl and stuff where they just
that's
abandoned
what
shit.
about.
It looks pretty creepy.
Trees just grow right through buildings, crack through the concrete. Sure. 10,000 years. We can't even wrap our heads around what the fuck that is.
Yeah.
10,000 years. It wouldn't be much left.
I couldn't even add 9 and 2.
I know. That was.
There's a guy named Graham Hancock, and he's got this fantastic book called Fingerprints of the Gods, and it's all about ancient structures that defy explanation. And most of them have alignments that are they look exactly like constellations, and there's some sort of a connection between constructing these things and trying to recreate what they see in the sky, and that this is occurred not just at one part of the world, but many parts of the world, suggesting that this was something that was done on a massive scale, many, many thousands of years before we thought of, as human history. I mean, they've had to predate a lot of things very recently. There's a structure they found in Turkey, this really complicated stone structures that were like 12,000, 13,000 years old. And you saw the thing they found in Spain. They believe they found what might be Atlantis. I mean, this is like real legit geologists and archaeologists are saying
why just stone? Like, and then you're saying what's
That's
going to
all
be
that's
around
left.
in 10,000 years? How about the stone stuff we made?
Yeah.
So
There's
will that
some-
be around?
That will probably be
Some
around.
fucking the
Big
lions in front of the
cornerstones and
in
shit.
front of the library, something like that. You know,
maybe. I mean, but not much else.
But what you might be seeing is you might be seeing remnants of how powerful slave labor is, too.
That's true.
The problem with that is they don't even believe slaves built the pyramids.
I know that. I know that stuff's out there, but I'm just saying you don't know that the older stuff couldn't have been that. I mean, when you have human life being cheaper, there's certain shit you can do really well, like carry rocks.
Yeah, but the numbers are so huge. I mean, some of those monoliths that they've found that haven't been moved yet, that are hundreds of tons and perfectly cut and fucking enormous. Yeah, there's a lot of evidence that leads
plenty
to
of time on their hands. They really did.
I don't think that's enough.
They had 10,000 years.
They also had to eat, and they're running around chasing squirrels and shit, trying to hit them with rocks to feed themselves. I mean, if you talk about 12,000 years ago,
you're saying the most advanced civilization are chasing squirrels with rocks?
Well, we're talking about what we're talking about.
Microwave that rotted away in 2,000 years.
That's his point.
Our vision of 12,000 years ago, as opposed to what may or may not have happened. If we look back, I mean, we think 10,000 years ago we were basically throwing spears at woolly mammoths. You know, that's our idea of humanity.
Wait, you went from a squirrel to a woolly mammoth, and from a rock to you just went 8,000 years.
Squirrels were very big.
I'm big at flipping back and forth between animals.
From squirrel to woolly mammoth.
Well,
that's
whatever you need to
your
eat.
new book, isn't it?
Yes, that's the title of my new paper. From squirrels to woolly mammoth.
Yes.
From rock to spear. The Joe Rogan story.
Shit we ate while we made buildings.
Gotta dumb it down.
It's a fascinating thing to me because when you look at what's going on with this giant earthquake in Japan, and when you see all these different cataclysmic disasters that happen, and then you look at the fucking Yellowstone one is the one that freaks me out the most. The super volcano in Yellowstone is a caldera that's fucking 300 kilometers wide. 300 kilometers wide. It's a volcano that's so big that when it explodes, it doesn't have a peak anymore. It just leaves this big crater and kills like 90% of the continent. It's a continent killer. And it happens every 600,000 to 800,000 years.
Yeah, we got time, right?
Last time it happened was 600,000 years ago.
I think we'll make it.
Yeah, they have thousands of earthquakes there every year. Yeah. Thousands of earthquakes.
God,
they have no idea what's going to happen, whether or not. But if it does blow, there's nothing left. There's literally nothing left, and that's happened many times.
We've got to do something about this.
It's nothing you can. Enjoy yourself.
Stack something.
We don't need it. We just don't need it.
Somewhere out there in space is a 5-mile wide piece of iron that's going 45,000 miles an hour. When it hits, within the first second and a half, it will be 5 miles deep into the Earth. Within the first second and a half. And it doesn't matter. It's a reset button, and we're fucked no matter what.
Reset, yeah?
There's nothing you can do to stop
It's just
that
another fucking Gulf of Mexico somewhere.
Yeah, the Yucatan.
Another Yucatan Peninsula.
Yeah.
And
anything bigger than a fucking rat, it's done.
The rat's got to then evolve into something else. And
how does that happen? In 65 million years, the whole thing was done. Everything was done except for little tiny animals, and then it became this. Elephants, birds, giraffes.
From squirrels to woolly mammoths?
From squirrels to woolly mammoths. The paper.
We brought it all around.
You got to bring that around. Sure.
It's amazing when you really think about that happened in 65 million years.
But 65 million years is a long time. And that was kind of the point you were making before. It's a really long time.
I find it amazing how long the dinosaurs were on Earth. As opposed to how long we are, and
so does my 4-year-old son.
And see, dinosaurs—they're fascinating. I love it. Little toys at home.
What's really
dinosaurs.
fascinating is fucking crocodiles, like dinosaurs that are still here.
Still here.
Yeah.
If there wasn't a crocodile, and you saw a movie with a crocodile in it, you'd be going, could you imagine if that thing was real?
Well, that's
like
true.
a monster.
They don't have to fucking breathe underwater.
Yeah, that's true for almost everything.
I mean, spiders.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A praying mantis.
That's true.
Have you heard of praying, and then you see that motherfucker.
Have you heard of the Brazilian wandering spider? You want to talk about a motherfucker of a spider? The most toxic spider known to man. This spider's killed more people than any other spider, and this is how it kills you.
It was one particular spider?
Yeah, the Brazilian wandering spider.
Just one spider.
Serial killer spider.
Serial killer spider.
This is how it kills you, with incredibly painful, unending erections.
What?
The toxin from this spider
from Brazil?
causes nitric oxide. Yeah, from Brazil, of course.
See,
More crazy shit from Brazil.
You first, Joe.
Yeah.
You first.
And they're actually using it as a cure. They're trying to use it as a cure for erectile dysfunction. Because it creates nitric oxide, a massive supply of it, where your dick, if you survive this, your dick's broken. Because it's basically you redline your dick. It's like,
blow it out.
And it just, boom, blows pistons through the manifold, and it's done. I mean, it kills people, but the people that it doesn't kill, your dick is done forever. It wrecks your sexual life. You're no more hard-ons.
Now, this comes from biting you anywhere.
Yeah,
it doesn't have to bite you on the dick.
That's right. You're right on the very tip of the dick.
right on the tip of your dick.
It causes,
because
painful.
guys try to fuck them.
Massive pain in all your muscles, massive pain throughout your entire body.
And the spider's just walking around out there?
Yeah, just walking. Well, it's a wandering spider, too. It doesn't have like a net.
I'm just saying, who's got a little stick?
I
mean, a stick with a bandana with his goods tied on it.
It was really
actually 8 of them, I guess.
It was really a setup to my point. Why would you ever go in the woods or hike in that area?
Don't ever go anywhere where money doesn't matter. Don't ever go anywhere where money doesn't matter.
Words to live by, Lloyd.
I went into the Everglades once, and when you haven't got, if you've got $1,000 in your hand, and it won't help you, you don't want to be there.
Right.
You don't want to be there.
Yeah.
Don't ever go anywhere where money doesn't matter.
The Everglades are so crazy because people, these fucking assholes, go to pet stores and buy vipers and all these crazy fucking snakes, and they go, I don't want this anymore, and they throw them into the swamp, and now they're eating crocodiles. Have you seen that shit? Have you seen that picture? There's a fucking photo of an alligator that's half eaten by a python.
I don't believe that picture's real.
Really?
Oh, you think it's shop?
I think there was something on Snopes about it, but I might be missing.
We'll have to look into that. But I know. Well, first of all, there's a show where they go after them and kill them.
There's dangerous shit in the Everglades. Yeah. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going on record as saying there's not dangerous shit.
They're alien species.
I might argue with you about exactly when civilization started, but dangerous shit in the Everglades, we are brothers on that.
No argument there. Right?
There's no argument. I don't have any knowledge about when civilization started. I'm re-quoting some people who
I was lied to by E.O. Wilson.
Who's that?
You know, the entomologist who's the real expert on all ants. E.O. Wilson's the biologist at Harvard and Koch. And he, I always, whenever I say Harvard, I follow with Koch. And then when people say, why'd you say Koch? I say, why'd you say Harvard? It reminds you that every time you hear the word Harvard, you should say Koch. Because then it just reminds you that might not be as important as they think if they went to Harvard. Koch. But anyway, E.O. Wilson said to me, we wanted to have been on Letterman. Here's the bit on Letterman. I was reading something of E.O. Wilson's about pheromones, right? And that ants would follow the trails. So I thought, here's a boss thing we'll do. We'll go on Letterman, okay? We'll treat his desk with pheromones in the shape of the 3 of clubs. And then we will say we have psychic ants. We'll have Letterman pick a card. We'll force the 3 of clubs. Letterman will show it to the ants. We'll dump them out on his desk. And over the course of the whole show, the ants will spell 3 of clubs. How boss will that be? So I call E.O. Wilson and I go, will this work? And he goes, yes. I said, what kind of ants? So we talked to several entomologists, and they're all talking about different species of ants. And then someone says they're in the Everglades. And I can't get an entomologist to give me these ants. So I say to one of our crew guys, fuck it. We're going to go to the Everglades, find these ants. So I go with a guidebook and a rent-a-car. And the one thing he tells me is, because he's got such a good sense of humor, is he says, when you go in there, in order to find these ants and dig them up and use them, you can't use any insect repellent. So no DEET, no nothing. So I go into the Everglades, sweating like a motherfucker, in a T-shirt and shorts, with a shovel and a guidebook to try to find ants that I could put on Letterman. And as I walk into the Everglades, fuck the crocodiles, I get attacked by every species of insect. And Joe, as God is my witness, swear to God, there were at least 12 wandering spiders right on my dick. It was just horrible and a nightmare. And I was in the Everglades with my shovel and my guidebook to our crew guy, Robbie, crying, saying, never go anywhere that money doesn't matter. Never go anywhere money doesn't matter.
You want to hear a crazy ant statistic?
And it didn't work.
It didn't work
Yeah,
anyway?
I know. The biomass of ants is more than all the rest of life on Earth. You going to give me that one?
No, I wasn't going to say that. I was going to say
Shit.
it's the same weight as humans. The amount of ants?
No. All animals.
Really? I don't know about that.
I think it's
I read it recently. I read it recently.
A lot of fucking ants.
I read it recently that it's humans.
Wilson that said it. So he's a lying sack of shit. He sent me to the Everglades.
Most dangerous thing in Africa. They eat more things than anything. They eat elephants. They climb into the elephant's ear and just start eating their fucking brain while the elephant's walking around.
Jesus.
Army ants are a motherfucker, dude.
For humans, it's mosquitoes, though.
Mosquitoes are the most because of malaria.
Yeah, because of malaria and because of us banning DDT in the most racist move ever done in history.
Banning DDT is racist?
Yeah, it was essentially saying Americans saying
BET.
We've
I always get that confused.
No, we've conquered malaria in the United States.
A different kind of bug.
Silent Spring comes out, and we ban DDT worldwide and sentence probably 500 million people to death. That could be
wow.
By DDT.
The banning the DDT was because of what reason? It was really a racist reason?
It was mostly a book called Silent Spring by Rachel Carson, and about the eagle
person?
Eagle legs.
Eagle legs getting all soft and
probably not true.
That's right, the American eagle.
But if those people were dying of malaria in the USA, I contend that we would not have banned DDT. It's the fact that it was people in mostly Africa and India that we decided to ban it worldwide, which we kind of did. In India, they still use it some. But DDT is a wonder drug. DDT is like the polio vaccine for malaria, and we let it. We took it off the market. And
DDT is a pesticide, right?
Yes, exactly. Yeah. But it really does take down mosquitoes.
What is the
really
bad part? There must be something bad.
What's the bad thing there?
There's a lot of bad, but not as much bad as children dying of malaria. It's always a trade-off.
Wow, yeah.
I'm a big DDT fan.
I never would have. I never would have had you as a DDT fan. Tell you the truth.
I wear the hat. I wear the hat and I cheer and I paint my face like DDT on certain holidays.
Well, what do they say is wrong with DDT? I'm ignorant about it.
There's a book called Silent Spring that said that it was going to go into our food chain and do all sorts of damage all the way up. Robin eggs were thinner, eagle eggs were thinner, the shells of them, and there was all sorts of damage. Whether that stuff is true, it certainly wasn't as true as they said. Certainly, you don't get anything good without trade-offs. There is some bad about DDT, but 500 million people, you got to have a pant load of bad to let those people die.
Yeah. Were that many people going to die from using it? Probably not.
Exactly. That's the point. But, it's very easy to be an environmentalist, hardcore environmentalist, when you are rich and white and living in the USA. When you're not battling Brazilian wandering spiders crawling up your asshole.
Biting your dick, yes.
It's amazing how quickly the rainforest is going away, too. You ever watch, go to a website that shows you how much of the rainforest we're losing every day? It's terrifying.
I haven't noticed from my house. I just
look out the window.
I watch TV.
Cup of coffee.
Same pine trees out back. I don't care. What am I going to do?
Yeah, the rainforest is disappearing at an incredible rate.
And with the rainforest, a lot of wandering spiders.
A lot of other shit, homes. Too. The fungus, they're finding all these zombie funguses. Have you seen all these different...
Oh, yeah, I just saw that zombie fungus that was going right through one of those...
ants' heads.
Heads and...
Controls the ants and rewires their brains.
That's fucked.
But the article that I was reading quite a while ago about the rewiring of the ant's brain had this great sentence in it that said... The fungus makes the ant do things no sane ant would do. I just love that our language is so great it can have the sentence, do things that no sane ant would do. Hey, Bob's climbing up on the top of the sheep is going to eat him. That crazy motherfucker. There's some sort of thing in his brain. Get him down. Get him down.
We're all reasonable ants, aren't we?
He's doing things no sane ant would do. Look at Bob. Now, I know all ants are female. Fuck you. But you can still be named Bob, right?
Yeah.
Okay, just give me that, Joe.
There's men named Shirley.
Sure.
Bobby.
Right?
Bobby, sure. Bobby the female ant.
Yeah. I find one of the most amazing things is that it's Friday. It's about 11:15, and I'm
only
still
you guys
here.
would make us. Only you guys we would stay late for. I'll tell you right now.
You guys usually leave
10 o'clock.
10.
Really?
Yeah, but you guys are way too good to pass up
too
on.
much fun. What are you kidding?
Well, you're talking about what sane ants will do and seeing a guy's asshole.
Yes,
that's a good morning.
That is true.
And the rainforest.
Yeah.
Did you hear about that guy that walked the entire length of the rainforest, the entire length of the Amazon? Took him 800 days.
How about this? How about this guy that's going to run from pole to pole? They're calling him the Forrest Gump of Australia. I think his name is farmer or something. He's a guy from Australia, and he's training by running 26 miles a day, a marathon every day. He's going to run 50 miles a day from pole to pole. I know there are problems with running across water, but he's planning on doing that. And what I loved about this, being a fat guy, it's important to care about this. He has to take in 6,000 calories a day, so he has to, no, maybe it was 12,000 calories a day, so he has to drink olive oil to get enough calories.
Whoa.
And I'm watching this and going, boy, I hate the idea of running, but that drink of the olive oil stuff. So, you know, guys who climb Everest have to eat sticks of butter. You know?
Really?
Yeah. You just can't get enough calories into you. You're burning so many. So if you're running 50 miles a day, one of your big problems is getting enough calories. And the way to solve that is by drinking olive oil, which is very sexy.
Oh, man, that's got to make for some nasty dumps.
Just to run from pole to pole to say you did it. Who gives a fuck? What is that nonsense?
I agree.
I don't know, 50 miles a day.
Show the world.
They'll shut up then. They'll leave me alone then. Once I run pole to pole. Yeah, but how, everything is.
There must be some crazy motivation from childhood.
He's doing some
wedgies that just will never get out of his mind.
He's doing some sort of charity thing. He's raising money for, I think, something that's undeniably good, like fighting cancer or something. But he's not doing it just to.
For the DD,
I want to get
he gets
kids
to the pole, and right when he gets there, a polar bear eats his asshole. Just comes running after him and just starts tearing his asshole apart.
But
right when they have cameras
calories
on.
a day.
It's a lot of food.
12,000 calories a day. Yeah,
that's several pizzas.
E-Rock, how do you get that?
Oh,
see, because we make fun because he's a little chubby.
Oh, the chubbiness.
Yeah, he's okay.
He's looking for a comeback right now.
Yeah, he's searching. Believe me.
Well, he's just going to
take it. Eating butter.
Yeah,
that part of climbing Everest, I'm okay with.
That sounds
As a matter
all
of fact, the list of things that I like about climbing Everest, eating butter.
Eating butter.
It's on the top
End
of the
list. No, that's the end of the list.
Oh, that's it.
There's nothing else. Think of something else good about climbing Everest.
Seeing
Wiggling
the
your
bodies.
toes every step so they don't fall
Freezing
off.
cold.
Not good. Freezing cold. Not good.
breathing.
Not being able to breathe. Not good. Falling to your death. Not good.
What about seeing all the bodies, the hundreds of bodies that
On
are
the
left
way
up
up?
there?
Not good. Or you put it
Still
on the
there.
positive.
Not
That
good.
could be
Negative.
kind of
Okay,
cool.
negative. Good. That's negative for me too. But I still want us to get into a little
But
thing
how
about
old does a dead
From
body?
the internet, it's positive.
What's that?
From the internet, it's positive. When you're there in person, it's like, what am I doing?
How old does a body have to be before it's cool to look at? Like, if there's some explorers from the 1800s and there's their encampment and that's where they died, you look and go, all right, that's kind of cool. If it's someone last week, you're like, body.
With the North Face jacket on. Fuck that.
Too soon.
Yes, too soon.
Too soon. Too soon to look at a dead body.
Too soon to look at the dead
If the
body.
gear looks old,
I think it's once the shit smell
in.
goes away, you're okay.
The first guy to ever climb Everest.
Rule of thumb. I like that.
For
Rule of
all
thumb.
too soon. For
Yeah.
all too soon. Any joke you want to make, once the shit smell goes away,
That's it.
go crazy. You're in.
Now
What did you
it's
guys
okay.
think about Gilbert Godfrey getting in trouble for tweeting all those?
Yeah, the
things
Japanese
about
things.
Japan?
I'm from the school of thought, as they say. Anything. I think anything should be able to be said.
But there are
consequences.
There are no bad guys in this. Aflac is an insurance company.
Right.
Being edgy is not an upside for an insurance company.
No.
You know, I'm very good friends with Gilbert, and I talked to him a lot about this. And I didn't know they were 75% Japanese.
Amazing. Who
But
knew?
when Gilbert made those jokes, and everybody forgets this, Gilbert was making those jokes before he saw the future. You know, we didn't know on that Friday how terrible it was going to get.
Right.
And there is a certain line there. So Aflac did exactly the right thing, and so did Gilbert. You know, you have to say, when you are as brilliant as Gilbert, it is your job to society to say anything that pops into your head. Now, without Twitter, that doesn't happen. Because without Twitter, he doesn't get to say it until a week later when he already knows shit. But none of us, and I don't mean in entertainment, I mean in the world, know how to use Twitter yet. So it's a nutty situation that Joe just, while he was talking to us, sent out to 1 million people something that I said. He could have made a mistake there.
I was going to, but I forgot what your exact quote was. Don't go anywhere where money doesn't matter.
Yeah.
When we're done here, I'll do that.
But I mean, so I
that's a good one.
think you've got a situation that's horrible with no bad guys. It's, once again, you don't see evil. It's not like the Affleck guy said, I want to stop all freedom of speech, fuck him.
Right.
He was like, oh man, that's really bumming some of our customers. We got to stop it.
Yeah.
And, you know, Gilbert...
Good take.
Gilbert did not say, I have no respect for people who are suffering in Japan. That isn't part of it. I mean, as Joan Rivers said, and it's, she's exactly right on this, there are many, many ways of dealing with grief.
Entombing the reactor is a last resort. This is the next thing they're talking about when it comes to this.
Oh, so there you go.
Fucking so scary.
10,000 years from now, that's what'll be left.
Yes, a boiling nuclear core.
Not really that much more scary than the tsunami and the earthquake. I mean, the tsunami and the earthquake will kill more people than the nuclear thing.
Yeah, but the tsunami and the earthquake, when they're done, they're done.
Well, no, they're not done.
This fucking thing is a half-life of 20,000 years of shit.
They're not done, they're done. They're moving the whole continent inches, noticeable amounts. They're not done, they're done. There's bad shit that happens everywhere.
Well, I'm definitely not doubting that, but I'm saying that this is a scary thing, this not being able to shut down nuclear power plants.
Yeah.
This scares the fuck out of me, man.
I was wondering about Japan moving. How far they say it moves?
8 feet? 8 feet.
8 feet.
Was it that?
Is that going to fuck GPS up where it's gonna tell you to turn 8 feet before you're supposed to?
But look at the bright side. You're not going to be driving in Japan for a while.
No, no, absolutely not.
That's something you don't have to worry about.
Just get a driver while you're there.
The satellites have no clue that anything moves. They just have a grid.
But there's a gap in the ocean floor that's 50 miles wide and 270 miles long, where the epicenter was.
And is that where Godzilla is?
Wow. Yeah, that's what's going to come out of there, man.
Because if we were ever going to get Godzilla, this is the time.
Yeah, this time. It's got nuclear stuff.
I think we've shown that Godzilla's total bullshit.
What is this U.S. evacuation region? What the fuck is that?
That's where no
US
American soldiers or citizens are allowed to go in. Our zone's a little bigger than the Japanese one. They're like, nah,
we're not believing their zone.
Yeah, we're not buying that zone.
But I don't think. Don't worry, we're not evacuating San Francisco.
Well,
it's
yeah,
that's the weird thing when you see online these cloud fucking scenarios.
Oh, they were showing kind of where radiation would go, picked up on the jet stream and dumped on the North Pacific. Yeah, that's
not good.
That's a little odd.
That's a little.
But I think it's supposed to be just a minuscule amount,
like
just a little radioactivity.
Well, there's a lot of people that believe every time you go through the X-ray thing, the new thing at the airport, it's fucking up your DNA.
Yeah, but I think those are people that are politically motivated, possibly.
They said in Hong Kong right now, which is however many miles away, you're getting the exact radiation of 1/100th of an X-ray.
Oh, see, that's not
bad. We could take that.
Yeah.
You had a thing at the TSA recently. I was reading about that.
It wasn't recently. It just showed up. It was in 2002.
Really?
I was against TSA before it was cool. A guy, was grabbing my what did the guy say? The guy was grabbing my cock, filling me up. No, it was junk for that guy. But for me, what you always do at TSA, what I believe is if anything goes wrong, you ask for real police. Because real police hate leather sniffers. They hate guys playing police.
Right.
Whenever you have a confrontation with a mall cop, fake cop, if you get a real cop in there, the dynamics always go to your side.
He's on
unless
your side.
you're doing something really egregious. And so I went through, and this guy just said, hey, don't do that. And he started giving me some attitude, and I said, call the police. And he said, no, we don't need to call the police. You've done nothing wrong. I said, no, I haven't. You have. Call the police. And he said, no, you don't have to call. I said, no, that's my right as a citizen. Get Metro in here. It was in Vegas. And then the real police officer says, you were grabbing his dick? And I said, I don't care. Really, anyone can grab my dick. You just have to ask me beforehand. I require dinner, anything.
Right.
I'm not homophobic. I don't care. Grab my
let
cock.
me know you're going to do
but
it.
I also care a lot about the Constitution, a lot about freedom. So it's a weird combination.
I just put out a very strange invitation,
I don't need to protect my cock, but I'd like to for the sake of my country.
Right.
So my cock is a patriotic area. It's not. I'm not afraid of anything.
So do you think he was grabbing your dick just to humiliate you?
No. Yeah. It was just because I showed a little attitude. Imagine me showing a little attitude.
Oh, no.
He must have misinterpreted something. It must have been just I had a belch or something, and the look on my face looked like I was contemptible to him.
And in 2002, if you questioned anything, you were unpatriotic. That was the height of fever.
Oh, my God.
You know what they did, though? You know what the final thing they did was? Is after I did this little and I tried to do it very politely and through proper channels and stuff, through the police officer. The TSA person in Vegas called up and said, Penn, we don't want to have any trouble with this. When you're going to fly somewhere, you just let us know, and we'll get you through without going through the security.
I'll see.
And I went, no, I don't want special treatment. It wasn't about me. It was about the idea of it. As a matter of fact, you're much more welcome to feel me up than the elderly ladies and the children who you're frightening to death. I don't give a fuck.
That is the worst.
But
when
it's
you see
amazing.
old ladies getting stripped, they get
why?
filled up and their arms stretched out. Like, come on, this lady's shaking.
She can't even hold her arms out.
Hunchbacked.
She doesn't know what it means.
Yeah, it's just horrible. But that's that's what they do. And the reason I didn't, the police officer said, I saw this, he was acting wrong, you can go with a lawsuit, is I felt it would come across as this fucking Vegas magician thinks he's special, doesn't want people touching him.
Sure.
So I didn't want to come off as
that's
that
not
kind
the
of guy.
point,
But
right.
I want to add to this that I've never taken that special treatment. I turned them down.
Yeah.
Because it just seems so fucking wrong. It's like, oh, you can go on TV, you can complain about this, let's take you through the special line. Now, I also don't know if that offer is available anymore. I don't want people going crazy and saying there's a special line if you don't ever get checked. I don't even know if it existed. She could have been bluffing all of that. I never found out.
You should go through it with like layers and layers of clothes on, sweating like a pig, looking.
But I mean, it's
knows what's behind that
security.
door.
It's security theater, and I think everybody knows that.
It really is. It's there to kind of make you feel like they're doing something, but things slip through all the time.
Yeah, didn't they just have a thing in the Post? But it was the Daily News or the Post. They showed knives and shit. They just snuck through.
Guy brought a box cutter on the plane, and I think because it was for his job or something, and he had it in there, and he's the one that said, like, look, I didn't mean to have this. And they freak out then. Oh, well, come on out. You got to come out. It's like he was fessing up to the fact that he had it on him.
We also have the point that they put pilots through that shit. The pilots go through.
Yeah.
And the pilots, they have a way to do it. Once you're the pilot of the fucking plane, you don't have to worry about nail clippers.
You really don't have,
Well, do you remember that guy in Egypt, the pilot that fucking took the plane
crashed
down?
the plane,
He's screaming, Allah Akbar.
He crashed the plane. He laid a hammer over the co-pilot's head or something, and just decided, that's it.
This is it.
I'm going in.
Time to wrap
the
it up.
problem is, once you're going to kill everybody, including yourself, in the plane, hitting a guy in the head with a hammer, not that bad.
Really not that
bad. If you're looking at what you're going to do,
you're committed.
On the way to that, that's
unless
okay.
it's
once you brain
foiled.
him, though, that's a commitment.
You don't want to change your mind after that.
You can't
worse than saying no in improv.
There's an amazing story of a freight line. It was FedEx or UPS, one of the airplanes, using one of those L-1011s, and a guy wanted to kill himself, get the insurance money for his family, one of these old gags. So he flies on the jump seat, has a hammer on him, and goes into the flight deck and just starts beating the shit out of the pilot and co-pilot. And one of the guys got up, and they were major league fucked up in the head, like bleeding on their brains, and grabbed this guy. And as they're fighting, the guy pulls out a knife, he's stabbing one guy, and the pilot, who's also semi-conscious, just starts rolling the plane over. And now the co-pilot and the hijacker, at this point it's now a hijacker, are flopping from the ceiling to the floor of the plane. He's trying to knock this guy out using acrobatics with the plane.
Holy shit.
Finally got him to the point where the co-pilot was able to hold him down, and they landed the plane. They both wound up with really horrible head injuries and everything, but landed the fucking plane and thwarted the guy's attempts to crash the plane. An amazing story. I saw it on one of those minutes before disaster shows.
That's crazy.
Yeah, unbelievable.
How many people in the fucking main cabin got fucked up landing on their head?
It was a freight. Yeah, it was a freight. It was a freight thing.
Freight plane.
And some of the freight was coming out and smashing these guys. And the way the story was told was just like, oh my god, that's horrific.
The way the story was told was like they had to fill cable television hours.
Yes, exactly. And I was right there watching.
Recreation.
I
love a good recreation.
I know that way. say that we have 800 channels. They're running 24 hours a day. You try to fill them up, motherfucker.
I love them. I can't get enough.
We got to get out of here.
Watch everything. Yeah, Ron and Fez
starting in like 2 minutes.
Jesus.
Beautiful. You guys can stick around for Ron and Fez.
Hey, they love people.
What are the plugs? Joe Rogan, you just
nothing.
Podcast, tweeting that.
Follow me on Twitter.
We're at
UFC tomorrow night. Chuck Liddell, anything? Just hanging.
Hanging.
Ari, anything?
At Ari Shafir.
All right, Penn Jillette.
We're at the Rio Wall Street Hotel Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada, and Teller's show Play Dead is at the Player Theater, and you guys should go to see Teller's fucking play.
Didn't Jimmy see it?
Yeah, Jimmy told me I got to go now.
Jimmy saw it, said it was amazing.
Well,
I'm really
going to go check it out.
What is Play Dead? What is it?
Play Dead is a show that Teller wrote and directed at the Players Theater, and it's like an old-fashioned spook show where you're in the dark and it scares you, and it's also funny and thrilling, and it's a really cool
and where's
show.
it at?
It's at the Players Theater.
Where's
it's right
that?
here in New York City.
Oh, okay.
And it's great. It's great. It's a one-man show by Todd Robbins, but Teller wrote it and directed it, and it's not really a one-man show. There's a lot of people sneaking around in the fucking dark. But now Teller's going to yell at me. No, it's a one-man show. No one's sneaking around in the fucking dark. There's no one sneaking around in the fucking dark. It's a one-man show. He's doing it all himself. Yeah, except for the people sneaking around in the fucking dark, you retard. But, yeah.
You're just an asshole all the time, man.
And he doesn't even do drugs.
No, it's amazing.
Thank God.
So far, it's just so far. There's still hope.
Yeah,
I
you
might
never
go
know.
get fucked up with you right now.
That would be amazing.
There's hope for the world.
We're going to start our weekend, man. Penn Jillette, it was a pleasure. It was a pleasure just fucking
thanks,
checking
guys.
this out, man.
Absolutely. A lot of fun.
See you guys
And
Monday.
go see his fucking show.
All right, we will.